Welcome to Truth Meets Fiction, your home for timeless stories, unforgettable characters, and the kind of content that stays with you long after the credits roll. Whether it's fact, fiction, or somewhere in between, you'll find it here. Let's begin.
Section 1 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Penny Witt. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Plattner Story. Whether the story of Gottfried Plattner is to be credited or not is a pretty question in the value of evidence. On the one hand, we have 7 witnesses. To be perfectly exact, we have 6.5 pairs of eyes and 1 undeniable fact. And on the other, we have, prejudice, common sense, the inertia of opinion? Never were there 7 more honest-seeming witnesses. Never was there a more undeniable fact than the inversion of Gottfried Plattner's anatomical structure. And never was there a more preposterous story than the one they have to tell. The most preposterous part of the story is the worthy Gottfried's contribution, for I count him as one of the 7. Heaven forbid that I should be led into giving countenance to superstition by a passion for impartiality, and so come to share the fate of Eusopia's patrons. Frankly, I believe there is something crooked about this business of Gottfried Plattner, but what that crooked factor is, I will admit as frankly, I do not know. I have been surprised at the credit accorded to the story in the most unexpected and authoritative quarters. The fairest way to the reader, however, will be for me to tell it without further comment. Gottfried Plattner is, in spite of his name, a free-born Englishman. His father was an Alsatian who came to England in the 60s, married a respectable English girl of unexceptional antecedents, and died after a wholesome and uneventful life, devoted, I understand, chiefly to the laying of parquet flooring, in 1887. Gottfried's age is 27. He is, by virtue of his heritage of 3 languages, modern languages master in a small private school in the south of England. To the casual observer, he is singularly like any other modern languages master in any other small private school. His costume is neither very costly nor fashionable, but, on the other hand, it is not markedly cheap or shabby. His complexion, like his height and his bearing, is inconspicuous. You would notice, perhaps, that, like the majority of people, his face was not absolutely symmetrical. His right eye a little larger than the left, and his jaw a trifle heavier on the right side. If you, as an ordinary careless person, were to bare his chest and feel his heart beating, you would probably find it quite like the heart of anyone else. But here you and the trained observer would part company. If you found his heart quite ordinary, the trained observer would find it quite otherwise. And once the thing was pointed out to you, you too would perceive the peculiarity easily enough. It is that Godfrey's heart beats on the right side of his body. Now, that is not the only singularity of Godfrey's structure, although it is the only one that would appeal to the untrained mind. Careful sounding of Godfrey's internal arrangements by a well-known surgeon seems to point to the fact that all the other unsymmetrical parts of his body are similarly misplaced. The right lobe of his liver is on the left side, the left on his right, while his lungs, too, are similarly contraposed. What is still more singular, unless Gottfried is a consummate actor, we must believe that his right hand has recently become his left, since the occurrences we are about to consider as impartially as possible, he has found the utmost difficulty in writing, except from right to left across the paper with his left hand. He cannot throw with his right hand. He is perplexed at meal times between knife and fork, and his ideas of the rule of the road, he is a cyclist, are still a dangerous confusion. And there is not a scrap of evidence to show that before these occurrences Gottfried was at all left-handed. There is yet another wonderful fact in this preposterous business. Gottfried produces 3 photographs of himself. You have him at the age of 5 or 6, thrusting fat legs at you from under a plaid frock and scowling. In that photograph, his left eye is a little larger than his right, and his jaw is a trifle heavier on the left side. This is the reverse of his present living conditions. The photograph of Gottfried at 14 seems to contradict these facts, but that is because it is one of those cheap gem photographs that were then in vogue, taken direct upon metal, and therefore reversing things just as a looking-glass would. The third photograph represents him at 1 and 20, and confirms the record of the others. There seems here evidence of the strongest confirmatory character that Gottfried has exchanged his left side for his right. Yet how a human can be so changed, short of a fantastic and pointless miracle, is exceedingly hard to suggest. In one way, of course, these facts might be explicable on the supposition that Plattner has undertaken an elaborate mystification on the strength of his heart's displacement. Photographs may be fudged and left-handedness imitated, but the character of the man does not lend itself to any such theory. He is quiet, practical, unobtrusive, and thoroughly sane from the Nordau standpoint. He likes beer and smokes moderately, takes walking exercise daily, and has a healthy, high estimate of the value of his teaching. He has a good but untrained tenor voice, and takes a pleasure in singing airs of a popular and cheerful character. He is fond, but not morbidly fond, of reading, chiefly fiction pervaded with a vaguely pious optimism, sleeps well, and rarely dreams. He is, in fact, the very last person to evolve a fantastic fable. Indeed, so far from forcing the story upon the world, he has been singularly reticent on the matter. He meets inquirers with a certain engaging bashfulness is almost the word that disarms the most suspicious. He seems genuinely ashamed that anything so unusual has occurred to him. It is to be regretted that Plattner's aversion to the idea of postmortem dissection may postpone, perhaps forever, the positive proof that his entire body has had its left and right sides transposed. Upon that fact mainly the credibility of his story hangs. There is no way of taking a man and moving him about in space as ordinary people understand space that will result in our changing his sides. Whatever you do, his right is still his right, his left his left. You can do that with a perfectly thin, flat thing, of course. If you were to cut a figure out of paper, any figure with a right and left side, you could change its sides simply by lifting it up and turning it over. But with a solid it is different. Mathematical theorists tell us that the only way in which the right and left sides of a solid body can be changed is by taking that body clean out of space as we know it, taking it out of ordinary existence, that is, and turning it somewhere outside space. This is a little abstruse, no doubt, but anyone with any knowledge of mathematical theory will assure the reader of its truth. To put the thing in technical language, the curious inversion of Plattner's right and left sides is proof that he has moved out of our space into what's called the fourth dimension, and that he has returned again to our world. Unless we choose to consider ourselves the victims of an elaborate and motiveless fabrication, we are almost bound to believe that this has occurred. So much for the tangible facts. We come now to the account of the phenomena that attended his temporary disappearance from the world. It appears that in Sussexville Proprietary School, Plattner not only discharged the duties of modern languages master, but also taught chemistry, commercial geography, bookkeeping, shorthand, drawing, and any other additional subject to which the changing fancies of the boy's parents might direct attention. He knew little or nothing of these various subjects, but in secondary, as distinguished from board and elementary schools, knowledge in the teacher is, very properly, by no means so necessary as high moral character and gentlemanly tone. In chemistry he was particularly deficient, knowing, he says, nothing beyond the three gases, whatever the three gases may be. As, however, his pupils began by knowing nothing and derived all their information from him, this caused him, or anyone, but little inconvenience for several terms. Then a little boy named Wibble joined the school, who had been educated, it seems, by some mischievous relative into an inquiring habit of mind. This little boy followed Plattner's lessons with marked and sustained interest, and in order to exhibit his zeal on the subject, brought at various times substances for Plattner to analyze. Plattner, flattered by this evidence of his power of awakening interest and trusting to the boy's ignorance, analyzed these and even made general statements as to their composition. Indeed, he was so far stimulated by his pupil as to obtain a work upon analytical chemistry and study it during his supervision of the evening's preparation. He was surprised to find chemistry quite an interesting subject. So far, the story is absolutely commonplace. But now the greenish powder comes upon the scene. The source of that greenish powder seems, unfortunately, lost. Master Wibble tells a tortuous story of finding it done up in a packet in a disused lime kiln near the Downs. It would have been an excellent thing for Plattner, and possibly for Master Wibble's family, if a match could have been applied to that powder there and then. The young gentleman certainly did not bring it to school in a packet, but in a common 8-ounce graduated medicine bottle, plugged with a masticated newspaper. He gave it to Plattner at the end of the afternoon school. 4 boys had been detained after school prayers in order to complete some neglected tasks, and Plattner was supervising these in the small classroom in which the chemical teaching was conducted. The appliances for the practical teaching of chemistry in the Sussexville Proprietary School, as in most small schools in this country, are characterized by a severe simplicity. They are kept in a small cupboard standing in a recess and having about the same capacity as a common traveling trunk. Plattner, being bored with his passive superintendence, seems to have welcomed the intervention of Wibble with his green powder as an agreeable diversion, and, unlocking this cupboard, proceeded at once with his analytical experiments. Wibble sat, luckily for himself, at a safe distance regarding him. The 4 malefactors, feigning a profound absorption in their work, watched him furtively with the keenest interest. For even within the limits of the 3 gases, Plattner's practical chemistry was, I understand, temerarious. They are practically unanimous in their account of Plattner's proceedings. He poured a little of the green powder into a test tube and tried the substance with water, hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, and sulfuric acid in succession. Getting no result, he emptied out a little heap, nearly half the bottle in fact, upon a slate and tried a match. He held the medicine bottle in his left hand. The stuff began to smoke and melt, and then exploded with deafening violence and a blinding flash. The 5 boys, seeing the flash and being prepared for catastrophes, ducked below their desks and were none of them seriously hurt. The window was blown out into the playground and the blackboard on its easel was upset. The slate was smashed to atoms. Some plaster fell from the ceiling. No other damage was done to the school edifice or appliances, and the boys, at first, seeing nothing of Plattner, fancied he was knocked down and lying out of their sight below the desks. They jumped out of their places to go to his assistance, and were amazed to find the space empty. Being still confused by the sudden violence of the report, they hurried to the open door, under the impression that he must have been hurt and have rushed out of the room. But Carson, the foremost, nearly collided in the doorway with the principal, Mr. Lidgett. Mr. Lidgett is a corpulent, excitable man with one eye. The boys describe him as stumbling into the room, mouthing some of those tempered expletives irritable schoolmasters accustom themselves to use, lest worst befall. "Wretched mumchancer," he said, "where's Mr. Plattner?" The boys are agreed on the very words. Wobbler, sniveling puppy, and mumchancer are, it seems, among the ordinary small change of Mr. Lidgett's scholastic commerce. Where's Mr. Plattner? That was a question that was to be repeated many times in the next few days. It really seemed as though that frantic hyperbole, blown to atoms, had for once realized itself. There was not a visible particle of Plattner to be seen, not a drop of blood nor a stitch of clothing to be found. Apparently he had been blown clean out of existence and left no rack behind. Not so much as would cover a 6-penny piece, to quote a proverbial expression. The evidence of his absolute disappearance as a consequence of that explosion is indoubtable. It is not necessary to enlarge here upon the commotion excited in the Sussexville Proprietary School and in Sussexville and elsewhere by this event. It is quite possible, indeed, that some of the readers of these pages may recall the hearing of some remote and dying version of that excitement during the last summer holidays. Lidgett, it would seem, did everything in his power to suppress and minimize the story. He instituted a penalty of 25 lines for any mention of Plattner's name among the boys, and stated in the schoolroom that he was clearly aware of his assistant's whereabouts. He was afraid, he explains, that the possibility of an explosion happening, in spite of the elaborate precautions taken to minimize the practical teaching of chemistry, might injure the reputation of the school, and so might any mysterious quality in Plattner's departure. Indeed, he did everything in his power to make the occurrence seem as ordinary as possible. In particular, he cross-examined the 5 eyewitnesses of the occurrence so searchingly that they began to doubt the plain evidence of their senses. But in spite of these efforts, the tale, in a magnified and distorted state, made a 9 days' wonder in the district, and several parents withdrew their sons on colorable pretexts. Not the least remarkable point in the matter is the fact that a large number of people in the neighborhood dreamed singularly vivid dreams of Plattner during the period of excitement before his return, and that these dreams had a curious uniformity. In almost all of them, Plattner was seen, sometimes singly, sometimes in company, wandering about through a coruscating iridescence. In all cases, his face was pale and distressed, and in some he gesticulated towards the dreamer. One or two of the boys, evidently under the influence of nightmare, fancied that Plattner approached them with remarkable swiftness and seemed to look closely into their very eyes. Others fled with Plattner from the pursuit of vague and extraordinary creatures of a globular shape. But all these fancies were forgotten in inquiries and speculations when, on the Wednesday next but one after the Monday of the explosion, Plattner returned. The circumstances of his return were as singular as those of his departure. So far as Mr. Lidgkett's somewhat choleric outline can be filled in from Plattner's hesitating statements, it would appear that on Wednesday evening, toward the hour of sunset, the former gentleman, having dismissed evening preparation, was engaged in his garden picking and eating strawberries, a fruit of which he is inordinately fond. It is a large, old-fashioned garden, secure from observation, fortunately, by a high and ivy-covered red brick wall. Just as he was stooping over a particularly prolific plant, there was a flash in the air and a heavy thud, and before he could look round, some heavy body struck him violently from behind. He was pitched forward, crushing the strawberries he held in his hand, and that so roughly that his silk hat (Mr. Lidgkett adheres to the old ideas of scholastic costume) was driven violently down upon his forehead and almost over one eye. This heavy missile, which slid over him sideways and collapsed into a sitting posture among the strawberry plants, proved to be our long-lost Mr. Gottfried Plattner in an extremely disheveled condition. He was collarless and hatless, his linen was dirty, and there was blood upon his hands. Mr. Lidgkett was so indignant and surprised that he remained on all fours, and with his hat jammed down on his eye, while he expostulated vehemently with Plattner for his disrespectful and unaccountable conduct. This scarcely idyllic scene completes what I may call the exterior version of the Plattner story, its exoteric aspect. It is quite unnecessary to enter here into all the details of his dismissal by Mr. Lidgkett. Such details with the full names and dates and references will be found in the larger report of these occurrences that was laid before the Society for the Investigation of Abnormal Phenomena. The singular transposition of Plattner's right and left sides was scarcely observed for the first day or so, and then first in connection with his disposition to write from right to left across the blackboard. He concealed rather than ostended this curious confirmatory circumstance, as he considered it would unfavorably affect his prospects in a new situation. The displacement of his heart was discovered some months after, when he was having a tooth extracted under anesthetics. He then, very unwillingly, allowed a cursory surgical examination to be made of himself, with a view to a brief account in the Journal of Anatomy. That exhausts the statement of the material facts, and we may now go on to consider Plattner's account of the matter. But first let us clearly differentiate between the preceding portion of this story and what is to follow. All I have told thus far is established by such evidence as even a criminal lawyer would approve. Every one of the witnesses is still alive. The reader, if he have the leisure, may hunt the lads out tomorrow, or even brave the terrors of the redoubtable Lichkit and cross-examine and trap and test to his heart's content. Gottfried Plattner himself and his twisted heart and his 3 photographs are producible. It may be taken as proved that he did disappear for 9 days as the consequence of an explosion, that he returned almost as violently under circumstances in their nature annoying to Mr. Lichkit, whatever the details of those circumstances may be, and that he returned inverted, just as a reflection returns from a mirror. From the last fact, as I have already stated, it follows almost inevitably that Plattner, during those 9 days, must have been in some state of existence altogether out of space. The evidence to these statements is, indeed, far stronger than that upon which most murderers are hanged. But for his own particular account of where he had been, with his confused explanations and well-nigh self-contradictory details, we have only Mr. Gottfried Plattner's word. I do not wish to discredit that, but I must point out, what so many writers upon obscure psychic phenomena fail to do, that we are passing here from the practically undeniable to the kind of matter which any reasonable man is entitled to believe or reject as he thinks proper. The previous statements rendered it plausible. Its discordance with common experience tilts it toward the incredible. I would prefer not to sway the beam of the reader's judgment either way, but simply to tell the story as Plattner told it to me. He gave me his narrative, I may state, at my house in Chislehurst, and so soon as he had left me that evening, I went into my study and wrote down everything as I remembered it. Subsequently, he was good enough to read over a typewritten copy so that its substantial correctness is undeniable. He states that at the moment of the explosion he distinctly thought he was killed. He felt lifted off his feet and driven forcibly backward. It is a curious fact for psychologists that he thought clearly during his backward flight and wondered whether he should hit the chemistry cupboard or the blackboard easel. His heels struck ground, and he staggered and fell heavily into a sitting position on something soft and firm. For a moment the concussion stunned him. He became aware at once of a vivid scent of singed hair, and he seemed to hear the voice of Lidget asking for him. You will understand that for a time his mind was greatly confused. At first he was distinctly under the impression that he was still in the classroom. He perceived quite distinctly the surprise of the boys and the entry of Lichkit. He is quite positive upon that score. He did not hear their remarks, but that he ascribed to the deafening effect of the experiment. Things about him seemed curiously dark and faint, but his mind explained that on the obvious but mistaken idea that the explosion had engendered a huge volume of dark smoke. Through the dimness the figures of Lichkit and the boys moved, as faint and silent as ghosts. Plattner's face still tingled with the stinging heat of the flash. He was, he says, all muddled. His first definite thoughts seem to have been of his personal safety. He thought he was perhaps blinded and deafened. He felt his limbs and face in a gingerly manner. Then his perceptions grew clearer, and he was astonished to miss the old familiar desks and other schoolroom furniture about him. Only dim, uncertain gray shapes stood in the place of these. Then came a thing that made him shout aloud and awoke his stunned faculties into instant activity. 2 of the boys, gesticulating, walked one after the other clean through him. Neither manifested the slightest consciousness of his presence. It is difficult to imagine the sensation he felt. They came against him, he says, with no more force than a wisp of mist. Plattner's first thought after that was that he was dead. Having been brought up with thoroughly sound views in these matters, however, he was a little surprised to find his body still about him. His second conclusion was that he was not dead, but that others were, that the explosion had destroyed the Sussexville Proprietary School and every soul in it except himself. But that, too, was scarcely satisfactory. He was thrown back upon astonished observation. Everything about him was extraordinarily dark. At first it seemed to have an altogether ebony blackness. Overhead was a black firmament. The only touch of light in the scene was a faint greenish glow at the edge of the sky in one direction, which threw into prominence a horizon of undulating black hills. This, I say, was his impression at first. As his eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, he began to distinguish a faint quality of differentiating greenish color in the circumambient night. Against this background, the furniture and occupants of the classroom, it seems, stood out like phosphorescent specters, faint and impalpable. He extended his hand and thrust it without an effort through the wall of the room by the fireplace. He describes himself as making a strenuous effort to attract attention. He shouted to Lichtget and tried to seize the boys as they went to and fro. He only desisted from these attempts when Mrs. Lichtget, whom he, as an assistant master, naturally disliked, entered the room. He says the sensation of being in the world, and yet not a part of it, was an extraordinarily disagreeable one. He compared his feelings not inaptly to those of a cat watching a mouse through a window. Whenever he made a motion to communicate with the dim, familiar world about him, he found an invisible, incomprehensible barrier preventing intercourse. He then turned his attention to his solid environment. He found the medicine bottle still unbroken in his hand, with the remainder of the green powder therein. He put this in his pocket and began to feel about him. Apparently he was sitting on a boulder of rock covered with a velvety moss. The dark country about him he was unable to see, the faint, misty picture of the schoolroom blotting it out, but he had a feeling, due perhaps to the cold wind, that he was near the crest of a hill and that a steep valley fell away beneath his feet. The green glow along the edge of the sky seemed to be growing in extent and intensity. He stood up, rubbing his eyes. It would seem that he made a few steps, going steeply downhill, and then stumbled, nearly fell, and sat down again upon a jagged mass of rock to watch the dawn. He became aware that the world about him was absolutely silent. It was as still as it was dark, and though there was a cold wind blowing up the hill face, the rustle of grass, the sawing of the boughs that should have accompanied it, were absent. He could hear, therefore, if he could not see, that the hillside upon which he stood was rocky and desolate. The green grew brighter every moment, and as it did so a faint, transparent blood red mingled with, but did not mitigate, the blackness of the sky overhead and the rocky desolations about him. Having regard to what follows, I am inclined to think that the redness may have been an optical effect due to contrast. Something black fluttered momentarily against the livid yellow-green of the lower sky, and then the thin and penetrating voice of a bell rose out of the black gulf below him. An oppressive expectation grew with the growing light. It is probable that an hour or more elapsed while he sat there, the strange green light growing brighter every moment, and spreading slowly, in flamboyant fingers, upward toward the zenith. As it grew, the spectral vision of our world became relatively or absolutely fainter? Probably both, for the time must have been about that of our earthly sunset. So far as his vision of our world went, Plattner, by his few steps downhill, had passed through the floor of the classroom, and was now, it seemed, sitting in mid-air in the larger schoolroom downstairs. He saw the boarders distinctly, but much more faintly than he had seen Lichkit. They were preparing their evening tasks, and he noticed with interest that several were cheating with their Euclid riders by means of a crib, a compilation whose existence he had hitherto never suspected. As the time passed, they faded steadily as the light of the green dawn increased. Looking down into the valley, he saw that the light had crept far down its rocky sides, and that the profound blackness of the abyss was now broken by a minute green glow, like the light of a glowworm. And almost immediately the limb of a huge heavenly body of blazing green rose over the basaltic undulations of the distant hills, and the monstrous hill masses about him came out gaunt and desolate, in green light and deep, ruddy black shadows. He became aware of a vast number of ball-shaped objects drifting as thistledown drifts over the high ground. There were none of these nearer to him than the opposite side of the gorge. The bell below twanged quicker and quicker, with something like impatient insistence, and several lights moved hither and thither. The boys at work at their desks were now almost imperceptibly faint. This extinction of our world, when the green sun of this other universe rose, is a curious point upon which Plattner insists. During the otherworld night it is difficult to move about, on account of the vividness with which the things of this world are visible. It becomes a riddle to explain why, if this is the case, we in this world catch no glimpse of the other world. It is due, perhaps, to the comparatively vivid illumination of this world of ours. Plattner describes the midday of the other world, at its brightest, as not being nearly so bright as this world at full moon, while its night is profoundly black. Consequently, the amount of light, even in an ordinary dark room, is sufficient to render the things of the other world invisible, on the same principle that faint phosphorescence is only visible in the profoundest darkness. I have tried, since he told me this story, to see something of the other world by sitting for a long space in a photographer's dark room at night. I have certainly seen, indistinctly, the form of greenish slopes and rocks, but only, I must admit, very indistinctly indeed. The reader may possibly be more successful. Plattner tells me that since his return he has dreamt and seen and recognized places in the other world, but this is probably due to his memory of these scenes. It seems quite possible that people with unusually keen eyesight may occasionally catch a glimpse of this strange other world about us. However, this is a digression. As the green sun rose, a long street of black buildings became perceptible, though only darkly and indistinctly, in the gorge, and after some hesitation, Plattner began to clamber down the precipitous descent toward them. The descent was long and exceedingly tedious, being so not only by the extraordinary steepness, but also by reason of the looseness of the boulders with which the whole face of the hill was strewn. The noise of his descent, now and then his heels struck fire from the rocks, seemed now the only sound in the universe, for the beating of the bell had ceased. As he drew nearer, he perceived that the various edifices had a singular resemblance to tombs and mausoleums and monuments, saving only that they were all uniformly black instead of being white, as most sepulchres are. And then he saw, crowding out of the largest building, very much as people dispersed from church, a number of pallid, rounded, pale green figures. These dispersed in several directions about the broad street of the place, some going through side alleys and reappearing upon the steepness of the hill, others entering some of the small black buildings which lined the way. At the sight of these things drifting up towards him, Plattner stopped, staring. They were not walking, they were indeed limbless, and they had the appearance of human heads, beneath which a tadpole-like body swung. He was too astonished at their strangeness, too full indeed of strangeness, to be seriously alarmed by them. They drove toward him, in front of the chill wind that was blowing uphill, much as soap bubbles drive before a draught. And as he looked at the nearest of those approaching, he saw it was indeed a human head, albeit with singularly large eyes, and wearing such an expression of distress and anguish as he had never seen before upon mortal countenance. He was surprised to find that it did not turn to regard him, but seemed to be watching and following some unseen, moving thing. For a moment he was puzzled, and then it occurred to him that this creature was watching with its enormous eyes something that was happening in the world he had just left. Nearer it came, and nearer, and he was too astonished to cry out. It made a very faint, fretting sound as it came close to him. Then it struck his face with a gentle pat. Its touch was very cold, and drove past him and upwards toward the crest of the hill. An extraordinary conviction flashed across Plattner's mind that this head had a strong likeness to Lichkit. Then he turned his attention to the other heads that were now swarming thickly up the hillside. None made the slightest sign of recognition. One or two, indeed, came close to his head and almost followed the example of the first, but he dodged convulsively out of the way. Upon most of them he saw the same expression of unavailing regret he had seen upon the first, and heard the same faint sounds of wretchedness from them. One or two wept, and one, rolling swiftly uphill, wore an expression of diabolical rage. But others were cold, and several had a look of gratified interest in their eyes. One, at least, was almost in an ecstasy of happiness. Plattner does not remember that he recognized any more likenesses in those he saw at this time. For several hours, perhaps, Plattner watched these strange things dispersing themselves over the hills, and not till long after they had ceased to issue from the clustering black buildings in the gorge did he resume his downward climb. The darkness about him increased so much that he had a difficulty in stepping true. Overhead the sky was now a bright, pale green. He felt neither hunger nor thirst. Later, when he did, he found a chilly stream running down the center of the gorge, and the rare moss upon the boulders, when he tried it at last in desperation, was good to eat. He groped about among the tombs that ran down the gorge, seeking vaguely for some clue to these inexplicable things. After a long time he came to the entrance of the big mausoleum-like building from which the heads had issued. In this he found a group of green lights burning upon a kind of basaltic altar, and a bell rope from the belfry overhead hanging down into the center of the place. Round the wall ran a lettering of fire in a character unknown to him. While he was still wondering at the purport of these things, he heard the receding tramp of heavy feet echoing far down the street. He ran out into the darkness again, but he could see nothing. He had a mind to pull the bell rope, and finally decided to follow the footsteps. But although he ran far, he never overtook them, and his shouting was of no avail. The gorge seemed to extend an interminable distance. It was as dark as earthly starlight throughout its length, while the ghastly green day lay along the upper edge of its precipice. There were none of the heads now below. They were all, it seemed, busily occupied along the upper slopes. Looking up, he saw them drifting hither and thither, some hovering stationary, some flying swiftly through the air. It reminded him, he said, of big snowflakes, only these were black and pale green. In pursuing the firm, undeviating footsteps that he never overtook, in groping into new regions of this endless devil's dyke, in clambering up and down the pitiless heights, in wandering about the summits, and in watching the drifting faces, Plattner states that he spent the better part of 7 or 8 days. He did not keep count, he says. Though once or twice he found eyes watching him, he had word with no living soul. He slept among the rocks on the hillside. In the gorge things earthly were invisible, because, from the earthly standpoint, it was far underground. On the altitudes, so soon as the earthly day began, the world became visible to him. He found himself sometimes stumbling over the dark green rocks, or arresting himself on a precipitous brink, while all about him the green branches of the Sussexville lanes were swaying. Or, again, he seemed to be walking through the Sussexville streets, or watching unseen the private business of some household. And then it was, he discovered, that to almost every human being in our world there pertained some of these drifting heads, that everyone in the world is watched intermittently by these helpless disembodiments. What are they, these watchers of the living? Plattner never learned. But 2 that presently found and followed him were like his childhood's memory of his father and mother. Now and then other faces turned their eyes upon him, eyes like those of dead people who had swayed him, or injured him, or helped him in his youth and manhood. Whenever they looked at him, Plattner was overcome with a strange sense of responsibility. To his mother he ventured to speak, but she made no answer. She looked sadly, steadfastly, and tenderly, a little reproachfully too, it seemed, into his eyes. He simply tells this story. He does not endeavor to explain. We are left to surmise who these watchers of the living may be, or if they are indeed the dead, why they should so closely and passionately watch a world they have left forever. It may be, indeed, to my mind it seems just, that when our life has closed, when evil or good is no longer a choice for us, we may still have to witness the working out of the train of consequences we have laid. If human souls continue after death, then surely human interests continue after death. But that is merely my own guess at the meaning of the things seen. Plattner offers no interpretation, for none was given him. It is well the reader should understand this clearly. Day after day, with his head reeling, he wandered about this strange-lit world outside the world, weary, and towards the end, weak and hungry. By day, our earthly day that is, the ghostly vision of the old familiar scenery of Sussexville all about him irked and worried him. He could not see where to put his feet, and ever and again with a chilly touch of one of these watching souls would come against his face. And after dark the multitude of these watchers about him in their intent distress confused his mind beyond describing. A great longing to return to the earthly life that was so near and yet so remote consumed him. The unearthliness of things about him produced a positively painful mental distress. He was worried beyond describing by his own particular followers. He would shout at them to desist from staring at him, scold at them, hurry away from them. They were always mute and intent. Run as he might over the uneven ground, they followed his destinies. On the 9th day, toward evening, Plattner heard the invisible footsteps approaching, far away down the gorge. He was then wandering over the broad crest of the same hill upon which he had fallen in his entry into this strange other world of his. He turned to hurry down into the gorge, feeling his way hastily, and was arrested by the sight of the thing that was happening in a room in a back street near the school. Both of the people in the room he knew by sight. The windows were open, the blinds up, and the setting sun shone clearly into it, so that it came out quite brightly at first, a vivid oblong of room, lying like a magic lantern picture upon the black landscape and the livid green dawn. In addition to the sunlight, a candle had just been lit in the room. On the bed lay a lank man, his ghastly white face terrible upon the tumbled pillow. His clenched hands were raised above his head. A little table beside the bed carried a few medicine bottles, some toast and water, and an empty glass. Every now and then the lank man's lips fell apart to indicate a word he could not articulate. But the woman did not notice that he wanted anything, because she was busy turning out papers from an old-fashioned bureau in the opposite corner of the room. At first the picture was very vivid indeed, but as the green dawn behind it grew brighter and brighter, so it became fainter and more transparent. As the echoing footsteps paced nearer and nearer, those footsteps that sounded so loud in the other world and come so silently in this, Plattner perceived about him a great multitude of dim faces gathering together out of the darkness and watching the two people in the room. Never before had he seen so many of the watchers of the living. A multitude had eyes only for the sufferer in the room. Another multitude in infinite anguish watched the woman as she hunted with greedy eyes for something she could not find. They crowded about Plattner. They came across his sight and buffeted his face. The noise of their unavailing regrets was all about him. He saw clearly only now and then. At other times the picture quivered dimly through the veil of green reflections upon their movements. In the room it must have been very still, and Plattner says the candle flame streamed up in a perfectly vertical line of smoke, but in his ears each footfall and its echoes beat like a clap of thunder. And the faces, two more particularly near the woman's, one a woman's also, white and clear-featured, a face which might have once been cold and hard, but which was now softened by the touch of a wisdom strange to earth. The other might have been the woman's father. Both were evidently absorbed in the contemplation of some act of hateful meanness, so it seemed, which they could no longer guard against and prevent. Behind were others, teachers, it may be, who taught ill, friends whose influence had failed. And over the man, too, a multitude, but none that seemed to be parents or teachers. Faces that might once have been coarse, now purged to strength by sorrow. And in the forefront one face, a girlish one, neither angry nor remorseful, but merely patient and weary, and, as it seemed to Plattner, waiting for relief. His powers of description fail him at the memory of this multitude of ghastly countenances. They gathered on the stroke of the bell. He saw them all in the space of a second. It would seem that he was so worked on by his excitement that, quite involuntarily, his restless fingers took the bottle of green powder out of his pocket and held it before him. But he does not remember that. Abruptly the footsteps ceased. He waited for the next, and there was silence, and then, suddenly, cutting through the unexpected stillness like a keen, thin blade, came the first stroke of the bell. At that the multitudinous faces swayed to and fro, and a louder cry began all about him. The woman did not hear. She was burning something now in the candle flame. At the second stroke everything grew dim, and a breath of wind, icy cold, blew through the host of watchers. They swirled about him like an eddy of dead leaves in the spring, and at the third stroke something was extended through them to the bed. You have heard of a beam of light. This was like a beam of darkness, and looking again at it, Plattner saw that it was a shadowy arm and hand. The green sun was now topping the black desolations of the horizon, and the vision of the room was very faint. Plattner could see that the white of the bed struggled and was convulsed, and that the woman looked round over her shoulder at it, startled. The cloud of watchers lifted high like a puff of green dust before the wind and swept swiftly downward toward the temple in the gorge. Then suddenly Plattner understood the meaning of the shadowy black arm that stretched across his shoulder and clutched its prey. He did not dare turn his head to see the shadow behind the arm. With a violent effort, and covering his eyes, he set himself to run, made perhaps 20 strides, then slipped on a boulder and fell. He fell forward on his hands, and the bottle smashed and exploded as he touched the ground. In another moment he found himself stunned and bleeding, sitting face to face with Lidget in the old walled garden behind the school. There the story of Plattner's experiences ends. I have resisted, I believe successfully, the natural disposition of a writer of fiction to dress up incidences of this sort. I have told the thing as far as possible in the order in which Plattner told it to me. I have carefully avoided any attempt at style, effect, or construction. It would have been easy, for instance, to have worked the scene of the deathbed into a kind of plot in which Plattner might have been involved. But quite apart from the objectionableness of falsifying a most extraordinary true story, any such trite devices would spoil, to my mind, the peculiar effect of this dark world, with its livid green illumination and its drifting watchers of the living, which, unseen and unapproachable to us, is yet lying all about us. It remains to add that a death did actually occur in Vincent Terrace, just beyond the school garden, and so far as can be proved, at the moment of Plattner's return. The deceased was a rate collector and insurance agent. His widow, who was much younger than himself, married last month a Mr. Whymper, a veterinary surgeon of Albeeding. As the portion of this story given here has in various forms circulated orally in Sussexville, she has consented to my use of her name, on condition that I make it distinctly known that she emphatically contradicts every detail of Plattner's account of her husband's last moments. She burnt no will, she says, although Plattner never accused her of doing so. Her husband made but one will, and that just after their marriage. Certainly, from a man who had never seen it, Plattner's account of the furniture of the room was curiously accurate. One other thing, even at the risk of an irksome repetition, I must insist upon, lest I seem to favor the credulous, superstitious view. Plattner's absence from the world for 9 days is, I think, proved. But that does not prove his story. It is quite conceivable that even outside space hallucinations may be possible. That, at least, the reader must bear distinctly in mind. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Argonauts of the Air. One saw Monson's flying machine from the windows of the trains, passing either along the southwestern main line or along the line between Wimbledon and Worcester Park. To be more exact, one saw the huge scaffoldings which limited the flight of the apparatus. They rose over the tree-tops, a massive alley of interlacing iron and timber, and an enormous web of ropes and tackle, extending the best part of 2 miles. From the Leatherhead branch, this alley was foreshortened and in part hidden by a hill with villas. But from the main line, one had it in profile, a complex tangle of girders and curving bars, very impressive to the excursionists from Portsmouth and Southampton and the West. Monson had taken up the work where Maxim had left it, had gone on at first with an utter contempt for the journalistic wit and ignorance that had irritated and hampered his predecessor, and had spent, it was said, rather more than half his immense fortune upon his experiments. The results, to an impatient generation, seemed inconsiderable. When some 5 years had passed after the growth of the colossal iron groves at Worcester Park, and Monson still failed to put in a fluttering appearance over Trafalgar Square, even the Isle of Wight trippers felt their liberty to smile. And such intelligent people as did not consider Monson a fool, stricken with a mania for invention, denounced him as being, for no particular reason, a self-advertising quack. Yet now and again a morning trainload of season-ticket holders would see a white monster rush headlong through the airy tracery of guides and bars, and hear the further stays, nettings, and buffers snap, creak, and groan with the impact of the blow. Then there would be an efflorescence of black-set, white-rimmed faces along the sides of the train, and the morning papers would be neglected for a vigorous discussion of the possibility of flying, in which nothing new was ever said by any chance, until the train reached Waterloo, and its cargo of season-ticket holders dispersed themselves over London. Or the fathers and mothers, in some multitudinous train of weary excursionists returning exhausted from a day of rest by the sea, would find the dark fabric, standing out against the evening sky, useful in diverting some bilious child from its introspection, and be suddenly startled by the swift transit of a huge black flapping shape that strained upward against the guides. It was a great and forcible thing beyond dispute, and excellent for conversation. Yet, all the same, it was but flying in leading strings, and most of those who witnessed it scarcely counted its flight as flying. More of a switchback it seemed to the run of the folk. Monson, I say, did not trouble himself very keenly about the opinions of the press at first, but possibly he, even, had formed but a poor idea of the time it would take before the tactics of flying were mastered, the swift, assured adjustment of the big soaring shape to every gust and chance movement of the air. Nor had he clearly reckoned the money this prolonged struggle against gravitation would cost him. And he was not so pachydermatous as he seemed. Secretly, he had his periodical bundles of cuttings sent to him by Romecki. He had his periodical reminders from his banker. And if he did not mind the initial ridicule and skepticism, he felt the growing neglect as the months went by and the money dribbled away. Time was when Monson had sent the enterprising journalist, keen after readable matter, empty from his gates. But when the enterprising journalist ceased from troubling, Monson was anything but satisfied in his heart of hearts. Still, day by day, the work went on, and the multitudinous subtle difficulties of the steering diminished in number. Day by day, too, the money trickled away, until his balance was no longer a matter of hundreds of thousands, but of tens. And at last came an anniversary. Monson, sitting in the little drawing-shed, suddenly noticed the date on Woodhouse's calendar. "It was 5 years ago today that we began," he said to Woodhouse suddenly. "Is it?" said Woodhouse. "It's the alterations play the devil with us," said Monson, biting a paper fastener. The drawings for the new vans to the hinder screw lay on the table before him as he spoke. He pitched the mutilated brass paper fastener into the waste-paper basket and drummed his fingers. "These alterations. Will the mathematicians ever be clever enough to save us all this patching and experimenting? 5 years, learning by rule of thumb, when one might think that it was possible to calculate the whole thing out beforehand. The cost of it! I might have hired 3 senior wranglers for life, but they'd only have developed some beautifully useless theorems in pneumatics. What a time it has been, Woodhouse!" "These mouldings will take 3 weeks," said Woodhouse, "at special prices." 3 weeks, said Monson, and sat drumming. 3 weeks certain, said Woodhouse, an excellent engineer, but no good as a comforter. He drew the sheets towards him and began shading a bar. Monson stopped drumming and began to bite his fingernails, staring the while at Woodhouse's head. "How long have they been calling this Monson's Folly?" he said suddenly. "Oh, a year or so," said Woodhouse carelessly, without looking up. Monson sucked the air in between his teeth and went to the window. The stout iron columns carrying the elevated rails upon which the start of the machine was made rose up close by, and the machine was hidden by the upper edge of the window. Through the grove of iron pillars, red painted and ornate with rows of bolts, one had a glimpse of the pretty scenery towards Esher. A train went gliding noiselessly across the middle distance, its rattle drowned by the hammering of the workmen overhead. Monson could imagine the grinning faces at the windows of the carriages. He swore savagely under his breath, and dabbed viciously at a blowfly that suddenly became noisy on the window-pane. "What's up?" said Woodhouse, staring in surprise at his employer. "I'm about sick of this." Woodhouse scratched his cheek. "Oh," he said, after an assimilating pause. He pushed the drawing away from him. "Here, these fools. I'm trying to conquer a new element, trying to do a thing that will revolutionize life. And instead of taking an intelligent interest, they grin and make their stupid jokes and call me and my appliances names." "Asses," said Woodhouse, letting his eye fall again on the drawing. The epithet, curiously enough, made Monson wince. "I'm about sick of it, Woodhouse. Anyhow," he said after a pause. Woodhouse shrugged his shoulders. "There's nothing for it but patience, I suppose," said Monson, sticking his hands in his pockets. "I've started, I've made my bed, and I've got to lie on it. I can't go back. I'll see it through and spend every penny I have and every penny I can borrow. But I tell you, Woodhouse, I'm infernally sick of it, all the same. If I'd paid a 10th part of the money towards some political greaser's expenses, I'd have been a baronet before this." Monson paused. Woodhouse stared in front of him with a blank expression he always employed to indicate sympathy, and tapped his pencil case on the table. Monson stared at him for a minute. "Oh, damn!" said Monson suddenly, and abruptly rushed out of the room. Woodhouse continued his sympathetic rigour for perhaps half a minute. Then he sighed and resumed the shading of the drawings. Something had evidently upset Monson. Nice chap and generous, but difficult to get on with. It was the way with every amateur who had anything to do with engineering. Wanted everything finished at once. But Monson had usually the patience of the expert. Odd he was so irritable. Nice and round that aluminum rod did look now. Woodhouse threw back his head and put it, first this side and then that, to appreciate his bit of shading better. "Mr. Woodhouse?" said Hooper, the foreman of the labourers, putting his head in at the door. "Hullo," said Woodhouse, without turning around. "Nothing happened, sir?" said Hooper. "Happened?" said Woodhouse. "The governor just been up the rail, swearing like a tornader." "Oh," said Woodhouse. "It ain't like him, sir." "No. And I was thinking perhaps—" "Don't think," said Woodhouse, still admiring the drawings. Hooper knew Woodhouse, and he shut the door suddenly with a vicious slam. Woodhouse stared stonily before him for some further minutes, and then made an ineffectual effort to pick his teeth with his pencil. Abruptly he desisted, pitched that old, tired, and stumpy servitor across the room, got up, stretched himself, and followed Hooper. He looked ruffled. It was visible to every workman he met. When a millionaire who has been spending thousands on experiments that employ quite a little army of people suddenly indicates that he is sick of the undertaking, there is almost invariably a certain amount of mental friction in the ranks of the little army he employs. And even before he indicates his intentions, there are speculations and murmurs, a watching of faces and a study of straws. Hundreds of people knew before the day was out that Monson was ruffled, Woodhouse ruffled, Hooper ruffled. A workman's wife, for instance, whom Monson had never seen, decided to keep her money in the savings bank instead of buying a velveteen dress. So far-reaching are even the casual curses of a millionaire. Monson found a certain satisfaction in going on the works and behaving disagreeably to as many people as possible. After a time, even that palled upon him, and he rode off the grounds, to everyone's relief there, and through the lanes south-eastward, to the infinite tribulation of his house steward at Cheam. And the immediate cause of it all, the little grain of annoyance that had suddenly precipitated all this discontent with his life-work, was these trivial things that direct all our great decisions. Half a dozen ill-considered remarks made by a pretty girl, prettily dressed, with a beautiful voice, and something more than prettiness in her soft grey eyes. And of these half-dozen remarks, 2 words especially, Monson's folly. She had felt she was behaving charmingly to Monson. She reflected the next day how exceptionally effective she had been, and no one would have been more amazed than she had she learned the effect she had left on Monson's mind. I hope, considering everything, that she never knew. "How are you getting on with your flying machine?" she asked. "I wonder if I shall ever meet anyone with the sense not to ask that," thought Monson. "It will be very dangerous at first, will it not?" "Thinks I'm afraid." "Gorgon is going to play presently. Have you heard him before?" My mania being attended to, we turn to rational conversation. Gush about Gorgon, gradual decline of conversation, ending with, "You must let me know when your flying machine is finished, Mr. Monson, and then I will consider the advisability of taking a ticket." One would think I was still playing inventions in the nursery. But the bitterest thing she said was not meant for Monson's ears. To Phlox, the novelist, she was always conscientiously brilliant. "I have been talking to Mr. Monson, and he can think of nothing, positively nothing, but that flying machine of his. Do you know, all his workmen call that place of his Monson's Folly. He is quite impossible. It is really very, very sad. I always regard him myself in the light of sunken treasure, the lost millionaire, you know." She was pretty and well educated. Indeed, she had written an epigrammatic novelette, but the bitterness was that she was typical. She surmised what the world thought of the man who was working sanely, steadily, and surely towards a more tremendous revolution in the appliances of civilization, a more far-reaching alteration in the ways of humanity than has ever been effected since history began. They did not even take him seriously. In a little while he would be proverbial. "I must fly now," he said on his way home, smarting with a sense of absolute social failure. "I must fly soon. If it doesn't come off soon, by God, I shall run amok." He said that before he had gone through his passbook and his litter of papers. Inadequate as the cause seems, it was that girl's voice and the expression of her eyes that precipitated his discontent. But certainly the discovery that he had no longer even £100,000 worth of realizable property behind him was the poison that made the wound deadly. It was the next day, after this, that he exploded upon Woodhouse and his workmen, and thereafter his bearing was consistently grim for 3 weeks, and anxiety dwelt in Cheam and Ewell, Malden, Morden, and Worcester Park, places that had thriven mightily on his experiments. 4 weeks after that first swearing of his, he stood with Woodhouse by the reconstructed machine as it lay across the elevated railway, by means of which it gained its initial impetus. The new propeller glittered a brighter white than the rest of the machine, and a gilder, obedient to a whim of Monson's, was picking out the aluminum bars with gold. And looking down the long avenue between the ropes, gilded now with the sunset, one saw red signals, and 2 miles away an ant-hill of workmen, busy altering the last falls of the run into a rising slope. "I'll come," said Woodhouse. "I'll come right enough, but I tell you it's infernally foolhardy. If only you would give another year." "I tell you I won't. I tell you the thing works. I've given years enough." "It's not that," said Woodhouse. "We're all right with the machine, but it's the steering. Haven't I been rushing night and morning, backwards and forwards, through this squirrel's cage? If the thing steers true here, it will steer true all across England. It's just funk, I tell you, Woodhouse. We could have gone a year ago. And besides—" "Well," said Woodhouse. "The money," snapped Monson over his shoulder. "Hang it, I never thought of the money," said Woodhouse, and then, speaking now in a very different tone to that with which he had said the words before, he repeated, "I'll come. Trust me." Monson turned suddenly, and saw all that Woodhouse had not the dexterity to say. Shining on his sunset-lit face, he looked for a moment, then impulsively extended his hand. "Thanks," he said. "All right," said Woodhouse, gripping the hand, and with a queer softening of his features. "Trust me." Then both men turned to the big apparatus that lay with its flat wings extended upon the carrier, and stared at it meditatively. Monson, guided perhaps by a photographic study of the flight of birds and by Lilienthal's methods, had gradually drifted from Maxim's shapes towards the bird form again. The thing, however, was driven by a huge screw behind in the place of the tail, and so hovering, which needs an almost vertical adjustment of a flat tail, was rendered impossible. The body of the machine was small, almost cylindrical, and pointed. Forward and aft on the pointed ends were 2 small petroleum engines for the screw, and the navigators sat deep in a canoe-like recess, the foremost one steering, and being protected by a low screen with 2 plate-glass windows from the blinding rush of air. On either side, a monstrous flat framework with a curved front border could be adjusted so as either to lie horizontally or to be tilted upward or down. These wings worked rigidly together, or, by releasing a pin, one could be tilted through a small angle independently of its fellow. The front edge of either wing could also be shifted back so as to diminish the wing area about 1/6. The machine was not only not designed to hover, but it was also incapable of fluttering. Monson's idea was to get into the air with the initial rush of the apparatus, and then to skim, much as a playing card may be skimmed, keeping up the rush by means of the screw at the stern. Rooks and gulls fly enormous distances in that way, with scarcely a perceptible movement of the wings. The bird really drives along on an aerial switchback. It glides slanting downwards for a space until it has gained considerable momentum, and then, altering the inclination of its wings, glides up again almost to its original altitude. Even a Londoner who has watched the birds in the aviary at Regent's Park knows that. But the bird is practicing this art from the moment it leaves its nest. It has not only the perfect apparatus, but the perfect instinct to use it. A man off his feet has the poorest skill in balancing. Even the simple trick of the bicycle costs him some hours of labor. The instantaneous adjustments of the wings, the quick response to a passing breeze, the swift recovery of equilibrium, the giddy, eddying movements that require such absolute precision, all that he must learn with infinite labor and infinite danger, if ever he is to conquer flying. The flying machine that will start off some fine day, driven by neat little levers with a nice open deck like a liner, and all loaded up with bombshells and guns, is the easy dreaming of a literary man. In lives and in treasure, the cost of the conquest of the empire of the air may even exceed all that has been spent in man's great conquest of the sea. Certainly it will be costlier than the greatest war that has ever devastated the world. No one knew these things better than these two practical men, and they knew they were in the front rank of the coming army. Yet there is hope even in a forlorn hope. Men are killed outright in the reserve sometimes, while others who have been left for dead in the thickest corner crawl out and survive. "If we miss these meadows," said Woodhouse presently in his slow way. "My dear chap," said Monson, whose spirits had been rising fitfully during the last few days, "we mustn't miss these meadows. There's 1/4 of a square mile for us to hit, fences removed, ditches levelled. We shall come down all right, rest assured. And if we don't—" "Ah," said Woodhouse, "if we don't." Before the day of the start, the newspaper people got wind of the alterations at the northward end of the framework, and Monson was cheered by a decided change in the comments Romeke forwarded him. "He will be off some day," said the papers. "He will be off some day," said the South-Western season-ticket holders, one to another, the seaside excursionists, the Saturday to Monday trippers from Sussex and Hampshire and Dorset and Devon, the eminent literary people from Haslemere, all remarked eagerly one to another, "He will be off some day," as the familiar scaffolding came in sight. And actually, one bright morning, in full view of the 10:10 train from Basingstoke, Monson's flying machine started on its journey. They saw the carrier running swiftly along its rail, and the white and gold screw spinning in the air. They heard the rapid rumble of wheels and a thud as the carrier reached the buffers at the end of its run. Then a whir as the flying machine was shot forward into the networks. All that the majority of them had seen and heard before. The thing went with a drooping flight through the framework and rose again, and then every beholder shouted or screamed or yelled or shrieked after his kind. for instead of the customary concussion and stoppage, the flying machine flew out of its 5 years' cage like a bolt from a crossbow and drove slantingly upward into the air, curved round a little so as to cross the line, and soared in the direction of Wimbledon Common. It seemed to hang momentarily in the air and grow smaller. Then it ducked and vanished over the clustering blue tree-tops to the east of Combe Hill, and no one stopped staring and gasping until long after it had disappeared. That was what the people in the train from Basingstoke saw. If you had drawn a line down the middle of that train from engine to guard's van, you would not have found a living soul on the opposite side to the flying machine. It was a mad rush from window to window as the thing crossed the line. And the engine driver and stoker never took their eyes off the low hills about Wimbledon, and never noticed that they had run clean through Combe and Maiden and Rains Park until, with returning animation, they found themselves pelting at the most indecent pace into Wimbledon Station. From the moment when Monson had started the carrier with a "now," neither he nor Woodhouse said a word. Both men sat with clenched teeth. Monson had crossed the line with a curve that was too sharp, and Woodhouse had opened and shut his white lips, but neither spoke. Woodhouse simply gripped his seat and breathed sharply through his teeth, watching the blue country to the west rushing past, and down and away from him. Monson knelt at his post forward, and his hands trembled on the spoked wheel that moved the wings. He could see nothing before him but a mass of white clouds in the sky. The machine went slanting upward, traveling with an enormous speed still, but losing momentum every moment. The land ran away underneath with diminishing speed. "Now," said Woodhouse at last, and with a violent effort Monson wrenched over the wheel and altered the angle of the wings. The machine seemed to hang for half a minute motionless in mid-air, and then he saw the hazy blue house-covered hills of Kilburn and Hampstead jump up before his eyes and rise steadily until the little sunlit dome of the Albert Hall appeared through his windows. For a moment he scarcely understood the meaning of this upward rush of the horizon. But as the nearer and nearer houses came into view, he realized what he had done. He had turned the wings over too far, and they were swooping steeply downward towards the Thames. The thought, the question, the realization were all the business of a second of time. "Too much!" gasped Woodhouse. Monson brought the wheel halfway back with a jerk, and forthwith the Kilburn and Hampstead Ridge dropped again to the lower edge of his windows. They had been 1,000 feet above Combe and Maiden Station. 50 seconds after they whizzed at a frightful pace not 80 feet above the East Putney Station on the Metropolitan District line, to the screaming astonishment of a platform full of people. Monson flung up the vans against the air, and over Fulham they rushed up their atmospheric switchback again. Steeply, too steeply. The buses went floundering across the Fulham road. The people yelled. Then down again, too steeply still, and the distant trees and houses about Primrose Hill leapt up across Monson's window, and then suddenly he saw straight before him the greenery of Kensington Gardens and the towers of the Imperial Institute. They were driving straight down upon South Kensington. The pinnacles of the Natural History Museum rushed up into view. There came one fatal second of swift thought, a moment of hesitation. Should he try and clear the towers, or swerve eastward? He made a hesitating attempt to release the right wing, left the catch half released, and gave a frantic clutch at the wheel. The nose of the machine seemed to leap up before him. The wheel pressed his hand with irresistible force and jerked itself out of his control. Woodhouse, sitting crouched together, gave a hoarse cry and sprang up towards Monson. "Too far!" he cried, and then he was clinging to the gunwale for dear life, and Monson had been jerked clean overhead and was falling backwards upon him. So swiftly had the thing happened that barely a quarter of the people going to and fro in Hyde Park and Brompton Road and the Exhibition Road saw anything of the aerial catastrophe. A distant winged shape had appeared above the clustering houses to the south, had fallen and risen, growing larger as it did so, had swooped swiftly down towards the Imperial Institute. A broad spread of flying wings had swept round in a quarter circle, dashed eastward, and then suddenly sprang vertically into the air. A black object shot out of it and came spinning downward. A man, two men, clutching each other. They came whirling down, separated as they struck the roof of the Students' Club, and bounded off into the green bushes on its southward side. For perhaps half a minute, the pointed stem of the big machine still pierced vertically upward, the screw spinning desperately. For one brief instant, that yet seemed an age to all who watched, it had hung motionless in mid-air. Then a spout of yellow flame licked up its length from the stern engine, and swifter, and flaring like a rocket, it rushed down upon the solid mass of masonry which was formerly the Royal College of Science. The big screw of white and gold touched the parapet and crumpled up like wet linen. Then the blazing, spindle-shaped body smashed and splintered, smashing and splintering in its fall upon the northwestward angle of the building. But the crash, the flame of blazing paraffin that shot heavenward from the shattered engines of the machine, the crushed horrors that were found in the garden beyond the Students' Club, the masses of yellow parapet and red brick that fell headlong into the roadway, the running to and fro of people like ants in a broken ant-hill, the galloping of fire engines, the gathering of crowds, all these things do not belong to this story, which was written only to tell how the first of all successful flying machines was launched and flew. Though he failed, and failed disastrously, the record of Monson's work remains, a sufficient monument, to guide the next of that band of gallant experimentalists who will sooner or later master this great problem of flying. And between Worcester Park and Malden there still stands that portentous avenue of ironwork, rusting now, and dangerous here and there, to witness to the first desperate struggle for man's right of way through the air. End of section 2. Read by Nancy Beard, Kingston, New York, May 2nd, 2022.
Section 3 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grace Worley-Bross. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The story of the late Mr. Elvesham. I set this story down, not expecting it will be believed, but, if possible, to prepare a way of escape for the next victim. He, perhaps, may profit by my misfortune. My own case, I know, is hopeless, and I am now in some measure prepared to meet my fate. My name is Edward George Eden. I was born at Trentham, in Staffordshire, my father being employed in the gardens there. I lost my mother when I was 3 years old, and my father when I was 5, my uncle, George Eden, then adopting me as his own son. He was a single man, self-educated, and well known in Birmingham as an enterprising journalist. He educated me generously, fired my ambition to succeed in the world, and at his death, which happened 4 years ago, left me his entire fortune, a matter of about £500 after all outgoing charges were paid. I was then 18. He advised me in his will to expend the money in completing my education. I had already chosen the profession of medicine, and through his posthumous generosity and my good fortune in a scholarship competition, I became a medical student at University College, London. At the time of the beginning of my story, I lodged at 11A University Street, in a little upper room, very shabbily furnished and draughty, overlooking the back of Shoolbred's premises. I used this little room both to live in and sleep in, because I was anxious to eke out my means to the very last shilling's worth. I was taking a pair of shoes to be mended at a shop in the Tottenham Court Road when I first encountered the little old man with the yellow face, with whom my life has now become so inextricably entangled. He was standing on the curb and staring at the number on the door in a doubtful way as I opened it. His eyes, they were dull grey eyes, and reddish under the rims, fell to my face, and his countenance immediately assumed an expression of corrugated amiability. "You come," he said, "apt to the moment. I had forgotten the number of your house. How do you do, Mr. Eden?" I was a little astonished at his familiar address, for I had never set eyes on the man before. I was a little annoyed, too, at his catching me with my boots under my arm. He noticed my lack of cordiality. "Wonder who the deuce I am, eh? A friend, let me assure you. I have seen you before, though you haven't seen me. Is there anywhere where I can talk to you?" I hesitated. The shabbiness of my room upstairs was not a matter for every stranger. "Perhaps," said I, "we might walk down the street. I'm unfortunately prevented—" My gesture explained the sentence before I had spoken it. "The very thing," he said, and faced this way and then that. "The street. Which way shall we go?" I slipped my boots down in the passage. "Look here," he said abruptly, "this business of mine is a rigmarole. Come and lunch with me, Mr. Eden. I'm an old man, a very old man, and not good at explanations, and what with my piping voice and the clatter of the traffic—" He laid a persuasive skinny hand that trembled a little upon my arm. I was not so old that an old man might not treat me to a lunch, yet at the same time I was not altogether pleased by this abrupt invitation. "I had rather—" I began. "But I had rather," he said, catching me up, "and a certain civility is surely due to my grey hairs." And so I consented and went with him. He took me to Blavitsky's. I had to walk slowly to accommodate myself to his paces, and over such a lunch as I had never tasted before, he fended off my leading questions, and I took a better note of his appearance. His clean-shaven face was lean and wrinkled, his shriveled lips fell over a set of false teeth, and his white hair was thin and rather long. He seemed small to me, though, indeed, most people seemed small to me, and his shoulders were rounded and bent. And watching him, I could not help but observe that he too was taking note of me, running his eyes, with a curious touch of greed in them, over me, from my broad shoulders to my sun-tanned hands, and up to my freckled face again. "And now," said he, as we lit our cigarettes, "I must tell you of the business in hand. I must tell you, then, that I am an old man, a very old man." He paused momentarily. "And it happens that I have money that I must presently be leaving, and never a child have I to leave it to." I thought of the confidence trick, and resolved I would be on the alert for the vestiges of my £500. He proceeded to enlarge on his loneliness, and the trouble he had to find a proper disposition of his money. "I have weighed this plan and that plan, charities, institutions, and scholarships, and libraries, and I have come to this conclusion at last." He fixed his eyes on my face, "that I will find some young fellow, ambitious, pure-minded, and poor, healthy in body and healthy in mind, and, in short, make him my heir, give him all that I have." He repeated, "Give him all that I have," so that he will suddenly be lifted out of all that trouble and struggle in which his sympathies have been educated, to freedom and influence. I tried to seem disinterested. With a transparent hypocrisy, I said, "And you want my help, my professional services, maybe, to find that person?" He smiled, and looked at me over his cigarette, and I laughed at his quiet exposure of my modest pretense. "What a career such a man might have," he said. "It fills me with envy to think how I have accumulated that another man may spend. But there are conditions, of course, burdens to be imposed. He must, for instance, take my name. You cannot expect everything without some return. And I must go into all the circumstances of his life before I can accept him. He must be sound. I must know his heredity, how his parents and grandparents died, have the strictest inquiries made into his private morals." This modified my secret congratulations a little. "And do I understand," said I, "that I—" "Yes," he said, almost fiercely. You. I answered never a word. My imagination was dancing wildly. My innate skepticism was useless to modify its transports. There was not a particle of gratitude in my mind. I did not know what to say, nor how to say it. "But why me in particular?" I said at last. He had chanced to hear of me from Professor Haslar, he said, as a typically sound and sane young man, and he wished, as far as possible, to leave his money where health and integrity were assured. That was my first meeting with the little old man. He was mysterious about himself. He would not give his name yet, he said, and after I had answered some questions of his, he left me at the Blavitsky portal. I noticed that he drew a handful of gold coins from his pocket when it came to paying for the lunch. His insistence upon bodily health was curious. In accordance with an arrangement we had made, I applied that day for a life policy in the Loyal Insurance Company for a large sum, and I was exhaustively overhauled by the medical advisers of that company in the subsequent week. Even that did not satisfy him, and he insisted I must be re-examined by the great Dr. Henderson. It was Friday in Whitsun week before he came to a decision. He called me down, quite late in the evening, nearly 9 it was, from cramming chemical equations for my preliminary scientific examination. He was standing in the passage under the feeble gas lamp, and his face was a grotesque interplay of shadows. He seemed more bowed than when I had first seen him, and his cheeks had sunk in a little. His voice shook with emotion. "Everything is satisfactory, Mr. Eden," he said. "Everything is quite satisfactory. And this night of all nights you must dine with me and celebrate your accession." He was interrupted by a cough. "You won't have long to wait, either," he said, wiping his handkerchief across his lips and gripping my hand with his long bony claw that was disengaged. "Certainly not very long to wait." We went into the street and called a cab. I remember every incident of that drive vividly. The swift, easy motion, the vivid contrast of gas and oil and electric light, the crowds of people in the streets, the place in Regent Street to which we went, and the sumptuous dinner we were served there. I was disconcerted at first by the well-dressed waiter's glances at my rough clothes, bothered by the stones of the olives, but as the champagne warmed my blood, my confidence revived. At first the old man talked of himself. He had already told me his name in the cab. He was Egbert Elvesham, the great philosopher, whose name I had known since I was a lad at school. It seemed incredible to me that this man, whose intelligence had so early dominated mine, this great abstraction, should suddenly realize itself as this decrepit familiar figure. I dare say every young fellow who has suddenly fallen among celebrities has felt something of my disappointment. He told me now of the future that the feeble streams of his life would presently leave dry for me: houses, copyrights, investments. I had never suspected that philosophers were so rich. He watched me drink and eat with a touch of envy. "What a capacity for living you have," he said. And then with a sigh of relief, I could have thought it, "It will not be long." "Aye," said I, my head swimming now with champagne. "I have a future, perhaps, of a passing agreeable sort, thanks to you. I shall now have the honour of your name. But you have a past. Such a past is worth all my future." He shook his head and smiled, as I thought, with half-sad appreciation of my flattering admiration. "That future," he said, "would you in truth change it?" The waiter came with liqueurs. "You will not perhaps mind taking my name, taking my position, but would you indeed, willingly, take my years?" "With your achievements," said I gallantly. He smiled again. "Comment, both," he said to the waiter. and turned his attention to a little paper packet he had taken from his pocket. "This hour," said he, "this after-dinner hour is the hour of small things. Here is a scrap of my unpublished wisdom." He opened the packet with his shaking yellow fingers, and showed a little pinkish powder on the paper. "This," said he, "well, you must guess what it is. But Kummel, put a dash of this powder in it, is Himmel." His large greyish eyes watched mine with an inscrutable expression. It was a bit of a shock for me to find this great teacher gave his mind to the flavour of liqueurs. However, I feigned a great interest in his weakness, for I was drunk enough for such small sycophancy. He parted the powder between the little glasses, and, rising suddenly, with a strange, unexpected dignity, held out his hand towards me. I imitated his action, and the glasses rang. "To a quick succession," said he, and raised his glass towards his lips. "Not that," I said hastily, "not that." He paused, with the liqueur at the level of his chin, and his eyes blazing into mine. "To a long life," said I. He hesitated. "To a long life," said he, with a sudden bark of laughter, and with eyes fixed on one another we tilted the little glasses. His eyes looked straight into mine, and as I drained the stuff off I felt a curiously intense sensation. The first touch of it set my brain in a furious tumult. I seemed to feel an actual physical stirring in my skull, and a seething humming filled my ears. I did not notice the flavour in my mouth, the aroma that filled my throat. I saw only the grey intensity of his gaze that burnt into mine. The draught, the mental confusion, the noise and stirring in my head seemed to last an interminable time. Curious vague impressions of half-forgotten things danced and vanished on the edge of my consciousness. At last he broke the spell. With a sudden explosive sigh he put down his glass. "Well?" he said. "It's glorious," said I, though I had not tasted the stuff. My head was spinning. I sat down. My brain was chaos. Then my perception grew clear and minute, as though I saw things in a concave mirror. His manner seemed to have changed into something nervous and hasty. He pulled out his watch and grimaced at it. 11:07, and tonight I must 7:25. Waterloo! I must go at once." He called for the bill, and struggled with his coat. Officious waiters came to our assistance. In another moment I was wishing him good-bye over the apron of a cab, and still with an absurd feeling of minute distinctness, as though, how can I express it, I not only saw but felt through an inverted opera glass. "That stuff," he said. He put his hand to his forehead. "I ought not to have given it to you. It will make your head split tomorrow. Wait a minute. Here." He handed me out a little flat thing like a Seidlitz powder. "Take that in water as you are going to bed. The other thing was a drug. Not till you're ready to go to bed, mind. It will clear your head, that's all. One more shake. Futurus." I gripped his shrivelled claw. "Good-bye," he said, and by the droop of his eyelids I judged he too was a little under the influence of that brain-twisting cordial. He recollected something else with a start, felt in his breast pocket, and produced another packet, this time a cylinder the size and shape of a shaving-stick. "Here," said he, "I'd almost forgotten. Don't open this until I come tomorrow, but take it now." It was so heavy that I well-nigh dropped it. "All right," said I, and he grinned at me through the cab window as the cabman flicked his horse into wakefulness. It was a white packet he had given me, with red seals at either end and along its edge. "If this isn't money," said I, "it's platinum or lead." I stuck it with elaborate care into my pocket, and with a whirling brain walked home through the Regent Street loiterers and the dark back streets beyond Portland Road. I remember the sensations of that walk very vividly, strange as they were. I was still so far myself that I could notice my strange mental state, and wonder whether this stuff I had had was opium, a drug beyond my experience. It is hard now to describe the peculiarity of my mental strangeness. Mental doubling vaguely expresses it. As I was walking up Regent Street, I found in my mind a queer persuasion that it was Waterloo Station, and had an odd impulse to get into the Polytechnic, as a man might get into a train. I put a knuckle in my eye, and it was Regent Street. How can I express it? You see a skilful actor looking quietly at you. He pulls a grimace, and lo, another person! Is it too extravagant if I tell you that it seemed to me as if Regent Street had, for the moment, done that? Then, being persuaded it was Regent Street again, I was oddly muddled about some fantastic reminiscences that cropped up. 30 years ago, thought I, it was here that I quarrelled with my brother. Then I burst out laughing, to the astonishment and encouragement of a group of night prowlers. 30 years ago I did not exist, and never in my life had I boasted a brother. The stuff was surely liquid folly, for the poignant regret for that lost brother still clung to me. Along Portland Road the madness took another turn. I began to recall vanished shops, and to compare the street with what it used to be. Confused, troubled thinking is comprehensible enough after the drink I had taken, but what puzzled me were these curiously vivid phantasm memories that had crept into my mind, and not only the memories that had crept in, but also the memories that had slipped out. I stopped opposite Stevens, the natural history dealer's, and cudgelled my brains to think what he had to do with me. A bus went by and sounded exactly like the rumbling of a train. I seemed to be dipped into some dark remote pit for the recollection. "Of course," said I, at last, "he has promised me 3 frogs to-morrow. Odd that I should have forgotten." Do they still show children dissolving views? In those I remember one view would begin like a faint ghost, and grow and oust another. In just that way it seemed to me that a ghostly set of new sensations was struggling with those of my ordinary self. I went on through Euston Road to Tottenham Court Road, puzzled and a little frightened, and scarcely noticed the unusual way I was taking, for commonly I used to cut through the intervening network of back streets. I turned into University Street, to discover that I had forgotten my number. Only by a strong effort did I recall 11A, and even then it seemed to me that it was a thing some forgotten person had told me. I tried to steady my mind by recalling the incidents of the dinner, and for the life of me I could conjure up no picture of my host's face. I saw him only as a shadowy outline, as one might see oneself reflected in a window through which one was looking. In his place, however, I had a curious exterior vision of myself sitting at a table, flushed, bright-eyed, and talkative. "I must take this other powder," said I. "This is getting impossible." I tried the wrong side of the hall for my candle and matches, and had a doubt of which landing my room might be on. "I'm drunk," I said, "that's certain," and blundered needlessly on the staircase to sustain the proposition. At the first glance my room seemed unfamiliar. "What rot!" I said, and stared about me. I seemed to bring myself back by the effort, and the odd phantasmal quality passed into the concrete familiar. There was the old glass still, with my notes on the albumens stuck in the corner of the frame, my old everyday suit of clothes pitched about on the floor. And yet it was not so real after all. I felt an idiotic persuasion trying to creep into my mind, as it were, that I was in a railway carriage in a train just stopping, that I was peering out of the window at some unknown station. I gripped the bed-rail firmly to reassure myself. "It's clairvoyance, perhaps," I said. "I must write to the Psychical Research Society." I put the rouleau on my dressing-table, sat on my bed, and began to take off my boots. It was as if the picture of my present sensations was painted over some other picture that was trying to show through. "Curse it!" said I. "My wits are going! Or am I in 2 places at once?" Half undressed, I tossed the powder into a glass and drank it off. It effervesced and became a fluorescent amber color. Before I was in bed my mind was already tranquilized. I felt the pillow at my cheek, and thereupon I must have fallen asleep. I woke abruptly out of a dream of strange beasts, and found myself lying on my back. Probably everyone knows that dismal emotional dream from which one escapes, awake indeed, but strangely cowed. There was a curious taste in my mouth, a tired feeling in my limbs, a sense of cutaneous discomfort. I lay with my head motionless on my pillow, expecting that my feeling of strangeness and terror would probably pass away, and that I should then doze off again to sleep. But instead of that, my uncanny sensations increased. At first I could perceive nothing wrong about me. There was a faint light in the room, so faint that it was the very next thing to darkness, and the furniture stood out in it as vague blots of absolute darkness. I stared with my eyes just over the bedclothes. It came into my mind that someone had entered the room to rob me of my rouleau of money, but after lying for some moments, breathing regularly to simulate sleep, I realized this was mere fancy. Nevertheless, the uneasy assurance of something wrong kept fast hold of me. With an effort I raised my head from the pillow and peered about me at the dark. What it was I could not conceive. I looked at the dim shapes around me, the greater and lesser darknesses that indicated curtains, table, fireplace, bookshelves, and so forth. Then I began to perceive something unfamiliar in the forms of the darkness. Had the bed turned round? Yonder should be the bookshelves, and something shrouded and pallid rose there, something that would not answer to the bookshelves, however I looked at it. It was far too big to be my shirt thrown on a chair. Overcoming a childish terror, I threw back the bedclothes and thrust my leg out of bed. Instead of coming out of my truckle bed upon the floor, I found my foot scarcely reached the edge of the mattress. I made another step, as it were, and sat up on the edge of the bed. By the side of my bed should be the candle and the matches upon the broken chair. I put out my hand and touched. Nothing. I waved my hand in the darkness, and it came against some heavy hanging, soft and thick in texture, which gave a rustling noise at my touch. I grasped this and pulled it. It appeared to be a curtain suspended over the head of my bed. I was now thoroughly awake, and beginning to realize that I was in a strange room. I was puzzled. I tried to recall the overnight circumstances, and I found them now, curiously enough, vivid in my memory. The supper, my reception of the little packages, my wonder whether I was intoxicated, my slow undressing, the coolness to my flushed face of the pillow. I felt a sudden distrust. Was that last night or the night before? At any rate, this room was strange to me, and I could not imagine how I had got into it. The dim, pallid outline was growing paler, and I perceived it was a window, with the dark shape of an oval toilet glass against the weak intimation of the dawn that filtered through the blind. I stood up, and was surprised by a curious feeling of weakness and unsteadiness. With trembling hands outstretched, I walked slowly towards the window, getting, nevertheless, a bruise on my knee from the chair by the way. I fumbled round the glass, which was large, with handsome brass sconces, to find the blind cord. I could not find any. By chance I took hold of the tassel, and with the click of a spring the blind ran up. I found myself looking out upon a scene that was altogether strange to me. The night was overcast, and through the flocculent grey of the heaped clouds there filtered a faint half-light of dawn. Just at the edge of the sky the cloud canopy had a blood-red rim. Below, everything was dark and indistinct, dim hills in the distance, a vague mass of buildings running up into pinnacles, trees like spilt ink, and below the window a tracery of black bushes and pale grey paths. It was so unfamiliar that for the moment I thought myself still dreaming. I felt the toilet table. It appeared to be made of some polished wood, and was rather elaborately furnished. There were little cut-glass bottles and a brush upon it. There was also a queer little object, horseshoe-shaped it felt, with smooth, hard projections, lying in a saucer. I could find no matches nor candlestick. I turned my eyes to the room again. Now the blind was up, faint spectres of its furnishing came out of the darkness. There was a huge curtained bed, and the fireplace at its foot had a large white mantle with something of the shimmer of marble. I leant against the toilet table, shut my eyes and opened them again, and tried to think. The whole thing was far too real for dreaming. I was inclined to imagine there was still some hiatus in my memory, as a consequence of my draught of that strange liqueur, that I had come into my inheritance perhaps, and suddenly lost my recollection of everything since my good fortune had been announced. Perhaps if I waited a little, things would be clearer to me again. Yet my dinner with old Elvesham was now singularly vivid and recent. The champagne, the observant waiters, the powder and the liqueurs, I could have staked my soul it had all happened a few hours ago. And then occurred a thing so trivial and yet so terrible to me that I shiver now to think of that moment. I spoke aloud. I said, "How the devil did I get here?" And the voice was not my own. It was not my own. It was thin, the articulation was slurred, the resonance of my facial bones was different. Then, to reassure myself, I ran one hand over the other and felt loose folds of skin, the bony laxity of age. "Surely," I said, in that horrible voice that had somehow established itself in my throat, "surely this thing is a dream." Almost as quickly as if I did it involuntarily, I thrust my fingers into my mouth. My teeth had gone. My fingertips ran on the flaccid surface of an even row of shriveled gums. I was sick with dismay and disgust. I felt then a passionate desire to see myself, to realize at once in its full horror the ghastly change that had come upon me. I tottered to the mantel and felt along it for matches. As I did so, a barking cough sprang up in my throat, and I clutched the thick flannel nightdress I found about me. There were no matches there, and I suddenly realized that my extremities were cold. Sniffing and coughing, whimpering a little perhaps, I fumbled back to bed. "It is surely a dream," I whispered to myself as I clambered back. Surely a dream. It was a senile repetition. I pulled the bedclothes over my shoulders, over my ears. I thrust my withered hand under the pillow and determined to compose myself to sleep. Of course it was a dream. In the morning the dream would be over, and I should wake up strong and vigorous again to my youth and studies. I shut my eyes, breathed regularly, and, finding myself wakeful, began to count slowly through the powers of 3. But the thing I desired would not come. I could not get to sleep, and the persuasion of the inexorable reality of the change that had happened to me grew steadily. Presently I found myself with my eyes wide open, the powers of 3 forgotten, and my skinny fingers upon my shriveled gums. I was, indeed, suddenly and abruptly, an old man. I had, in some unaccountable manner, fallen through my life and come to old age. In some way I had been cheated of all the best of my life, of love, of struggle, of strength and hope. I grovelled into the pillow and tried to persuade myself that such hallucination was possible. Imperceptibly, steadily, the dawn grew clearer. At last, despairing of further sleep, I sat up in bed and looked about me. A chill twilight rendered the whole chamber visible. It was spacious and well furnished, better furnished than any room I had ever slept in before. A candle and matches became dimly visible upon a little pedestal in a recess. I threw back the bedclothes, and shivering with the rawness of the early morning, albeit it was summer-time, I got out and lit the candle. Then, trembling horribly, so that the extinguisher rattled on its spike, I tottered to the glass and saw Elvesham's face. It was none the less horrible because I had already dimly feared as much. He had already seemed physically weak and pitiful to me, but seen now, dressed in only a coarse flannel nightdress that fell apart and showed the stringy neck, seen now as my own body, I cannot describe its desolate decrepitude. The hollow cheeks, the straggling tail of dirty grey hair, the rheumy, bleared eyes, the quivering, shrivelled lips, the lower displaying a gleam of a pink interior lining, and those horrible dark gums showing. You who are mind and body together at your natural years cannot imagine what this fiendish imprisonment meant to me. To be young and full of the desire and energy of youth, and to be caught and presently to be crushed in this tottering ruin of a body. But I wander from the course of my story. For some time I must have been stunned at this change that had come upon me. It was daylight when I did so far gather myself as to think. In some inexplicable way I had been changed. though how, short of magic, the thing had been done, I could not say. And as I thought, the diabolical ingenuity of Elvesham came home to me. It seemed plain to me that as I found myself in his, so he must be in possession of my body, of my strength, that is, and my future. But how to prove it? Then, as I thought, the thing became so incredible even to me that my mind reeled, and I had to pinch myself, to feel my toothless gums, to see myself in the glass and touch the things about me, before I could steady myself to face the facts again. Was all life hallucination? Was I indeed Elvesham, and he me? Had I been dreaming of Eden overnight? Was there any Eden? But if I was Elvesham, I should remember where I was on the previous morning, the name of the town in which I lived, what happened before the dream began. I struggled with my thoughts. I recalled the queer doubleness of my memories overnight. But now my mind was clear. Not the ghost of any memories but those proper to Eden could I raise. "This way lies insanity!" I cried in my piping voice. I staggered to my feet, dragged my feeble, heavy limbs to the wash-hand stand, and plunged my grey head into a basin of cold water. Then, toweling myself, I tried again. It was no good. I felt beyond all question that I was indeed Eden, not Elvesham, but Eden in Elvesham's body. Had I been a man of any other age, I might have given myself up to my fate as one enchanted. But in these skeptical days miracles do not pass current. Here was some trick of psychology. What a drug and a steady stare could do, a drug and a steady stare or some similar treatment could surely undo. Men have lost their memories before. But to exchange memories as one does umbrellas! I laughed. Alas, not a healthy laugh, but a wheezing, senile titter. I could have fancied old Elvesham laughing at my plight, and a gust of petulant anger, unusual to me, swept across my feelings. I began dressing eagerly in the clothes I found lying about on the floor, and only realized when I was dressed that it was an evening suit I had assumed. I opened the wardrobe and found some more ordinary clothes, a pair of plaid trousers and an old-fashioned dressing gown. I put a venerable smoking cap on my venerable head, and, coughing a little from my exertions, tottered out upon the landing. It was then perhaps 6:15, and the blinds were closely drawn, and the house quite silent. The landing was a spacious one. A broad, richly carpeted staircase went down into the darkness of the hall below, and before me a door ajar showed me a writing-desk, a revolving bookcase, the back of a sturdy chair, and a fine array of bound books, shelf upon shelf. "My study," I mumbled, and walked across the landing. Then at the sound of my voice a thought struck me, and I went back into the bedroom and put in the set of false teeth. They slipped in with the ease of old habit. "That's better," said I, gnashing them, and so returned to the study. The drawers of the writing-desk were locked. Its revolving top was also locked. I could see no indications of the keys, and there were none in the pockets of my trousers. I shuffled back at once to the bedroom and went through the dress suit, and afterwards the pockets of all the garments I could find. I was very eager, and one might have imagined that burglars had been at work, to see my room when I had done. Not only were there no keys to be found, but not a coin, nor a scrap of paper, save only the receipted bill of the overnight dinner. A curious weariness asserted itself. I sat down and stared at the garments flung here and there, their pockets turned inside out. My first frenzy had already flickered out. Every moment I was beginning to realize the immense intelligence of the plans of my enemy, to see more and more clearly the hopelessness of my position. With an effort I rose and hurried, hobbling into the study again. On the staircase was a housemaid pulling up the blinds. She stared, I think, at the expression of my face. I shut the door of the study behind me, and, seizing a poker, began an attack upon the desk. That is how they found me. The cover of the desk was split, the lock smashed, the letters torn out of the pigeonholes and tossed about the room. In my senile rage I had flung about the pens and other such light stationery, and overturned the ink. Moreover, a large vase upon the mantel had got broken. I do not know how. I could find no cheque-book, no money, no indications of the slightest use for the recovery of my body. I was battering madly at the drawers, when the butler, backed by 2 women servants, intruded upon me. That, simply, is the story of my change. No one will believe my frantic assertions. I am treated as one demented, and even at this moment I am under restraint. But I am sane, absolutely sane, and to prove it I have sat down to write this story minutely as the things happened to me. I appeal to the reader, whether there is any trace of insanity in the style or method of the story he has been reading. I am a young man locked away in an old man's body, but the clear fact is incredible to everyone. Naturally I appear demented to those who will not believe this. Naturally I do not know the names of my secretaries, of the doctors who come to see me, of my servants and neighbors, of this town, wherever it is, where I find myself. Naturally I lose myself in my own house and suffer inconveniences of every sort. Naturally I ask the oddest questions. Naturally I weep and cry out and have paroxysms of despair. I have no money and no checkbook. The bank will not recognize my signature, for I suppose that, allowing for the feeble muscles I now have, my handwriting is still Eden's. These people about me will not let me go to the bank personally. It seems, indeed, that there is no bank in this town, and that I have an account in some part of London. It seems that Elvesham kept the name of his solicitor secret from all his household. I can ascertain nothing. Elvesham was, of course, a profound student of mental science, and all my declarations of the facts of the case merely confirm the theory that my insanity is the outcome of overmuch brooding upon psychology. Dreams of the personal identity, indeed! 2 days ago I was a healthy youngster, with all life before me. Now I am a furious old man, unkempt and desperate and miserable, prowling about in a great luxurious strange house, watched, feared, and avoided as a lunatic by every one about me. And in London is Elvesham beginning life again in a vigorous body, with all the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of 70. He has stolen my life. What has happened I do not clearly know. In the study are volumes of manuscript notes referring chiefly to the psychology of memory, and parts of what may be either calculations or ciphers in symbols absolutely strange to me. In some passages there are indications that he was also occupied with the philosophy of mathematics. I take it he has transferred the whole of his memories, the accumulation that makes up his personality, from this old withered brain of his to mine, and similarly that he has transferred mine to his discarded tenement. Practically, that is, he has changed bodies. But how such a change may be possible is without the range of my philosophy. I have been a materialist for all my thinking life, but here, suddenly, is a clear case of man's detachability from matter. One desperate experiment I am about to try. I sit writing here before putting the matter to issue. This morning, with the help of a table knife that I had secreted at breakfast, I succeeded in breaking open a fairly obvious secret drawer in this wrecked writing desk. I discovered nothing save a little green glass phial containing a white powder. Round the neck of the phial was a label, and thereon was written this one word: Release. This may be, is most probably, poison. I can understand Elvesham placing poison in my way, and I should be sure that it was his intention to get rid of the only living witness against him, were it not for this careful concealment. The man has practically solved the problem of immortality. Save for the spite of chance, he will live in my body until it has aged, and then again, throwing that aside, he will assume some other victim's youth and strength. When one remembers his heartlessness, it is terrible to think of the ever-growing experience that how long has he been leaping from body to body? But I tire of writing. The powder appears to be soluble in water. The taste is not unpleasant. There the narrative found on Mr. Elvesham's desk ends. His dead body lay between the desk and the chair. The latter had been pushed back, probably by his last convulsions. The story was written in pencil, and in a crazy hand, quite unlike his usual minute characters. There remain only 2 curious facts to record. Indisputably there was some connection between Eden and Elvesham, since the whole of Elvesham's property was bequeathed to the young man, but he never inherited. When Elvesham committed suicide, Eden was, strangely enough, already dead. 24 hours before, he had been knocked down by a cab and killed instantly at the crowded crossing at the intersection of Gower Street and Euston Road, so that the only human being who could have thrown light upon this fantastic narrative is beyond the reach of questions. Without further comment, I leave this extraordinary matter to the reader's individual judgment. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. In the Abyss. The lieutenant stood in front of the steel sphere and gnawed a piece of pine splinter. "What do you think of it, Stevens?" he asked. "It's an idea," said Stevens, in the tone of one who keeps an open mind. "I believe it will smash flat," said the lieutenant. "He seems to have calculated it all out pretty well," said Stevens, still impartial. "But think of the pressure," said the lieutenant. "At the surface of the water, it's 14 pounds to the inch. 30 feet down, it's double that. 60, treble. 90, 4 times. 900, 40 times. 5,300, that's a mile. It's 240 times 14 pounds. That's, let's see, 30, 100 weight. A ton and a half, Stevens, a ton and a half to the square inch. And the ocean where he's going is 5 miles deep. That's 7.5. Sounds a lot, said Stevens, but it's jolly thick steel. The lieutenant made no answer, but resumed his pine splinter. The object of their conversation was a huge ball of steel, having an exterior diameter of perhaps 9 feet. It looked like the shot for some titanic piece of artillery. It was elaborately nested in a monstrous scaffolding built into the framework of the vessel, and the gigantic spars that were presently to sling it overboard gave the stern of the ship an appearance that had raised the curiosity of every decent sailor who had sighted it, from the Pool of London to the Tropic of Capricorn. In 2 places, one above the other, the steel gave place to a couple of circular windows of enormously thick glass, and one of these, set in a steel frame of great solidity, was now partially unscrewed. Both the men had seen the interior of this globe for the first time that morning. It was elaborately padded with air cushions, with little studs sunk between bulging pillows to work the simple mechanism of the affair. Everything was elaborately padded, even the Myers apparatus, which was to absorb carbonic acid and replace the oxygen inspired by its tenant, when he had crept in by the glass manhole and had been screwed in. It was so elaborately padded that a man might have been fired from a gun in it with perfect safety. And it had need to be, for presently a man was to crawl in through that glass manhole, to be screwed up tightly, and to be flung overboard, and to sink down, 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 for 5 miles, even as the lieutenant said. It had taken the strongest hold of his imagination. It made him a bore at mess, and he found Stevens, the new arrival aboard, a godsend to talk to about it, over and over again. "It's my opinion," said the lieutenant, "that glass will simply bend in and bulge and smash under a pressure of that sort. Daubrée has made rocks run like water under big pressures. And, you mark my words—" "If the glass did break in," said Stevens, "what then?" "The water would shoot in like a jet of iron. Have you ever felt a straight jet of high-pressure water? It would hit as hard as a bullet. It would simply smash him and flatten him. It would tear down his throat and into his lungs. It would blow in his ears." "What a detailed imagination you have," protested Stevens, who saw things vividly. "It's a simple statement of the inevitable," said the lieutenant. "And the globe?" would just give out a few little bubbles, and it would settle down comfortably against the day of judgment, among the oozes and the bottom clay, with poor Elstead spread over his own smashed cushions like butter over bread. He repeated this sentence as though he liked it very much. Like butter over bread, he said. Having a look at the jigger, said a voice, and Elstead stood behind them, spick and span in white, with a cigarette between his teeth and his eyes smiling out of the shadow of his ample hat brim. What's that about bread and butter, Weybridge? Grumbling as usual about the insufficient pay of naval officers? It won't be more than a day now before I start. We are to get the slings ready today. This clean sky and gentle swell is just the kind of thing for swinging off a dozen tons of lead and iron, isn't it? It won't affect you much, said Weybridge. No, 70 or 80 feet down, and I shall be there in a dozen seconds, there's not a particle moving, though the wind shriek itself hoarse up above and the water lifts halfway to the clouds. No, down there. He moved to the side of the ship, and the other two followed him. All three leant forward on their elbows and stared down into the yellow-green water. Peace, said Elstead, finishing his thought aloud. Are you dead certain that clockwork will act? Asked Weybridge presently. It has worked 35 times, said Elstead. It's bound to work. But if it doesn't? Why shouldn't it? I wouldn't go down in that confounded thing, said Weybridge, for 20,000 pounds. Cheerful chap you are, said Elstead, and spat sociably at a bubble below. I don't understand yet how you mean to work the thing, said Stevens. In the first place, I am screwed into the sphere, said Elstead, and when I've turned the electric light off and on 3 times to show I'm cheerful, I'm swung out over the stern by that crane with all those big lead sinkers slung below me. The top lead weight has a roller carrying 100 fathoms of strong cord rolled up, and that's all that joins the sinkers to the sphere, except the slings that will be cut when the affair is dropped. We use cord rather than wire rope, because it's easier to cut and more buoyant, necessary points, as you will see. Through each of these lead weights you notice there is a hole, and an iron rod will be run through that and will project 6 feet on the lower side. If that rod is rammed up from below, it knocks up a lever and sets the clockwork in motion at the side of the cylinder on which the cord winds. Very well. The whole affair is lowered gently into the water and the slings are cut. The sphere floats. With the air in it, it's lighter than water. But the lead weights go down straight and the cord runs out. When the cord is all paid out, the sphere will go down too, pulled down by the cord. But why the cord? Asked Stevens. Why not fasten the weights directly to the sphere? Because of the smash down below. The whole affair will go rushing down, mile after mile, at a headlong pace at last. It would be knocked to pieces on the bottom if it wasn't for that cord. But the weights will hit the bottom, and directly they do, the buoyancy of the sphere will come into play. It will go on sinking, slower and slower, come to a stop at last, and then begin to float upward again. That's where the clockwork comes in. Directly the weights smash against the sea bottom, the rod will be knocked through and will kick up the clockwork, and the cord will be rewound on the reel. I shall be lugged down to the sea bottom. There I shall stay for half an hour, with the electric light on, looking about me. Then the clockwork will release a spring knife, the cord will be cut, and up I shall rush again like a soda-water bubble. The cord itself will help the flotation. And if you should chance to hit a ship, said Weybridge. I should come up at such a pace I should go clean through it, said Elstead, like a cannonball. You needn't worry about that. And suppose some nimble crustacean should wriggle into your clockwork. It would be a pressing sort of invitation for me to stop, said Elstead, turning his back on the water and staring at the sphere. They had swung Elstead overboard by 11 o'clock. The day was serenely bright and calm, with the horizon lost in haze. The electric glare in the little upper compartment beamed cheerfully 3 times. Then they let him down slowly to the surface of the water, and a sailor in the stern chains hung ready to cut the tackle that held the lead weights and the sphere together. The globe, which had looked so large on deck, looked the smallest thing conceivable under the stern of the ship. It rolled a little, and its 2 dark windows, which floated uppermost, seemed like eyes turned up in round wonderment at the people who crowded the rail. A voice wondered how Elstead liked the rolling. "Are you ready?" sang out the commander. "Aye, aye, sir." "Then let her go." The rope of the tackle tightened against the blade and was cut, and an eddy rolled over the globe in a grotesquely helpless fashion. Someone waved a handkerchief. Someone else tried an ineffectual cheer. A middy was counting slowly, 8, 9, 10. Another roll, then with a jerk and a splash, the thing righted itself. It seemed to be stationary for a moment, to grow rapidly smaller, and then the water closed over it, and it became visible, enlarged by refraction and dimmer below the surface. Before one could count 3, it had disappeared. There was a flicker of white light far down in the water that diminished to a speck and then vanished. Then there was nothing but a depth of water going down into blackness, through which a shark was swimming. Then suddenly the screw of the cruiser began to rotate. The water was crickled, the shark disappeared in a wrinkled confusion, and a torrent of foam rushed across the crystalline clearness that had swallowed up Elstead. "What's the ID?" said one AB to another. "We're going to lay off about a couple of miles. Fear he should hit us when he comes up," said his mate. The ship steamed slowly to her new position. Aboard her, almost everyone who was unoccupied remained watching the breathing swell into which the sphere had sunk. For the next half hour, it is doubtful if a word was spoken that did not bear directly or indirectly on Elstead. The December sun was now high in the sky, and the heat very considerable. "He'll be cold enough down there," said Weybridge. "They say that below a certain depth, sea water's always just about freezing." "Where'll he come up?" asked Stevens. "I've lost my bearings." "That's the spot," said the commander, who prided himself on his omniscience. He extended a precise finger southeastward. "And this, I reckon, is pretty nearly the moment," he said. "He's been 35 minutes." "How long does it take to reach the bottom of the ocean?" asked Stevens. "For a depth of 5 miles, and reckoning as we did, an acceleration of 2 feet per second both ways, is just about 3/4 of a minute." "Then he's overdue," said Weybridge. "Pretty nearly," said the commander. "I suppose it takes a few minutes for that cord of his to wind in." "I forgot that," said Weybridge, evidently relieved. And then began the suspense. A minute slowly dragged itself out, and no sphere shot out of the water. Another followed, and nothing broke the low, oily swell. The sailors explained to one another that little point about the winding in of the cord. The rigging was dotted with expectant faces. "Come up, Elstead," called one hairy-chested salt impatiently, and the others caught it up and shouted as though they were waiting for the curtain of a theater to rise. The commander glanced irritably at them. "Of course, if the acceleration's less than 2, he said, he'll be all the longer. We aren't absolutely certain that was the proper figure. I'm no slavish believer in calculations." Stevens agreed concisely. No one on the quarterdeck spoke for a couple of minutes. Then Stevens' watch case clicked. When, 21 minutes after, the sun reached the zenith, they were still waiting for the globe to reappear, and not a man aboard had dared to whisper that hope was dead. It was Weybridge who first gave expression to that realization. He spoke while the sound of 8 bells still hung in the air. "I always distrusted that window," he said quite suddenly to Stevens. "Good God," said Stevens, "you don't think—" "Well," said Weybridge, and left the rest to his imagination. "I'm no great believer in calculations myself," said the commander dubiously, "so that I'm not altogether hopeless yet." And at midnight the gunboat was steaming slowly in a spiral round the spot where the globe had sunk, and the white beam of the electric light fled and halted and swept discontentedly onward again, over the waste of phosphorescent waters under the little stars. "If his window hasn't burst and smashed him," said Weybridge, "then it's a cursed sight worse, for his clockwork has gone wrong, and he's alive now, 5 miles under our feet, down there in the cold and dark, anchored in that little bubble of his, where never a ray of light has shone, or a human being lived since the waters were gathered together. He's there, without food, feeling hungry and thirsty and scared, wondering whether he'll starve or stifle. Which will it be? The Myers apparatus is running out, I suppose. How long do they last?" "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What little things we are! What daring little devils! Down there, miles and miles of water. All water, and all this empty water about us in this sky. Gulfs!" He threw his hands out, and as he did so, a little white streak swept noiselessly up the sky, traveled more slowly, stopped, became a motionless dot, as though a new star had fallen up into the sky. Then it went sliding back again and lost itself amidst the reflections of the stars and the white haze of the sea's phosphorescence. At the sight, he stopped, arm extended and mouth open. He shut his mouth, opened it again, and waved his arms with an impatient gesture. Then he turned, shouted, "Elstead, ahoy!" to the first watch, and went at a run to Lindley and the searchlight. "I saw him," he said. "Starboard there. His light's on, and he's just shot out of the water. Bring the light round. We ought to see him drifting when he lifts on the swell." But they never picked up the explorer until dawn. Then they almost ran him down. The crane was swung out, and a boat's crew hooked the chain to the sphere. When they had shipped the sphere, they unscrewed the manhole and peered into the darkness of the interior, for the electric light chamber was intended to illuminate the water about the sphere and was shut off entirely from its general cavity. The air was very hot within the cavity, and the india rubber at the lip of the manhole was soft. There was no answer to their eager questions, and no sound of movement within. Elstead seemed to be lying motionless, crumpled up in the bottom of the globe. The ship's doctor crawled in and lifted him out to the men outside. For a moment or so they did not know whether Elstead was alive or dead. His face, in the yellow light of the ship's lamps, glistened with perspiration. They carried him down to his own cabin. He was not dead, they found, but in a state of absolute nervous collapse, and besides cruelly bruised. For some days he had to lie perfectly still. It was a week before he could tell his experiences. Almost his first words were that he was going down again. The sphere would have to be altered, he said, in order to allow him to throw off the cord if need be, and that was all. He had had the most marvelous experience. "You thought I should find nothing but ooze," he said. "You laughed at my explorations, and I've discovered a new world." He told his story in disconnected fragments, and chiefly from the wrong end, so that it is impossible to retell it in his words. But what follows is the narrative of his experience. "It began atrociously," he said. "Before the cord ran out, the thing kept rolling over. He felt like a frog in a football. He could see nothing but the crane and the sky overhead, with an occasional glimpse of the people on the ship's rail. He couldn't tell a bit which way the thing would roll next. Suddenly he would find his feet going up, and try to step, and over he went rolling, head over heels, and just anyhow on the padding. Any other shape would have been more comfortable, but no other shape was to be relied upon under the huge pressure of the nethermost abyss. Suddenly the swaying ceased. The globe righted, and when he had picked himself up, he saw the water all about him greeny blue, with an attenuated light filtering down from above, and a shoal of little floating things went rushing up past him, as it seemed to him, towards the light. And even as he looked, it grew darker and darker, until the water above was as dark as the midnight sky, albeit of a greener shade, and the water below black. And little transparent things in the water developed a faint glint of luminosity and shot past him in faint greenish streaks. And the feeling of falling! It was just like the start of a lift, he said, only it kept on. One has to imagine what that means, that keeping on. It was then of all times that Elstead repented of his adventure. He saw the chances against him in an altogether new light. He thought of the big cuttlefish people knew to exist in the middle waters, the kind of things they find half digested in whales at times, or floating dead and rotten and half eaten by fish. Suppose one caught hold and wouldn't let go. And had the clockwork really been sufficiently tested? But whether he wanted to go on or to go back mattered not the slightest now. In 50 seconds, everything was as black as night outside, except where the beam from his light struck through the waters and picked out every now and then some fish or scrap of sinking matter. They flashed by too fast for him to see what they were. Once he thinks he passed a shark, and then the sphere began to get hot by friction against the water. They had underestimated this, it seems. The first thing he noticed was that he was perspiring, and then he heard a hissing growing louder under his feet and saw a lot of little bubbles, very little bubbles they were, rushing upward like a fan through the water outside. Steam! He felt the window, and it was hot. He turned on the minute glow lamp that lit his own cavity, looked at the padded watch by the studs, and saw he had been traveling now for 2 minutes. It came into his head that the window would crack through the conflict of temperatures, for he knew the bottom water is very near freezing. Then suddenly the floor of the sphere seemed to press against his feet. The rush of bubbles outside grew slower and slower, and the hissing diminished. The sphere rolled a little. The window had not cracked. Nothing had given, and he knew that the dangers of sinking, at any rate, were over. In another minute or so he would be on the floor of the abyss. He thought, he said, of Stevens and Weybridge and the rest of them 5 miles overhead, higher to him than the very highest clouds that ever floated over land are to us, steaming slowly and staring down and wondering what had happened to him. He peered out of the window. There were no more bubbles now, and the hissing had stopped. Outside there was a heavy blackness, as black velvet, except where the electric light pierced the empty water and showed the color of it, a yellow-green. Then 3 things like shapes of fire swam into sight, following each other through the water. Whether they were little and near or big and far off, he could not tell. Each was outlined in a bluish light, almost as bright as the lights of a fishing smack, a light which seemed to be smoking greatly, and all along the sides of them were specks of this, like the lighter portholes of a ship. Their phosphorescence seemed to go out as they came into the radiance of his lamp, and he saw then that they were little fish of some strange sort, with huge heads, vast eyes, and dwindling bodies and tails. Their eyes were turned towards him, and he judged they were following him down. He supposed they were attracted by his glare. Presently others of the same sort joined them. As he went on down, he noticed that the water became of a pallid color, and that little specks twinkled in his ray like motes in a sunbeam. This was probably due to the clouds of ooze and mud that the impact of his leaden sinkers had disturbed. By the time he was drawn down to the lead weights, he was in a dense fog of white that his electric light failed altogether to pierce for more than a few yards, and many minutes elapsed before the hanging sheets of sediment subsided to any extent. Then, lit by his light and by the transient phosphorescence of a distant shoal of fishes, he was able to see under the huge blackness of the superincumbent water an undulating expanse of grayish-white ooze, broken here and there by tangled thickets of a growth of sea lilies, waving hungry tentacles in the air. Farther away were the graceful, translucent outlines of a group of gigantic sponges. About this floor there were scattered a number of bristling, flattish tufts of rich purple and black, which he decided must be some sort of sea urchin, and small, large-eyed or blind things having a curious resemblance, some to woodlice and others to lobsters, crawled sluggishly across the track of the light and vanished into the obscurity again, leaving furrowed trails behind them. Then, suddenly, the hovering swarm of little fishes veered about and came towards him as a flight of starlings might do. They passed over him like a phosphorescent snow, and then he saw behind them some larger creature advancing towards the sphere. At first he could see it only dimly, a faintly moving figure remotely suggestive of a walking man, and then it came into the spray of light that the lamp shot out. As the glare struck it, it shut its eyes, dazzled. He stared in rigid astonishment. It was a strange, vertebrated animal. Its dark purple head was dimly suggestive of a chameleon, but it had such a high forehead and such a brain case as no reptile ever displayed before. The vertical pitch of its face gave it a most extraordinary resemblance to a human being. Two large and protruding eyes projected from sockets in chameleon fashion, and it had a broad reptilian mouth with horny lips beneath its little nostrils. In the position of the ears were two huge gill covers, and out of these floated a branching tree of coralline filaments, almost like the tree-like gills that very young rays and sharks possess. But the humanity of the face was not the most extraordinary thing about the creature. It was a biped. Its almost globular body was poised on a tripod of two frog legs and a long, thick tail, and its forelimbs, which grotesquely caricatured the human hand, much as a frog's do, carried a long shaft of bone tipped with copper. The color of the creature was variegated. Its head, hands, and legs were purple, but its skin, which hung loosely upon it, even as clothes might do, was a phosphorescent gray. And it stood there, blinded by the light. At last, this unknown creature of the abyss blinked its eyes open, and shading them with its disengaged hand, opened its mouth and gave vent to a shouting noise, articulate almost as speech might be, that penetrated even the steel case and padded jacket of the sphere. How a shouting may be accomplished without lungs, Elstead does not profess to explain. It then moved sideways out of the glare into the mystery of shadow that bordered it on either side, and Elstead felt rather than saw that it was coming towards him. Fancying the light had attracted it, he turned the switch that cut off the current. In another moment, something soft dabbed upon the steel, and the globe swayed. Then the shouting was repeated, and it seemed to him that a distant echo answered it. The dabbing recurred, and the globe swayed and ground against the spindle over which the wire was rolled. He stood in the blackness and peered out into the everlasting night of the abyss. And presently he saw, very faint and remote, other phosphorescent, quasi-human forms hurrying towards him. Hardly knowing what he did, he felt about in his swaying prison for the stud of the exterior electric light, and came by accident against his own small glow lamp in its padded recess. The sphere twisted and then threw him down. He heard shouts, like shouts of surprise, and when he rose to his feet, he saw two pairs of stalked eyes peering into the lower window and reflecting his light. In another moment, hands were dabbing vigorously at his steel casing, and there was a sound, horrible enough in his position, of the metal protection of the clockwork being vigorously hammered. That indeed sent his heart into his mouth, for if these strange creatures succeeded in stopping that, his release would never occur. Scarcely had he thought as much when he felt the sphere sway violently, and the floor of it press hard against his feet. He turned off the small glow lamp that lit the interior, and sent the ray of the large light in the separate compartment out into the water. The sea floor and the man-like creatures had disappeared, and a couple of fish, chasing each other, dropped suddenly by the window. He thought at once that these strange denizens of the deep sea had broken the rope, and that he had escaped. He drove up faster and faster, and then stopped with a jerk that sent him flying against the padded roof of his prison. For half a minute, perhaps, he was too astonished to think. Then he felt that the sphere was spinning slowly and rocking, and it seemed to him that it was also being drawn through the water. By crouching close to the window, he managed to make his weight effective and roll that part of the sphere downward. But he could see nothing save the pale ray of his light striking down ineffectively into the darkness. It occurred to him that he would see more if he turned the lamp off, and allowed his eyes to grow accustomed to the profound obscurity. In this he was wise. After some minutes, the velvety blackness became a translucent blackness. And then, far away, and as faint as the zodiacal light of an English summer evening, he saw shapes moving below. He judged these creatures had detached his cable and were towing him along the sea bottom. And then he saw something faint and remote across the undulations of the submarine plain, a broad horizon of pale luminosity that extended this way and that way as far as the range of his little window permitted him to see. To this he was being towed, as a balloon might be towed by men out of the open country into a town. He approached it very slowly, and very slowly the dim irradiation was gathered together into more definite shapes. It was nearly 5 o'clock before he came over this luminous area, and by that time he could make out an arrangement suggestive of streets and houses, grouped about a vast roofless erection that was grotesquely suggestive of a ruined abbey. It was spread out like a map below him. The houses were all roofless enclosures of walls, and their substance being, as he afterwards saw, of phosphorescent bones, gave the place an appearance as if it were built of drowned moonshine. Among the inner caves of the place, waving trees of crinoid stretched their tentacles, and tall, slender, glassy sponges shot like shining minarets and lilies of filmy light out of the general glow of the city. In the open spaces of the place he could see a stirring movement as of crowds of people, but he was too many fathoms above them to distinguish the individuals in those crowds. Then, slowly, they pulled him down, and as they did so the details of the place crept slowly upon his apprehension. He saw that the courses of the cloudy buildings were marked out with beaded lines of round objects, and then he perceived that at several points below him, in broad open spaces, were forms like the encrusted shapes of ships. Slowly and surely he was drawn down, and the forms below him became brighter, clearer, more distinct. He was being pulled down, he perceived, towards the large building in the center of the town, and he could catch a glimpse, ever and again, of the multitudinous forms that were lugging at his cord. He was astonished to see that the rigging of one of the ships, which formed such a prominent feature of the place, was crowded with a host of gesticulating figures regarding him, and then the walls of the great building rose about him silently and hid the city from his eyes. And such walls they were, of waterlogged wood and twisted wire rope and iron spars and copper and the bones and skulls of dead men. The skulls ran in zigzag lines and spirals and fantastic curves over the building, and in and out of their eye sockets and over the whole surface of the place lurked and played a multitude of silvery little fishes. Suddenly his ears were filled with a low shouting and a noise like the violent blowing of horns, and this gave place to a fantastic chant. Down the sphere sank, past the huge pointed windows, through which he saw vaguely a great number of these strange, ghost-like people regarding him. And at last he came to rest, as it seemed, on a kind of altar that stood in the center of the place. And now he was at such a level that he could see these strange people of the abyss plainly once more. To his astonishment, he perceived that they were prostrating themselves before him, all save one, dressed as it seemed in a robe of placoid scales and crowned with a luminous diadem, who stood with his reptilian mouth opening and shutting as though he led the chanting of the worshippers. A curious impulse made Elstead turn on his small glow lamp again, so that he became visible to these creatures of the abyss, albeit the glare made them disappear forthwith into night. At this sudden sight of him, the chanting gave place to a tumult of exultant shouts, and Elstead, being anxious to watch them, turned his light off again and vanished from before their eyes. But for a time he was too blind to make out what they were doing, and when at last he could distinguish them, they were kneeling again. And thus they continued worshipping him, without rest or intermission, for the space of 3 hours. Most circumstantial was Elstead's account of this astounding city and its people, these people of perpetual night, who have never seen sun or moon or stars, green vegetation, nor any living air-breathing creatures, who know nothing of fire, nor any light but the phosphorescent light of living things. Startling as is his story, it is yet more startling to find that scientific men of such eminence as Adams and Jenkins find nothing incredible in it. They tell me they see no reason why intelligent, water-breathing, vertebrated creatures, inured to a low temperature and enormous pressure, and of such a heavy structure that neither alive nor dead would they float, might not live upon the bottom of the deep sea, and quite unsuspected by us, descendants like ourselves of the great theriomorpha of the new red sandstone age. We should be known to them, however, as strange, meteoric creatures, wont to fall catastrophically dead out of the mysterious blackness of their watery sky. And not only we ourselves, but our ships, our metals, our appliances, would come raining down out of the night. Sometimes sinking things would smite down and crush them, as if it were the judgment of some unseen power above, and sometimes would come things of the utmost rarity or utility, or shapes of inspiring suggestion. One can understand, perhaps, something of their behavior at the descent of a living man, if one thinks what a barbaric people might do to whom an enhaloed, shining creature came suddenly out of the sky. At one time or another, Elstead probably told the officers of the Ptarmigan every detail of his strange 12 hours in the abyss. That he also intended to write them down is certain, but he never did, and so unhappily we have to piece together the discrepant fragments of his story from the reminiscences of Commander Simmons, Weybridge, Stevens, Lindley, and the others. We see the thing darkly, in fragmentary glimpses, the huge ghostly building, the bowing, chanting people, with their dark chameleon-like heads and faintly luminous clothing, and Elstead, with his light turned on again, vainly trying to convey to their minds that the cord by which the sphere was held was to be severed. Minute after minute slipped away, and Elstead, looking at his watch, was horrified to find that he had oxygen only for 4 hours more. But the chant in his honor kept on, as remorselessly as if it was the marching song of his approaching death. The manner of his release he does not understand, but to judge by the end of cord that hung from the sphere, it had been cut through by rubbing against the edge of the altar. Abruptly, the sphere rolled over, and he swept up, out of their world, as an ethereal creature clothed in a vacuum would sweep through our own atmosphere back to its native ether again. He must have torn out of their sight as a hydrogen bubble hastens upwards from our air. A strange ascension it must have seemed to them. The sphere rushed up with even greater velocity than when weighted with the lead sinkers it had rushed down. It became exceedingly hot. It drove up with the windows uppermost, and he remembers the torrent of bubbles frothing against the glass. Every moment he expected this to fly. Then, suddenly, something like a huge wheel seemed to be released in his head. The padded compartment began spinning about him, and he fainted. His next recollection was of his cabin and of the doctor's voice. But that is the substance of the extraordinary story that Elstead related in fragments to the officers of the Ptarmigan. He promised to write it all down at a later date. His mind was chiefly occupied with the improvement of his apparatus, which was effected at Rio. It remains only to tell that on February 2nd, 1896, he made his second descent into the ocean abyss, with the improvements his first experience suggested. What happened, we shall probably never know. He never returned. The Ptarmigan beat about over the point of his submersion, seeking him in vain for 13 days. Then she returned to Rio, and the news was telegraphed to his friends. So the matter remains for the present. But it is hardly probable that no further attempt will be made to verify his strange story of these hitherto unsuspected cities of the deep sea. End of Section 4, In the Abyss. Section 5 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Apple. "I must get rid of it," said the man in the corner of the carriage, abruptly breaking the silence. Mr. Hinchcliffe looked up, hearing imperfectly. He had been lost in the rapt contemplation of the college cap tied by a string to his portmanteau handles, the outward and visible sign of his newly gained pedagogic position, in the rapt appreciation of the college cap and the pleasant anticipations it excited. For Mr. Hinchcliffe had just matriculated at London University, and was going to be junior assistant at the Holmwood Grammar School, a very enviable position. He stared across the carriage at his fellow traveler. "Why not give it away?" said this person. "Give it away. Why not?" He was a tall, dark, sunburnt man with a pale face. His arms were folded tightly, and his feet were on the seat in front of him. He was pulling at a lank black mustache. He stared hard at his toes. "Why not?" he said. Mr. Hinchcliffe coughed. The stranger lifted his eyes. They were curious, dark gray eyes, and stared blankly at Mr. Hinchcliffe for the best part of a minute, perhaps. His expression grew to interest. "Yes," he said slowly. "Why not? And end it." "I don't quite follow you, I'm afraid," said Mr. Hinchcliffe with another cough. "You don't quite follow me," said the stranger quite mechanically, his singular eyes wandering from Mr. Hinchcliffe to the bag with its ostentatiously displayed cap, and back to Mr. Hinchcliffe's downy face. "You're so abrupt, you know," apologized Mr. Hinchcliffe. "Why shouldn't I?" said the stranger, following his thoughts. "You are a student," he said, addressing Mr. Hinchcliffe. "I am, by correspondence, of the London University," said Mr. Hinchcliffe, with irrepressible pride, and feeling nervously at his tie. "In pursuit of knowledge," said the stranger, and suddenly took his feet off the seat, put his fist on his knees, and stared at Mr. Hinchcliffe as though he had never seen a student before. "Yes," he said, and flung out an index finger. Then he rose, took a bag from the hat rack, and unlocked it. Quite silently he drew out something round and wrapped in a quantity of silver paper and unfolded this carefully. He held it out towards Mr. Hinchcliffe. A small, very smooth, golden yellow fruit. Mr. Hinchcliffe's eyes and mouth were open. He did not offer to take this object, if he was intended to take it. "That," said this fantastic stranger, speaking very slowly, "is the apple of the tree of knowledge. Look at it. Small and bright and wonderful knowledge, and I am going to give it to you." Mr. Hinchcliffe's mind worked painfully for a minute, and then the sufficient explanation, "mad," flashed across his brain, and illuminated the whole situation. One humored madmen. He put his head a little on one side. "The apple of the tree of knowledge, eh?" said Mr. Hinchcliffe, regarding it with a finely assumed air of interest, and then looking at the interlocutor. "But don't you want to eat it yourself? And besides, how did you come by it?" "It never fades. I've had it now 3 months, and it is ever bright and smooth and ripe and desirable as you see it." He laid his hand on his knee and regarded the fruit musingly. Then he began to wrap it again in the papers as though he had abandoned his intention of giving it away. "But how did you come by it?" said Mr. Hinchcliffe, who had his argumentative side. "And how do you know that it is the fruit of the tree?" "I bought this fruit," said the stranger, 3 months ago, for a drink of water and a crust of bread. The man who gave it to me, because I kept the life in him, was an Armenian. Armenia, that wonderful country, the first of all countries, where the Ark of the Flood remains to this day, buried in the glaciers of Mount Ararat. This man, I say, fleeing with others from the Kurds who had come upon them, went up into desolate places among the mountains, places beyond the common knowledge of men. And fleeing from imminent pursuit, they came to a slope high among the mountain peaks, green with a grass like knife blades that cut and slashed most pitilessly at anyone who went into it. The Kurds were close behind, and there was nothing for it but to plunge in, and the worst of it was that the paths they made through it at the price of their blood served for the Kurds to follow. Every one of the fugitives was killed, save this Armenian and another. He heard the screams and cries of his friends and the swish of the grass about those who were pursuing them. It was tall grass rising overhead. And then a shouting and answers, and when presently he paused, everything was still. He pushed out again, not understanding, cut and bleeding, until he came out on a steep slope of rocks below a precipice, and then he saw the grass was all on fire, and the smoke of it rose like a veil between him and his enemies. The stranger paused. "Yes?" said Mr. Hinchcliffe. "Yes?" There he was, all torn and bloody from the knife blades of the grass, the rocks blazing under the afternoon sun, the sky molten brass, and the smoke of the fire driving towards him. He dared not stay there. Death he did not mind, but torture. Far away beyond the smoke he heard shouts and cries, women screaming. So he went clambering up a gorge in the rocks. Everywhere were bushes with dry branches that stuck out like thorns among the leaves, until he clambered over the brow of a ridge that hid him. And then he met his companion, a shepherd who had also escaped. And, counting cold and famine and thirst as nothing against the Kurds, they went on into the heights, and among the snow and ice. They wandered 3 whole days. The 3rd day came the vision. I suppose hungry men often do see visions, but then there is this fruit. He lifted the wrapped globe in his hand. And I have heard it, too, from other mountaineers who have known something of the legend. It was in the evening time, when the stars were increasing, that they came down a slope of polished rock into a huge dark valley all set about with strange, contorted trees, and in these trees hung little globes like glowworm spheres, strange, round, yellow lights. Suddenly this valley was lit far away, many miles away, far down it, with a golden flame marching slowly athwart it, that made the stunted trees against it black as night, and turned the slopes all about them and their figures to the likeness of fiery gold. And at the vision, they, knowing the legends of the mountains, instantly knew that it was Eden they saw, or the sentinel of Eden, and they fell upon their faces like men struck dead. When they dared to look again, the valley was dark for a space, and then the light came again, returning a burning amber. At that the shepherd sprang to his feet, and with a shout began to run down towards the light, but the other man was too fearful to follow him. He stood, stunned, amazed, and terrified, watching his companion recede towards the marching glare. And hardly had the shepherd set out, when there came a noise like thunder, the beating of invisible wings hurrying up the valley, and a great and terrible fear. And at that the man who gave me the fruit turned, if he might still escape, and hurrying headlong up the slope again, with that tumult sweeping after him, he stumbled against one of these stunted bushes, and a ripe fruit came off it into his hand. This fruit. Forthwith the wings and the thunder rolled all about him. He fell and fainted, and when he came to his senses, he was back among the blackened ruins of his own village, and I and the others were attending to the wounded. A vision? But the golden fruit of the tree was still clutched in his hand. There were others there who knew the legend, knew what that strange fruit might be. He paused. "And this is it," he said. It was a most extraordinary story to be told in a third-class carriage on a Sussex railway. It was as if the real was a mere veil to the fantastic, and here was the fantastic poking through. "Is it?" was all Mr. Hinchcliffe could say. "The legend," said the stranger, "tells that those thickets of dwarfed trees growing about the garden sprang from the apple that Adam carried in his hand when he and Eve were driven forth. He felt something in his hand, saw the half-eaten apple, and flung it petulantly aside. And there they grow in that desolate valley, girdled round with the everlasting snows, and there the fiery swords keep ward against the judgment day. But I thought these things were— Mr. Hinchcliffe paused. Fables, parables, rather. Do you mean to tell me that there in Armenia— The stranger answered the unfinished question with the fruit in his open hand. But you don't know, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, that is the fruit of the tree of knowledge. The man may have had a sort of mirage, say. Suppose— Look at it, said the stranger. It was certainly a strange-looking globe, not really an apple, Mr. Hinchcliffe saw, and a curious glowing golden color, almost as though light itself was wrought into its substance. As he looked at it, he began to see more vividly the desolate valley among the mountains, the guarding swords of fire, the strange antiquities of the story he had just heard. He rubbed a knuckle into his eye. But, said he, it has kept like that, smooth and full, 3 months. Longer than that it is now by some days. No drying, no withering, no decay. And you yourself, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, really believe that it is the forbidden fruit? There was no mistaking the earnestness of the man's manner and his perfect sanity. The fruit of knowledge, he said. Suppose it was, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, after a pause, still staring at it. But after all, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, it's not my kind of knowledge, not the sort of knowledge. I mean, Adam and Eve have eaten it already. We inherit their sins, not their knowledge, said the stranger. That would make it all clear and bright again. We should see into everything, through everything, into the deepest meaning of everything. Why don't you eat it then? Said Mr. Hinchcliffe with an inspiration. I took it intending to eat it, said the stranger. Man has fallen. Merely to eat again could scarcely— Knowledge is power, said Mr. Hinchcliffe. But is it happiness? I am older than you, more than twice as old. Time after time I have held this in my hand, and my heart has failed me at the thought of all that one might know, that terrible lucidity. Suppose suddenly all the world became pitilessly clear. That, I think, would be a great advantage, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, on the whole. Suppose you saw into the hearts and minds of everyone about you, into their most secret recesses, people you loved, whose love you valued. You'd soon find out the humbugs, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, greatly struck by the idea. And worse, to know yourself, bare of your most intimate illusions, to see yourself in your place, all that your lusts and weaknesses prevented your doing. No merciful perspective. That might be an excellent thing, too. Know thyself, you know. You are young, said the stranger. If you don't care to eat it, and it bothers you, why don't you throw it away? There again, perhaps, you will not understand me. To me, how could one throw away a thing like that, glowing, wonderful? Once one has it, one is bound. But, on the other hand, to give it away to someone who thirsted after knowledge, who found no terror in the thought of that clear perception. Of course, said Mr. Hinchcliffe thoughtfully, it might be some sort of poisonous fruit. And then his eye caught something motionless, the end of a white board black-lettered outside the carriage window. MWOOD, he saw. He started convulsively. Gracious, said Mr. Hinchcliffe, Homewood! And the practical present blotted out the mystic realizations that had been stealing upon him. In another moment he was opening the carriage door, portmanteau in hand. The guard was already fluttering his green flag. Mr. Hinchcliffe jumped out. Here, said a voice behind him, and he saw the dark eyes of the stranger shining, and the golden fruit, bright and bare, held out of the open carriage door. He took it instinctively. The train was already moving. No! Shouted the stranger, and made a snatch at it, as if to take it back. Stand away, cried a country porter, thrusting forward to close the door. The stranger shouted something Mr. Hinchcliffe did not catch, head and arm thrust excitedly out of the window, and then the shadow of the bridge fell on him, and in a trice he was hidden. Mr. Hinchcliffe stood astonished, staring at the end of the last wagon receding round the bend, and with the wonderful fruit in his hand. For the fraction of a minute his mind was confused. and then he became aware that 2 or 3 people on the platform were regarding him with interest. Was he not the new grammar school master making his debut? It occurred to him that, so far as they could tell, the fruit might very well be the naive refreshment of an orange. He flushed at the thought and thrust the fruit into his side pocket, where it bulged undesirably. But there was no help for it, so he went towards them, awkwardly concealing his sense of awkwardness, to ask the way to the grammar school, and the means of getting his portmanteau and the 2 tin boxes which lay up the platform thither. Of all the odd and fantastic yarns to tell a fellow! His luggage could be taken on a truck for 6 pence, he found, and he could proceed it on foot. He fancied an ironical note in the voices. He was painfully aware of his contour. The curious earnestness of the man in the train and the glamour of the story he told had, for a time, diverted the current of Mr. Hinchcliffe's thoughts. It drove like a mist before his immediate concerns. Fires that went to and fro. But the preoccupation of his new position, and the impression he was to produce upon Holmwood generally, and the school people in particular, returned upon him with reinvigorating power before he left the station and cleared his mental atmosphere. But it is extraordinary what an inconvenient thing the addition of a soft and rather brightly golden fruit, not 3 inches in diameter, may prove to a sensitive youth on his best appearance. In the pocket of his black jacket it bulged dreadfully, spoilt the lines altogether. He passed a little old lady in black, and he felt her eye drop upon the excrescence at once. He was wearing one glove and carrying the other, together with his stick, so that to bear the fruit openly was impossible. In one place, where the road into town seemed suitably secluded, he took his encumbrance out of his pocket and tried it in his hat. It was just too large. The hat wobbled ludicrously, and just as he was taking it out again, a butcher's boy came driving around the corner. "Confound it!" said Mr. Hinchcliffe. He would have eaten the thing, and attained omniscience there and then, but it would seem so silly to go into the town sucking a juicy fruit, and it certainly felt juicy. If one of the boys should come by, it might do him a serious injury with his discipline, so to be seen, and the juice might make his face sticky, and get upon his cuffs, or it might be an acid juice as potent as lemon, and take all the color out of his clothes. Then round a bend in the lane came 2 pleasant, sunlit, girlish figures. They were walking slowly toward the town and chattering. At any moment they might look round and see a hot-faced young man behind them, carrying a kind of phosphorescent yellow tomato. They would be sure to laugh. "Hang!" said Mr. Hinchcliffe, and with a swift jerk sent the encumbrance flying over the stone wall of an orchard that there abutted on the road. As it vanished, he felt a faint twinge of loss that lasted scarcely a moment. He adjusted the stick and glove in his hand and walked on, erect and self-conscious, to pass the girls. But in the darkness of the night Mr. Hinchcliffe had a dream, and saw the valley, and the flaming swords, and the contorted trees, and knew that it really was the apple of the tree of knowledge that he had thrown regardlessly away. And he awoke very unhappy. In the morning his regret had passed, but afterwards it returned and troubled him. Never, however, when he was happy or busily occupied. At last, one moonlit night about 11, when all Holmwood was quiet, his regrets returned with redoubled force, and therewith an impulse to adventure. He slipped out of the house, and over the playground wall, went through the silent town to Station Lane, and climbed into the orchard where he had thrown the fruit. But nothing was to be found of it there, among the dewy grass and the faint, intangible globes of dandelion down. End of Section 5, The Apple.
Section 6 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Plattner Story and Others by H. G. Wells. Under the Knife. What if I die under it? The thought recurred again and again as I walked home from Haddon's. It was a purely personal question. I was spared the deep anxieties of a married man, and I knew there were few of my intimate friends but would find my death troublesome chiefly on account of their duty of regret. I was surprised indeed, and perhaps a little humiliated, as I turned the matter over, to think how few could possibly exceed the conventional requirement. Things came before me stripped of glamour, in a clear, dry light during that walk from Haddon's house over Primrose Hill. There were the friends of my youth. I perceived now that our affection was a tradition, which we foregathered rather laboriously to maintain. There were the rivals and helpers of my later career. I suppose I had been cold-blooded or undemonstrative. One, perhaps, implies the other. It may be that even the capacity for friendship is a question of physique. There had been a time in my own life when I had grieved bitterly enough at the loss of a friend, but as I walked home that afternoon, the emotional side of my imagination was dormant. I could not pity myself, nor feel sorry for my friends, nor conceive of them as grieving for me. I was interested in this deadness of my emotional nature, no doubt a concomitant of my stagnating physiology, and my thoughts wandered off along the line it suggested. Once before, in my hot youth, I had suffered a sudden loss of blood, and had been within an ace of death. I remembered now that my affections, as well as my passions, had drained out of me, leaving scarce anything but a tranquil resignation, a dreg of self-pity. It had been weeks before the old ambitions and tendernesses, and all the complex moral interplay of a man, had reasserted themselves. It occurred to me that the real meaning of this numbness might be a gradual slipping away from the pleasure-pain guidance of the animal man. It has been proven, I take it, as thoroughly as anything can be proven in this world, that the higher emotions, the moral feelings, even the subtle tendernesses of love, are evolved from the elemental desires and fears of the simple animal. They are the harness in which man's mental freedom goes. And it may be that, as death overshadows us, as our possibility of acting diminishes, this complex growth of balanced impulse, propensity, and aversion, whose interplay inspires our acts, goes with it. Leaving what? I was suddenly brought back to reality by an imminent collision with a butcher boy's tray. I found that I was crossing the bridge over the Regent's Park Canal, which runs parallel with that in the Zoological Gardens. The boy in blue had been looking over his shoulder at a black barge advancing slowly, towed by a gaunt white horse. In the gardens, a nurse was leading 3 happy little children over the bridge. The trees were bright green. The spring hopefulness was still unstained by the dusts of summer. The sky and the water was bright and clear, but broken by long waves, by quivering bands of black, as the barge drove through. The breeze was stirring, but it did not stir me as the spring breeze used to do. Was this dullness of feeling in itself an anticipation? It was curious that I could reason and follow out a network of suggestion as clearly as ever. So at least it seemed to me. It was calmness rather than dullness that was coming upon me, Was there any ground for the belief in the presentiment of death? Did a man near to death begin instinctively to withdraw himself from the meshes of matter and sense, even before the cold hand was laid upon his? I felt strangely isolated without regret, from the life and existence about me. The children playing in the sun and gathering strength and experience for the business of life, the park keeper gossiping with a nursemaid, the nursing mother, the young couple intent upon each other as they passed me, the trees by the wayside spreading new pleading leaves to the sunlight, the stir in their branches. I had been part of it all, but I had nearly done with it now. Some way down the broad walk I perceived that I was tired and that my feet were heavy. It was hot that afternoon, and I turned aside and sat down on one of the green chairs that lined the way. In a minute I had dozed into a dream, and the tide of my thoughts washed up a vision of the resurrection. I was still sitting in the chair, but I thought myself actually dead, withered, tattered, dried. One eye, I saw, pecked out by birds. "Awake!" cried a voice, and incontinently the dust of the path and the mold under the grass became insurgent. I had never before thought of Regent's Park as a cemetery, but now through the trees, stretching as far as I could see, I beheld a flat plain of writhing graves and healing tombstones. There seemed to be some trouble. The rising dead appeared to stifle as they struggled upward. They bled in their struggles. The red flesh was tattered away from the white bones. "Awake!" cried a voice, but I determined I would not rise to such horrors. "Awake!" They would not let me alone. "Wake up!" said an angry voice. A Cockney angel! The man who sells the tickets was shaking me, demanding my penny. I paid my penny, pocketed my ticket, yawned, stretched my legs, and feeling now rather less torpid, got up and walked on towards Langham Place. I speedily lost myself again in a shifting maze of thoughts about death. Going across Marylebone Road into that crescent at the end of Langham Place, I had the narrowest escape from the shaft of a cab, and went on my way with a palpitating heart and a bruised shoulder. It struck me that it would have been curious if my meditations on my death on the morrow had led to my death that day. But I will not weary you with more of my experiences that day and the next. I knew more and more certainly that I should die under the operation. At times I think I was inclined to pose to myself. The doctors were coming at 11, and I did not get up. It seemed scarce worth while to trouble about washing and dressing, and though I read my newspapers and the letters that came by the first post, I did not find them very interesting. There was a friendly note from Edison, my old school friend, calling my attention to 2 discrepancies and a printer's error in my new book, with one from Langridge venting some vexation over Minton. The rest were business communications. I breakfasted in bed. The glow of pain at my side seemed more massive. I knew it was pain, and yet, if you can understand, I did not find it very painful. I had been awake and hot and thirsty in the night, but in the morning bed felt comfortable. In the night time I had lain thinking of things that were past. In the morning I dozed over the question of immortality. Haddon came, punctual to the minute, with a neat black bag, and Mowbray soon followed. Their arrival stirred me up a little. I began to take a more personal interest in the proceedings. Haddon moved the little octagonal table close to the bedside, and with his broad black back to me, began taking things out of his bag. I heard the light click of steel upon steel. My imagination, I found, was not altogether stagnant. "Will you hurt me much?" I said in an offhand tone. "Not a bit," Haddon answered over his shoulder. "We shall chloroform you. Your heart's as sound as a bell." And as he spoke, I had a whiff of the pungent sweetness of the anesthetic. They stretched me out with a convenient exposure of my side, and almost before I realized what was happening, the chloroform was being administered. It stings the nostrils, and there is a suffocating sensation. At first, I knew I should die, that this was the end of consciousness for me. And suddenly I felt that I was not prepared for death. I had a vague sense of a duty overlooked. I knew not what. What was it I had not done? I could think of nothing more to do, nothing desirable left in life. And yet I had the strangest disinclination to death, and the physical sensation was painfully oppressive. Of course, the doctors did not know they were going to kill me. Possibly I struggled. Then I fell motionless, and a great silence, a monstrous silence, and an impenetrable blackness came upon me. There must have been an interval of absolute unconsciousness, seconds or minutes. Then, with a chilly, unemotional clearness, I perceived that I was not yet dead. I was still in my body, but all the multitudinous sensations that come sweeping from it to make up the background of consciousness had gone, leaving me free of it all. No, not free of it all, for as yet something still held me to the poor stark flesh upon the bed, held me, yet not so closely that I did not feel myself external to it, independent of it, straining away from it. I do not think I saw, I do not think I heard, but I perceived all that was going on, and it was as if I both heard and saw. Haddon was bending over me, Mowbray behind me. The scalpel, it was a large scalpel, was cutting my flesh at the side, under the flying ribs. It was interesting to see myself cut like cheese, without a pang, without even a qualm. The interest was much of a quality with that one might feel in a game of chess between strangers. Haddon's face was firm and his hand steady. But I was surprised to perceive, how I know not, that he was feeling the gravest doubt as to his own wisdom in the conduct of the operation. Mowbray's thoughts, too, I could see. He was thinking that Haddon's manner showed too much of the specialist. New suggestions came up like bubbles through a stream of frothing meditation, and burst one after another in the little bright spot of his consciousness. He could not help noticing and admiring Haddon's swift dexterity, in spite of his envious quality and his disposition to detract. I saw my liver exposed. I was puzzled at my own condition. I did not feel that I was dead, but I was different in some way from my living self. The gray depression that had weighed on me for a year or more and colored all my thoughts was gone. I perceived and thought without any emotional tint at all. I wondered if everyone perceived things in this way under chloroform, and forgot it again when he came out of it. It would be inconvenient to look into some heads and not forget. Although I did not think that I was dead, I still perceived quite clearly that I was soon to die. This brought me back to the consideration of Haddon's proceedings. I looked into his mind, and saw that he was afraid of cutting a branch of the portal vein. My attention was distracted from details by the curious changes going on in his mind. His consciousness was like the quivering little spot of light which is thrown by the mirror of a galvanometer. His thoughts ran under it like a stream, some through the focus bright and distinct, some shadowy in the half-light of the edge. Just now the little glow was steady, but the least movement on Mowbray's part, the slightest sound from outside, even a faint difference in the slow movement of the living flesh he was cutting, set the light spot shivering and spinning. A new sense impression came rushing up through the flow of thoughts, and lo! The light spot jerked away towards it, swifter than a frightened fish. It was wonderful to think that upon that unstable, fitful thing depended all the complex motions of the man, that for the next 5 minutes, therefore, my life hung upon its movements. And he was growing more and more nervous in his work. It was as if a little picture of a cut vein grew brighter and struggled to oust from his brain another picture of a cut falling short of the mark. He was afraid. His dread of cutting too little was battling with his dread of cutting too far. Then suddenly, like an escape of water from under a lock gate, a great uprush of horrible realization set all his thoughts swirling, and simultaneously I perceived that the vein was cut. He started back with a hoarse exclamation, and I saw the brown-purple blood gather in a swift bead and run trickling. He was horrified. He pitched the red-stained scalpel onto the octagonal table, and instantly both doctors flung themselves upon me, making hasty and ill-conceived efforts to remedy the disaster. "Ice!" said Mowbray, gasping, but I knew that I was killed, though my body still clung to me. I will not describe their belated endeavors to save me, though I perceived every detail. My perceptions were sharper and swifter than they had ever been in life. My thoughts rushed through my mind with incredible swiftness, but with perfect definition. I can only compare their crowded clarity to the effects of a reasonable dose of opium. In a moment it would all be over, and I should be free. I knew I was immortal, but what would happen I did not know. Should I drift off presently, like a puff of smoke from a gun, in some kind of half-material body, an attenuated version of my material self? Should I find myself suddenly among the innumerable hosts of the dead, and know the world about me for the phantasmagoria it had always seemed? Should I drift to some spiritualistic seance, and there make foolish, incomprehensible attempts to affect a purblind medium? It was a state of unemotional curiosity, of colorless expectation. And then I realized a growing stress upon me, a feeling as though some huge human magnet was drawing me upward out of my body. The stress grew and grew. I seemed an atom for which monstrous forces were fighting. For one brief terrible moment sensation came back to me, that feeling of falling headlong which comes in nightmares, that feeling 1,000 times intensified, that and a black horror swept across my thoughts in a torrent. Then the 2 doctors, the naked body with its cut side, the little room, swept away from under me and vanished, as a speck of foam vanishes down an eddy. I was in mid-air. Far below was the West End of London, receding rapidly, for I seemed to be flying swiftly upward, and as it receded, passing westward like a panorama. I could see through the faint haze of smoke the innumerable roofs chimney-set, the narrow roadways stippled with people and conveyances, the little specks of squares, and the church steeples, like thorns sticking out of the fabric. But it spun away as the earth rotated on its axis, and in a few seconds, as it seemed, I was over the scattered clumps of town about Ealing, the little Thames a thread of blue to the south, and the Chiltern Hills and the North Downs coming up like the rim of a basin, far away and faint with haze. Up I rushed, and at first I had not the faintest conception what this headlong rush upward could mean. Every moment the circle of scenery beneath me grew wider and wider, and the details of town and field, of hill and valley, got more and more hazy and pale and indistinct. A luminous gray was mingled more and more with the blue of the hills and the green of the open meadows, and a little patch of cloud, low and far to the west, shone ever more dazzlingly white. Above, as the veil of atmosphere between myself and outer space grew thinner, the sky, which had been a fair springtime blue at first, grew deeper and richer in color, passing steadily through the intervening shades until presently it was as dark as the blue sky of midnight, and presently as black as the blackness of a frosty starlight, and at last as black as no blackness I had ever beheld. And first one star, and then many, and at last an innumerable host broke out upon the sky, more stars than anyone has ever seen from the face of the earth, for the blueness of the sky is the light of the sun and stars sifted and spread abroad blindingly. There is diffused light even in the darkest skies of winter, and we do not see the stars by day only because of the dazzling irradiation of the sun. But now I saw things, I know not how, assuredly with no mortal eyes, and that defect of bedazzlement blinded me no longer. The sun was incredibly strange and wonderful. The body of it was a disk of blinding white light, not yellowish, as it seems to those who live upon the earth, but livid white, all streaked with scarlet streaks and rimmed about with a fringe of writhing tongues of red fire. And shooting halfway across the heavens from either side of it, and brighter than the Milky Way, were 2 pinions of silver white, making it look more like those winged globes I have seen in Egyptian sculpture than anything else I can remember upon earth. These I knew for the solar corona, though I had never seen anything of it but a picture during the days of my earthly life. When my attention came back to the earth again, I saw that it had fallen very far away from me. Field and town were long since indistinguishable, and all the varied hues of the country were merging into a uniform bright gray, broken only by the brilliant white of the clouds that lay scattered in flocculent masses over Ireland and the west of England. For now I could see the outlines of the north of France and Ireland, and all this island of Britain, save where Scotland passed over the horizon to the north, or where the coast was blurred or obliterated by cloud. The sea was a dull gray, and darker than the land, and the whole panorama was rotating slowly towards the east. All this had happened so swiftly that until I was some 1,000 miles or so from the earth, I had no thought for myself. But now I perceived I had neither hands nor feet, neither parts nor organs, and that I felt neither alarm nor pain. All about me I perceived that the vacancy, for I had already left the air behind, was cold beyond the imagination of man, but it troubled me not. The sun's rays shot through the void, powerless to light or heat until they should strike on matter in their course. I saw things with a serene self-forgetfulness, even as if I were God. And down below there, rushing away from me, countless miles in a second, where a little dark spot on the gray marked the position of London, 2 doctors were struggling to restore life to the poor, hacked and outworn shell I had abandoned. I felt then such release, such serenity, as I can compare to no mortal delight I have ever known. It was only after I had perceived all these things that the meaning of that headlong rush of the earth grew into comprehension. Yet it was so simple, so obvious, that I was amazed at my never anticipating the thing that was happening to me. I had suddenly been cut adrift from matter. All that was material of me was there upon earth, whirling away through space, held to the earth by gravitation, partaking of the earth inertia, moving in its wreath of epicycles around the sun, and with the sun and the planets on their vast march through space. But the immaterial has no inertia, feels nothing of the pull of matter for matter. Where it parts from its garment of flesh, there it remains, so far as space concerns it any longer, immovable in space. I was not leaving the earth was leaving me. And not only the earth, but the whole solar system was streaming past, and about me in space, invisible to me, scattered in the wake of the earth upon its journey, there must be an innumerable multitude of souls, stripped like myself of the material, stripped like myself of the passions of the individual and the generous emotions of the gregarious brute, naked intelligences, things of new-born wonder and thought, marveling at the strange release that had suddenly come on them. As I receded faster and faster from the strange white sun in the black heavens, and from the broad and shining earth upon which my being had begun, I seemed to grow in some incredible manner, vast as regards this world I had left, vast as regards the moments and periods of a human life. Very soon I saw the full circle of the earth, slightly gibbous, like the moon when she nears her full, but very large, and the silvery shape of America was now in the noonday blaze, wherein, as it seemed, little England had been basking but a few minutes ago. At first the earth was large and shone in the heavens, filling a great part of them, but every moment she grew smaller and more distant. As she shrunk, the broad moon in its third quarter crept into view over the rim of her disk. I looked for the constellations. Only that part of Aries directly behind the sun and the lion, which the earth covered, were hidden. I recognized the tortuous, tattered band of the Milky Way, with Vega very bright between sun and earth, and Sirius and Orion shone splendid against the unfathomable blackness in the opposite quarter of the heavens. The pole star was overhead, and the Great Bear hung over the circle of the earth, and away beneath and beyond the shining corona of the sun were strange groupings of stars I had never seen in my life, notably a dagger-shaped group that I knew for the Southern Cross. All these were no larger than when they had shone on earth, but the little stars that one scarce sees shone now against the setting of black vacancy as brightly as the first magnitudes had done, while the larger worlds were points of indescribable glory and color. Aldebaran was a spot of blood-red fire, and Sirius condensed to one point the light of a world of sapphires. And they shone steadily. They did not scintillate. They were calmly glorious. My impressions had an adamantine hardness and brightness. There was no blurring softness, no atmosphere, nothing but infinite darkness, set with the myriads of these acute and brilliant points and specks of light. Presently, when I looked again, the little earth seemed no bigger than the sun, and it dwindled and turned as I looked, until in a second's space, as it seemed to me, it was halved, and so it went on swiftly dwindling. Far away in the opposite direction, a little pinkish pin's head of light, shining steadily, was the planet Mars. I swam motionless in vacancy, and without a trace of terror or astonishment, watched the speck of cosmic dust we call the world fall away from me. Presently it dawned upon me that my sense of duration had changed, that my mind was moving not faster, but infinitely slower, that between each separate impression there was a period of many days. The moon spun once round the earth as I noted this, and I perceived clearly the motion of Mars in his orbit. Moreover, it appeared as if the time between thought and thought grew steadily greater, until at last 1,000 years was but a moment in my perception. At first the constellations had shone motionless against the black background of infinite space, but presently it seemed as though the group of stars about Hercules and the Scorpion was contracting, while Orion and Aldebaran and their neighbors were scattering apart. Flashing suddenly out of the darkness, there came a flying multitude of particles of rock, glittering like dust specks in a sunbeam, and encompassed in a faintly luminous haze. They swirled all about me, and vanished again in a twinkling far behind. And then I saw that a bright spot of light, that shone a little to one side of my path, was growing very rapidly larger, and perceived that it was the planet Saturn rushing towards me. Larger and larger it grew, swallowing up the heavens behind it, and hiding every moment a fresh multitude of stars. I perceived its flattened, whirling body, its disk-like belt, and 7 of its little satellites. It grew and grew till it towered enormous, and then I plunged amid a streaming multitude of clashing stones and dancing dust particles and gas eddies, and saw for a moment the mighty triple belt like 3 concentric arches of moonlight above me, its shadow black on the boiling tumult below. These things happened in 1/10 of the time it takes to tell of them. The planet went by like a flash of lightning. For a few seconds it blotted out the sun, and there and then became a mere black, dwindling, winged patch against the light. The earth, the mother mote of my being, I could no longer see. So, with a stately swiftness, in the profoundest silence, the solar system fell from me, as it had been a garment until the sun was a mere star amid the multitude of stars, with its eddy of planet specks, lost in the confused glittering of the remoter light. I was no longer a denizen of the solar system. I had come to the outer universe. I seemed to grasp and comprehend the whole world of matter. Ever more swiftly the stars closed in about the spot where Antares and Vega had vanished in a luminous haze, until that part of the sky had the semblance of a whirling mass of nebulae, and ever before me yawned vaster gaps of vacant blackness, and the stars shone fewer and fewer. It seemed as if I moved towards a point between Orion's belt and sword, and the void about that region opened vaster and vaster every second, an incredible gulf of nothingness, into which I was falling. Faster and ever faster the universe rushed by, a hurry of whirling motes at last, speeding silently into the void, stars glowing brighter and brighter with their circling planets catching the light in a ghostly fashion as I neared them, shone out and vanished again into inexistence. Faint comets, clusters of meteorites, winking specks of matter, eddying light points, whizzed past, some perhaps 100 millions of miles or so from me at most, few nearer, traveling with unimaginable rapidity, shooting constellations momentary darts of fire through that black, enormous night. More than anything else, it was like a dusty draught, sunbeam-lit. Broader and wider and deeper grew the starless space, the vacant beyond into which I was being drawn. At last a quarter of the heavens was black and blank, and the whole headlong rush of stellar universe closed in behind me like a veil of light that is gathered together. It drove away from me like a monstrous jack-o'-lantern driven by the wind. I had come out into the wilderness of space. Ever the vacant blackness grew broader, until the hosts of the stars seemed only like a swarm of fiery specks hurrying away from me, inconceivably remote, and the darkness, the nothingness and emptiness was about me on every side. Soon the little universe of matter, the cage of points in which I had begun to be, was dwindling now to a whirling disk of luminous glittering, and now to one minute disk of hazy light. In a little while it would shrink to a point, and at last would vanish altogether. Suddenly feeling came back to me, feeling in the shape of overwhelming terror, such a dread of those dark vastitudes as no words can describe, a passionate resurgence of sympathy and social desire. Were there other souls, invisible to me as I to them, about me in the blackness? Or was I indeed, even as I felt, alone? Had I passed out of being into something that was neither being nor not being? The covering of the body, the covering of matter, had been torn from me, and the hallucinations of companionship and security. Everything was black and silent. I had ceased to be. I was nothing. There was nothing, save only that infinitesimal dot of light that dwindled in the gulf. I strained myself to hear and see, and for a while there was naught but infinite silence, intolerable darkness, horror, and despair. Then I saw that about the spot of light into which the whole world of matter had shrunk, there was a faint glow, and in a band on either side of that, the darkness was not absolute. I watched it for ages, as it seemed to me, and through the long waiting the haze grew imperceptibly more distinct, and then about the band appeared an irregular cloud of the faintest, palest brown. I felt a passionate impatience, but the things grew brighter so slowly that they scarce seemed to change. What was unfolding itself? What was this strange reddish dawn in the interminable night of space? The cloud's shape was grotesque. It seemed to be looped along its lower side into 4 projecting masses, and above it ended in a straight line. What phantom was it? I felt assured I had seen that figure before, but I could not think what nor where nor when it was. Then the realization rushed upon me. It was a clenched hand. I was alone in space, alone with this huge, shadowy hand, upon which the whole universe of matter lay like an unconsidered speck of dust. It seemed as though I watched it through vast periods of time. On the forefinger glittered a ring, and the universe from which I had come was but a spot of light upon the ring's curvature, and the thing that the hand gripped had the likeness of a black rod. Through a long eternity I watched this hand, with the ring and the rod, marveling and fearing and waiting helplessly on what might follow. It seemed as though nothing could follow, that I should watch forever, seeing only the hand and the thing it held, and understanding nothing of its import. Was the whole universe but a refracting speck upon some greater being? Were our worlds but the atoms of another universe, and those again of another, and so on through an endless progression? And what was I? Was I indeed immaterial? A vague persuasion of a body gathering about me came into my suspense. The abysmal darkness about the hand, filled with impalpable suggestions, with uncertain, fluctuating shapes. Then suddenly came a sound, like the sound of a tolling bell, faint, as if infinitely far, muffled, as though heard through thick swathings of darkness, a deep, vibrating resonance with vast gulfs of silence between each stroke. And the hand appeared to tighten on the rod, and I saw far above the hand, towards the apex of the darkness, a circle of dim phosphorescence, a ghostly sphere whence these sounds came throbbing, and at the last stroke the hand vanished, for the hour had come, and I heard a noise of many waters. But the black rod remained as a great band across the sky, and then a voice, which seemed to run to the uttermost parts of space, spoke, saying, "There will be no more pain." At that an almost intolerable gladness and radiance rushed in upon me, and I saw the circle shining white and bright, and the rod black and shining, and many things else distinct and clear. And the circle was the face of the clock, and the rod the rail of my bed. Haddon was standing at the foot against the rail, with a small pair of scissors on his fingers, and the hands of my clock on the mantel over his shoulder were clasped together over the hour of 12. Mowbray was washing something in a basin at the octagonal table, and at my side I felt a subdued feeling that could scarce be spoken of as pain. The operation had not killed me, and I perceived suddenly that the dull melancholy of half a year was lifted from my mind. End of section 6. Read by Ron Altman.
Section number 7 of The Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Terry Cronin. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Sea Raiders, Part 1. Until the extraordinary affair at Sidmouth, the peculiar species Haplothusis ferox was known to science only generically, on the strength of a half-digested tentacle obtained near the Azores, and a decaying body pecked by birds and nibbled by fish, found early in 1896 by Mr. Jennings, near Land's End. In no department of zoological science, indeed, are we quite so much in the dark as with regard to the deep-sea cephalopods. A mere accident, for instance, it was that led to the Prince of Monaco's discovery of nearly a dozen new forms in the summer of 1895, a discovery in which the before-mentioned tentacle was included. It chanced that a cachalot was killed off Terceira by some sperm whalers, and in its last struggles charged almost to the prince's yacht, missed it, rolled under, and died within 20 yards of his rudder. And in its agony it threw up a number of large objects, which the prince, dimly perceiving they were strange and important, was by a happy expedient able to secure before they sank. He set his screws in motion and kept them circling in the vortices thus created until a boat could be lowered. And these specimens were whole cephalopods and fragments of cephalopods, some of gigantic proportions, and almost all of them unknown to science. It would seem, indeed, that these large and agile creatures, living in the middle depths of the sea, must, to a large extent, forever remain unknown to us, since under water they are too nimble for nets, and it is only by such rare unlooked-for accidents that specimens can be obtained. In the case of Haplothusis ferox, for instance, we are still altogether ignorant of its habitat, as ignorant as we are of the breeding ground of the herring or the seaways of the salmon. And zoologists are altogether at a loss to account for its sudden appearance on our coast. Possibly it was the stress of a hunger migration that drove it hither out of the deep, but it will be perhaps better to avoid necessarily inconclusive discussion and to proceed at once with our narrative. The first human being to set eyes upon a living Haplothusis, the first human being to survive, that is, for there can be little doubt now that the wave of bathing fatalities and boating accidents that travelled along the coast of Cornwall and Devon in early May was due to this cause, was a retired tea dealer of the name of Fison, who was stopping at a Sidmouth boarding-house. It was in the afternoon, and he was walking along the cliff path between Sidmouth and Landrum Bay. The cliffs in this direction are very high, but down the red face of them in one place a kind of ladder staircase had been made. He was near this when his attention was attracted by what at first he thought to be a cluster of birds struggling over a fragment of food that caught the sunlight and glistened pinkish white. The tide was right out, and this object was not only far below him, but remote across a broad waste of rock reefs covered with dark seaweed and interspersed with silvery shining tidal pools, and he was, moreover, dazzled by the brightness of the further water. In a minute, regarding this again, he perceived that his judgment was at fault, for over this struggle circled a number of birds, jackdaws and gulls for the most part, the latter gleaming blindingly when the sun smote their wings, and they seemed minute in comparison with it. And his curiosity was, perhaps, aroused all the more strongly because of his first insufficient explanations. As he had nothing better to do than amuse himself, he decided to make this object, whatever it was, the goal of his afternoon walk instead of Landrum Bay, conceiving it might perhaps be a great fish of some sort, stranded by some chance and flapping about in its distress. And so he hurried down the long, steep ladder, stopping at intervals of 30 feet or so to take breath and scan the mysterious movement. At the foot of the cliff he was, of course, nearer his object than he had been, but on the other hand it now came up against the incandescent sky beneath the sun so as to seem dark and indistinct. Whatever was pinkish of it now was hidden by a skerry of weedy boulders. But he perceived that it was made up of 7 rounded bodies, distinct or connected, and that the birds kept up a constant croaking and screaming, but seemed afraid to approach it too closely. Mr. Fison, torn by curiosity, began picking his way across the wave-worn rock, and finding the wet seaweed that covered them thickly rendered them extremely slippery, he stopped, removed his shoes and socks, and coiled his trousers above his knees. His object was, of course, merely to avoid stumbling into the rocky pools about him, and perhaps he was rather glad, as all men are, of an excuse to resume, even for a moment, the sensations of his boyhood. At any rate, it is to this, no doubt, that he owes his life. He approached his mark with all the assurance which the absolute security of this country against all forms of animal life gives its inhabitants. The round bodies moved to and fro, but it was only when he surmounted the skerry of boulders I have mentioned that he realized the horrible nature of his discovery. It came upon him with some suddenness. The rounded bodies fell apart as he came into sight over the ridge, and displayed the pinkish objects to be the partially devoured body of a human being. But whether of a man or woman he was unable to say. And the rounded bodies were new and ghastly-looking creatures, in shape somewhat resembling an octopus, with huge and very long and flexible tentacles, coiled copiously on the ground. The skin had a glistening texture, unpleasant to see, like shiny leather. The downward bend of the tentacle-surrounded mouth, the curious excrescence at the bend, the tentacles, and the large, intelligent eyes gave the creatures a grotesque suggestion of a face. They were the size of a fair-sized swine about the body, and the tentacles seemed to him to be many feet in length. They were, he thinks, 7 or 8 at least of the creatures. 20 yards beyond them, amid the surf of the now returning tide, 2 other creatures were emerging from the sea. Their bodies lay flatly on the rocks, and their eyes regarded him with evil interest. But it does not appear that Mr. Fison was afraid, or that he realized he was in any danger. Possibly his confidence is to be ascribed to the limpness of their attitudes. But he was horrified, of course, and intensely excited and indignant at such revolting creatures preying upon human flesh. He thought they had chanced upon a drowned body. He shouted to them, with the idea of driving them off, and, finding they did not budge, cast about him, picked up a big rounded lump of rock, and flung it at one. And then, slowly uncoiling their tentacles, they all began moving toward him, creeping at first deliberately and making a soft purring sound to each other. In a moment Mr. Fison realized that he was in danger. He shouted again, threw both his boots, and started off with a leap forthwith. 20 yards off he stopped and faced about, judging them slow, and behold, the tentacles of their leader were already pouring over the rocky ridge on which he had just been standing. At that he shouted again, but this time not threatening, but a cry of dismay, and began jumping, striding, slipping, wading across the uneven expanse between him and the beach. The tall red cliffs seemed suddenly at a vast distance, and he saw, as though they were creatures in another world, two minute workmen engaged in the repair of the ladderway, and little suspecting the race for life that was beginning below them. At one time he could hear the creature splashing in the pools not a dozen feet behind him, and once he slipped and almost fell. They chased him to the very foot of the cliffs, and desisted only when he had been joined by the workmen at the foot of the ladderway up the cliff. All three of the men pelted them with stones for a time, and then hurried to the cliff top along the path toward Sidmouth to secure assistance and a boat, and to rescue the desecrated body from the clutches of these abominable creatures. Part 2. And, as if he had not already been in sufficient peril that day, Mr. Fison went with the boat to point out the exact spot of his adventure. As the tide was down, it required a considerable detour to reach the spot, and when at last they came off the ladderway, the mangled body had disappeared. The water was now running in, submerging first one slab of slimy rock and then another, and the four men in the boat, the workmen, that is, the boatman and Mr. Fison, now turned their attention from the bearings offshore to the water beneath the keel. At first they could see little below them, save a dark jungle of laminaria with an occasional darting fish. Their minds were set on adventure, and they expressed their disappointment freely. But presently they saw one of the monsters swimming through the water seaward, with a curious rolling motion that suggested to Mr. Fison the spinning roll of a captive balloon. Almost immediately after, the waving streamers of laminaria were extraordinarily perturbed, parted for a moment, and three of these beasts became darkly visible, struggling for what was probably some fragment of the drowned man. In a moment the copious olive-green ribbons had poured again over this writhing group. At that all four men, greatly excited, began beating the water with oars and shouting, and immediately they saw a tumultuous movement among the weeds. They desisted to see more clearly, and as soon as the water was smooth, they saw, as it seemed to them, the whole sea bottom among the weeds set with eyes. "Ugly swine!" cried one of the men. "Why, there's dozens!" And forthwith the things began to rise through the water about them. Mr. Fison has since described to the writer this startling eruption out of the waving laminaria meadows. To him it seemed to occupy a considerable time, but it is probable that really it was an affair of a few seconds only. For a time nothing but eyes, and then he speaks of tentacles streaming out and parting the weedy fronds this way and that. Then these things, growing larger, until at last the bottom was hidden by their intercoiling forms, and the tips of tentacles rose darkly here and there into the air above the swell of the waters. One came boldly to the side of the boat, and, clinging to this with three of its sucker-set tentacles, threw four others over the gunwale, as if with an intention either of oversetting the boat or of clambering into it. Mr. Fison at once caught up the boat-hook, and, jabbing furiously at the soft tentacles, forced it to desist. He was struck in the back and almost pitched overboard by the boatman, who was using his oar to resist a similar attack on the other side of the boat. But the tentacles on either side at once relaxed their hold at this, slid out of sight, and splashed into the water. "We better get out of this," said Mr. Fison, who was trembling violently. He went to the tiller, while the workman and one of the boatmen began rowing. The other workman stood up in the forepart of the boat with the boat-hook, ready to strike any more tentacles that might appear. Nothing else seems to have been said. Mr. Fison had expressed the common feeling beyond amendment. In a hushed, scared mood, with faces white and drawn, they set about escaping from the position into which they had so recklessly blundered. But the oars had scarcely dropped into the water before dark, tapering, serpentine ropes had bound them, and were about the rudder, and creeping up the sides of the boats with a looping motion came the suckers again. The men gripped their oars and pulled, but it was like trying to move a boat in a floating raft of weeds. "Help here!" cried the boatman, and Mr. Fison and the second workman rushed to help lug at the oar. Then the man with the boat-hook, his name was Ewan, sprang up with a curse and began striking downward over the side as far as he could reach at the bank of tentacles that now clustered along the boat's bottom. And at the same time the two rowers stood up to get a better purchase for the recovery of their oars. The boatman handed his to Mr. Fison, who lugged it desperately, and meanwhile the boatman opened a big clasp knife, and leaning over the side of the boat, began hacking at the spiring arms upon the oar-shaft. Mr. Fison, staggering with the quivering rocking of the boat, his teeth set, his breath coming short, and the veins starting on his hands as he pulled at his oar, suddenly cast his eyes seaward. And there, not 50 yards off, across the long rollers of the incoming tide, was a large boat standing in toward them, with 3 women and a little child in it. A boatman was rowing, and a little man in a pink-ribboned straw hat and whites stood at the stern, hailing them. For a moment, of course, Mr. Fison thought of help, and then he thought of the child. He abandoned his oar forthwith, threw up his arms in a frantic gesture, and screamed to the party in the boat to keep away, for God's sake. It says much of the modesty and courage of Mr. Fison that he does not seem to be aware that there was any quality of heroism in his action at this juncture. The oar he had abandoned was at once drawn under, and presently reappeared floating about 20 yards away. At the same moment, Mr. Fison felt the boat under him lurch violently, and a hoarse scream, a prolonged cry of terror from Hill, the boatman, caused him to forget the party of excursionists altogether. He turned and saw Hill crouching by the forward rowlock, his face convulsed with terror, and his right arm over the side and drawn tightly down. He gave now a succession of short, sharp cries, "Oh! Oh! Oh!" Mr. Fison believes that he must have been hacking at the tentacles below the water line, and have been grasped by them, but of course it is quite impossible to say now certainly what had happened. The boat was heeling over, so that the gunwale was within 10 inches of the water, and both Ewan and the other laborer were striking down into the water with oar and boathook, on either side of Hill's arm. Mr. Fison instinctively placed himself to counterpoise them. Then Hill, who was a burly, powerful man, made a strenuous effort and rose almost to a standing position. He lifted his arm, indeed, clear out of the water. Hanging to it was a complicated tangle of brown ropes, and the eyes of one of the brutes that had hold of him, glaring straight and resolute, showed momentarily above the surface. The boat heeled more and more, and the green-brown water came pouring in a cascade over the side. Then Hill slipped and fell, with his ribs across the side, and his arm, with the mass of tentacles about it, splashed back into the water. He rolled over. His boot kicked Mr. Fison's knee as that gentleman rushed forward to seize him, and in another moment fresh tentacles had whipped about his waist and neck, and after a brief convulsive struggle in which the boat was nearly capsized, Hill was lugged overboard. The boat righted with a violent jerk that all but sent Mr. Fison over the other side and hid the struggle in the water from his eyes. He stood staggering to recover his balance for a moment, and as he did so, he became aware that the struggle and the inflowing tide had carried them close upon the weedy rocks again. Not 4 yards off, a table of rock still rose in rhythmic movements above the inwash of the tide. In a moment, Mr. Fison seized the oar from Ewan, gave one vigorous stroke, then, dropping it, ran to the bows and leapt. He felt his feet slide over the rock, and by a frantic effort leapt again towards a further mass. He stumbled over this, came to his knees, and rose again. "Look out!" cried someone, and a large, drab body struck him. He was knocked flat into a tidal pool by one of the workmen, and as he went down he heard smothered, choking cries that he believed at the time came from Hill. Then he found himself marveling at the shrillness and variety of Hill's voice. Someone jumped over him, and a curving rush of foaming water poured over him and past. He scrambled to his feet, dripping, and without looking seaward, ran as fast as his terror would let him, shoreward. Before him, over the flat space of scattered rocks, stumbled the 2 workmen, one a dozen yards in front of the other. He looked over his shoulder at last, and seeing that he was not pursued, faced about. He was astonished. From the moment of the rising of the cephalopods out of the water, he had been acting too swiftly to fully comprehend his actions. Now it seemed to him as if he had suddenly jumped out of an evil dream. For there were the sky, cloudless and blazing with the afternoon sun, the sea weltering under its pitiless brightness, the soft creamy foam of the breaking water, and the low, long, dark ridges of rock. The righted boat floated, rising and falling gently on the swell about a dozen yards from the shore. Hill and the monsters, all the stress and tumult of that fierce fight for life, had vanished as though they had never been. Mr. Fison's heart was beating violently. He was throbbing to the fingertips, and his breath came deep. There was something missing. For some seconds he could not think clearly enough what this might be. Sun, sky, sea, rocks, what was it? Then he remembered the boatload of excursionists. It had vanished. He wondered whether he had imagined it. He turned and saw the 2 workmen standing side by side under the projecting masses of the tall pink cliffs. He hesitated whether he should make one last attempt to save the man Hill. His physical excitement seemed to desert him suddenly and to leave him aimless and helpless. He turned shoreward, stumbling and wading toward his 2 companions. He looked back again, and there were now 2 boats floating, and the one farthest out at sea pitched clumsily, bottom upward. Part 3. So it was Haplothusis feryx made its appearance upon the Devonshire coast. So far this has been its most serious aggression. Mr. Fison's account, taken together with the wave of boating and bathing casualties to which I have already alluded, and the absence of fish from the Cornish coasts that year, points clearly to a shoal of these voracious deep-sea monsters prowling slowly along the subtidal coastline. Hunger migration has, I know, been suggested as the force that drove them hither, but for my own part I prefer to believe the alternative theory of Hemsley. Hemsley holds that a pack or shoal of these creatures may have become enamored of human flesh by the accident of a foundered ship sinking among them, and have wandered in search of it out of their accustomed zone, first waylaying and following ships, and so coming to our shores in the wake of the Atlantic traffic. But to discuss Hemsley's cogent and admirably stated arguments would be out of place here. It would seem that the appetites of the shoal were satisfied by the catch of 11 people. For so far as can be ascertained, there were 10 people in the second boat, and certainly those creatures gave no further signs of their presence off Sidmouth that day. The coast between Seaton and Budleigh Stalcherton was patrolled all that evening and night by 4 preventative service boats, the men in which were armed with harpoons and cutlasses, and as the evening advanced, a number of more or less similarly equipped expeditions, organized by private individuals, joined them. Mr. Fison took no part in any of these expeditions. About midnight, excited hails were heard from a boat about a couple of miles out to sea in the southeast of Sidmouth, and a lantern was seen waving in a strange manner to and fro up and down. The nearer boats at once hurried toward the alarm. The venturesome occupants of the boat, a seaman, a curate, and 2 schoolboys, had actually seen the monsters passing under their boat. The creatures, it seems, like most deep-sea organisms, were phosphorescent, and they had been floating 5 fathoms deep or so, like creatures of moonshine through the blackness of the water, their tentacles retracted and as if asleep, rolling over and over, moving slowly in a wedge-like formation toward the southeast. These people told their story in gesticulated fragments, as first one boat drew alongside and then another. At last there was a little fleet of 8 or 9 boats collected together, and from them a tumult like the chatter of a marketplace rose into the stillness of the night. There was little or no disposition to pursue the shoal. The people had neither the weapons nor experience for such a dubious chase, and presently, even with a certain relief it may be, the boats turned shoreward. And now to tell what is perhaps the most astonishing fact in this whole astonishing raid. We have not the slightest knowledge of the subsequent movements of the shoal, although the whole southwest coast was now alert for it. But it may perhaps be significant that a cachalot was stranded off Sark on June 3rd. 2 weeks and 3 days after this Sidmouth affair, a living Haplothusis came ashore on Calais sands. It was alive because several witnesses saw its tentacles moving in a convulsive way, but it is probable that it was dying. A gentleman named Pouchet obtained a rifle and shot it. That was the last appearance of a living Haplothusis. No others were seen on the French coast. On the 15th of June, a dead body, almost complete, was washed ashore near Torquay, and a few days later a boat from the Marine Biological Station, engaging in dredging off Plymouth, picked up a rotting specimen, slashed deeply with a cutlass wound. How the former specimen had come by its death it is impossible to say. And on the last day of June, Mr. Egbert Kane, an artist, bathing near Newlyn, threw up his arms, shrieked, and was drawn under. A friend bathing with him made no attempt to save him, but swam at once for the shore. This is the last fact to tell of this extraordinary raid from the deeper sea. Whether it really is the last of these horrible creatures, it is, as yet, premature to say. But it is believed, and certainly to be hoped, that they have returned now, and returned for good, to the sunless depths of the middle seas, out of which they have so strangely and so mysteriously arisen. The end of Section 7.
Section 8 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. Section 8. Pollock and the Poro Man. It was in a swampy village on the Lagoon River behind the Turner Peninsula that Pollock's first encounter with the Poro Man occurred. The women of that country are famous for their good looks. They are Galenas with a dash of European blood that dates from the days of Vasco da Gama and the English slave traders. And the Poro man, too, was possibly inspired by a faint Caucasian taint in his composition. It's a curious thing to think that some of us may have distant cousins eating men on Sherborough Island or raiding with the sofas. At any rate, the Poro man stabbed the woman to the heart as though he had been a mere low-class Italian, and very narrowly missed Pollock. But Pollock, using his revolver to parry the lightning stab which was aimed at his deltoid muscle, sent the iron dagger flying and, firing, hit the man in the hand. He fired again and missed, knocking a sudden window out of the wall of the hut. The Poro man stooped in the doorway, glancing under his arm at Pollock. Pollock caught a glimpse of his inverted face in the sunlight, and then the Englishman was alone, sick and trembling with the excitement of the affair in the twilight of the place. It had all happened in less time than it takes to read about it. The woman was quite dead, and having ascertained this, Pollock went to the entrance of the hut and looked out. Things outside were dazzling bright. Half a dozen of the porters of the expedition were standing up in a group near the green huts they occupied, and staring toward him, wondered what the shots might signify. Behind the little group of men was the broad stretch of black fetid mud by the river, a green carpet of rafts of papyrus and watergrass, and then the leaden water. The mangroves beyond the stream loomed indistinctly through the blue haze. There were no signs of excitement in the squat village, whose fence was just visible above the cane grass. Pollock came out of the hut cautiously and walked toward the river, looking over his shoulder at intervals. But the Poro man had vanished. Pollock clutched his revolver nervously in his hand. One of his men came to meet him, and as he came, pointed to the bushes behind the hut in which the Poro man had disappeared. Pollock had an irritating persuasion of having made an absolute fool of himself. He felt bitter, savage, at the turn things had taken. At the same time, he would have to tell Waterhouse, the moral, exemplary, cautious Waterhouse, who would inevitably take the matter seriously. Pollock cursed bitterly at his luck at Waterhouse, and especially at the west coast of Africa. He felt consummately sick of the expedition, and in the back of his mind all the time was a speculative doubt where precisely within the visible horizon the Poro man might be. It is perhaps rather shocking, but he was not at all upset by the murder that had just happened. He had seen so much brutality during the last 3 months, so many dead women, burnt huts, drying skeletons, up the Kittim River in the wake of the Sofa cavalry, that his senses were blunted. What disturbed him was the persuasion that this business was only beginning. He swore savagely at the black, who ventured to ask a question, and went on into the tent under the orange trees where Waterhouse was lying, feeling exasperatingly like a boy going into the headmaster's study. Waterhouse was still sleeping off the effects of his last dose of chlorodyne, and Pollock sat down on a packing case beside him, and, lighting his pipe, waited for him to awake. About him were scattered the pots and weapons Waterhouse had collected from the Mindi people, in which he had been repacking for the canoe voyage to Salema. Presently Waterhouse woke up, and after judicial stretching decided he was all right again. Pollock got him some tea. Over the tea the incidents of the afternoon were described by Pollock, after some preliminary beating about the bush. Waterhouse took the matter even more seriously than Pollock had anticipated. He did not simply disapprove, he scolded, he insulted. "You're one of those infernal fools who think a black man isn't a human being," he said. "I can't be ill a day without you must get into some dirty scrape or another. This is the 3rd time in a month that you have come crossways on with a native, and this time you're in for it with a vengeance. Poro, too. They're done upon you enough as it is, about that idol you wrote your silly name on. And they're the most vindictive devils on earth. You make a man ashamed of civilization, to think you come of a decent family. If I ever cumber myself up with a vicious, stupid young lout like you again—" "Steady on now," snarled Pollock in the tone that always exasperated Waterhouse. "Steady on." That Waterhouse became speechless. He jumped to his feet. "Look here, Pollock," he said after a struggle to control his breath. "You must go home. I won't have you any longer. I'm ill enough as it is, through you." "Keep your hair on," said Pollock, staring in front of him. "I'm ready enough to go." Waterhouse became calmer again. He sat down on the camp stool. "Very well," he said. "I don't want a row, Pollock, you know, but it's confoundedly annoying to have one's plans put out by this kind of thing. I'll come to Salema with you, and see you safe aboard." "You needn't," said Pollock. "I can go alone, from here." "Not far," said Waterhouse. "You don't understand this Poro business." "How should I know she belonged to a poorer man?" said Pollock bitterly. "Well, she did," said Waterhouse. "And you can't undo the thing. Go alone indeed. I wonder what they'd do to you. You don't seem to understand that this poor hokey-pokey rules this country. Is its law, religion, constitution, medicine, magic. They appoint the chiefs. The Inquisition at its best couldn't hold a candle to these chaps. He will probably set a Wajal, the chief here, onto us. It's lucky our porters are Mindis. We shall have to shift this little settlement of ours. Confound you, Pollock! And of course you must go and miss him." He thought, and his thoughts seemed disagreeable. Presently he stood up and took his rifle. "I'd keep close for a bit if I were you," he said over his shoulder as he went out. "I'm going out to see what I can find out about it." Pollock remained sitting in the tent, meditating. "I was meant for a civilized life," he said to himself regretfully, as he filled his pipe. "The sooner I get back to London or Paris, the better for me." His eyes fell on the sealed case in which Waterhouse had put the featherless, poisoned arrows they had bought in the Mindy country. "I wish I had hit the beggar somewhere vital," said Pollock viciously. Waterhouse came back after a long interval. He was not communicative, though Pollock asked him questions enough. The Poro man, it seems, was a prominent member of that mystical society. The village was interested, but not threatening. No doubt the witch doctor had gone into the bush. He was a great witch doctor. "Of course he's up to something," said Waterhouse, and became silent. "But what can he do?" asked Pollock, unheeded. "I must get you out of this. There's something brewing, or things would not be so quiet," said Waterhouse after a gap of silence. Pollock wanted to know what the brew might be. "Dancing in a circle of skulls," said Waterhouse. "Brewing a stink in a copper pot." Pollock wanted particulars. Waterhouse was vague, Pollock pressing. At last Waterhouse lost his temper. "How the devil should I know?" he said to Pollock's 20th inquiry what the Poro man would do. "He tried to kill you offhand in the hut. Now I fancy he will try something more elaborate. But you'll see fast enough. I don't want to help unnerve you. It's probably all nonsense." That night, as they were sitting at their fire, Pollock again tried to draw Waterhouse out on the subject of Poro methods. "Better get to sleep," said Waterhouse when Pollock's bent became apparent. "We start early tomorrow. You may want all your nerve about you." "But what line will he take?" "Can't say. They're versatile people. They know a lot of rum dodges. You better get that copper devil Shakespeare to talk." There was a flash and a heavy bang out of the darkness behind the huts, and a clay bullet came whistling close to Pollock's head. This, at least, was crude enough. The Blackston half-breeds sitting and yarning round their own fire jumped up, and someone fired into the dark. "Better go into one of the huts," said Waterhouse quietly, still sitting unmoved. Pollock stood up by the fire and drew his revolver. Fighting, at least, he was not afraid of. But a man in the dark is the best of armor. Realizing the wisdom of Waterhouse's advice, Pollock went into the tent and lay down there. What little sleep he had was disturbed by dreams. Variegated dreams, but chiefly of the Poro man's fate, upside down as he went out of the hut and looked up under his arm. It was odd that this transitory impression should have stuck so firmly in Pollock's memory. Moreover, he was troubled by queer pains in his limbs. In the white haze of the early morning, as they were loading the canoes, a barbed arrow suddenly appeared quivering in the ground close to Pollock's foot. The boys made a perfunctory effort to clear out the thicket, but it led to no capture. After these two occurrences, there was a disposition on the part of the expedition to leave Pollock to himself, and Pollock became, for the first time in his life, anxious to mingle with blacks. Waterhouse took one canoe, and Pollock, in spite of a friendly desire to chat with Waterhouse, had to take the other. He was left all alone in the front part of the canoe, and he had the greatest trouble to make the men who did not love him keep to the middle of the river, a clear 100 yards or more from either shore. However, he made Shakespeare, the Freetown half-breed, come up to his own end of the canoe and tell him about Poro, which Shakespeare, failing in his attempts to leave Pollock alone, presently did with considerable freedom and gusto. The day passed. The canoe glided swiftly along the ribbon of lagoon water between the drift of water figs, fallen trees, papyrus, and palm wine palms, and with the dark mangrove swamp to the left, through which one could hear now and then the roar of the Atlantic surf. Shakespeare told in his soft, blurred English of how the Poro could cast spells, how men withered up under their malice, how they could send dreams and devils, how they tormented and killed the sons of Ijibu, how they kidnapped a white trader from Selima who had maltreated one of the sect, and how his body looked when it was found. And Pollock, after each narrative, cursed under his breath at the want of missionary enterprise that allowed such things to be, and at the inert British government that ruled over this dark heathendom of Sierra Leone. In the evening they came to Kasi Lake, and sent a score of crocodiles lumbering off the island on which the expedition camped for the night. The next day they reached Selima, and smelt the sea breeze, but Pollock had to put up there for 5 days before he could get on to Freetown. Waterhouse, considering him to be comparatively safe here and within the pale of Freetown influence, left him and went back with the expedition to Gabema, and Pollock became very friendly with Pereira, the only resident white trader at Selima. So friendly, indeed, that he went about with him everywhere. Pereira was a little Portuguese Jew who had lived in England, and he appreciated the Englishman's friendliness as a great compliment. For 2 days nothing happened out of the ordinary. For the most part, Pollock and Pereira played nap, the only game they had in common, and Pollock got into debt. Then on the second evening, Pollock had a disagreeable intimation of the arrival of the Poro man in Selima by getting a flesh wound in the shoulder from a lump of filed iron. It was a long shot, and the missile had nearly spent its force when it hit him. Still, it conveyed its message plainly enough. Pollock sat up in his hammock, revolver in hand, all that night, and next morning confided to some extent in the Anglo-Portuguese. Pereira took the matter seriously. He knew the local customs pretty thoroughly.
"It is a personal question, you must know. It is revenge. And of course he is hurried by your leaving the country. None of the natives or half-breeds will interfere with him very much, unless you make it worth their while. If you come upon him suddenly, you might shoot him, but then he might shoot you. Then there's this infernal magic," said Pereira. "Of course I don't believe in it, superstition. But still it's not nice to think that whatever you are, there's a black man, who spends a moonlight now and then, a-dancing about a fire to send you bad dreams. Had any bad dreams?" "Rather," said Pollock. "I keep on seeing the beggar's head upside down grinning at me and showing all his teeth as he did it in the hut, and coming close up to me and then going ever so far off and coming back. It's nothing to be afraid of, but somehow it simply paralyzes me with terror in my sleep. Queer things, dreams. I know it's a dream all the time, and I can't wake up from it." "It's probably only fancy," said Pereira. "Did my nigger say Poro man can send snakes? Seen any snakes lately?" "Only one. I killed him this morning, on the floor near my hammock. Almost trod on him as I got up." "Ah," said Pereira, and then reassuringly, "Of course it is a coincidence. Still I would keep my eyes open. Then there's pains in the bones." "I thought they were due to miasma," said Pollock. "Probably they are. When did they begin?" Then Pollock remembered that he first noticed them the night after the fight in the hut. "It's my opinion he don't want to kill you," said Pereira. "At least not yet. I've heard their ideas to scare and worry man with their spells, and narrow misses, and rheumatic pains and bad dreams and all that, until he's sick of life. Of course it's all talk, you know, you mustn't worry about it, but I wonder what he'll be up to next." "I shall have to be up to something first," said Pollock, staring gloomily at the greasy cards that Pereira was putting on the table. "It don't suit my dignity to be followed about and shot at and blighted in this way. I wonder if poor old Hokey Pokey upsets your luck at cards." He looked at Pereira suspiciously. "Very likely it does," said Pereira warmly, shuffling. "They are wonderful people." That afternoon Pollock killed 2 snakes in his hammock, and there was also an extraordinary increase in the number of red ants that swarmed over the place. And these annoyances put him in a fit temper to talk over business with a certain Mindy Ruff he had interviewed before. The Mindy Ruff showed Pollock a little iron dagger, and demonstrated where one struck in the neck, in a way that made Pollock shiver, and in return for certain considerations Pollock promised him a double-barreled gun with an ornamental lock. In the evening, as Pollock and Pereira were playing cards, the Mindy Ruff came in through the doorway, carrying something in a blood-soaked piece of native cloth. "Not here," said Pollock very hurriedly. "Not here." But he was not quick enough to prevent the man, who was anxious to get to Pollock's side of the bargain, from opening the cloth and throwing the head of the Poro man upon the table. It bounded from there on to the floor, leaving a red trail on the cards, and rolled into a corner where it came to rest upside down, but glaring hard at Pollock. Pereira jumped up as the thing fell among the cards, and began in his excitement to gabble in Portuguese. The Mindy was bowing, with the red cloth in his hand. "The gun,"
he said. Pollock stared back at the head in the corner. It bore exactly the same expression it had in his dreams. Something seemed to snap in his own brain as he looked at it. Then Pereira found his English again. "You got him killed?" he said. "You did not kill him yourself?" "Why should I?" said Pollock. "But he will not be able to take it off now." "Take what off?" said Pollock. "And all these cards are spoiled." "What do you mean by taking off?" said Pollock. "You must send me a new pack from Freetown. You can buy them there." "But take it off." "It is only superstition. I forgot. The nigger said that if the witches, he was a witch. But it is rubbish. You must make the poor old man take it off, or kill him yourself. It is very silly." Pollock swore under his breath, still staring hard at the head in the corner. "I can't stand that glare," he said. Then suddenly he rushed at the thing and kicked it. It rolled some yards or so and came to rest in the same position as before, upside down and looking at him. "He is ugly," said the Anglo-Portuguese. "Very ugly. They do it on their faces with little knives." Pollock would have kicked the head again, but the Mindy man touched him on the arm. "The garden?" he said, looking nervously at the head. "Two, if he will take that beastly thing away," said Pollock. The Mindy shook his head, and intimated that he only wanted one gun now due to him, and for which he would be obliged. Pollock found neither cajolery nor bullying any good with him. Pereira had a gun to sell, at a profit of 300%, and with that the man presently departed. Then Pollock's eyes, against his will, were recalled to the thing on the floor. "It is funny that his head keeps upside down," said Pereira with an uneasy laugh. "His brains must be heavy, like the weight of the little images one sees that keep always upright with the lead in them. You will take him with you when you go presently? You might take him now. The cards are all spoilt. There is a man sell them in Freetown. The room is a filthy mess as it is. You should have killed him yourself." Pollock pulled himself together and went and picked up the head. He would hang it up by the lamp hook in the middle of the ceiling of his room and dig a grave for it at once. He was under the impression that he hung it up by the hair, but that must have been wrong, for when he returned for it, it was hanging by the neck upside down. He buried it before sunset on the north side of the shed he occupied, so that he should not have to pass the grave after dark when he returned from Pereira's. He killed 2 snakes before he went to sleep. In the darkest part of the night he awoke with a start, and heard a pattering sound and something scraping on the floor. He sat up noiselessly and felt under his pillow for his revolver. A mumbling growl followed, and Pollock fired at the sound. There was a yelp, and something dark passed for a moment across the hazy blue of the doorway. "A dog!" said Pollock, lying down again. In the early dawn he awoke again with a peculiar sense of unrest. The vague pain in his bones had returned. For some time he lay watching the red ants that were swarming over the ceiling. And then, as the light grew brighter, he looked over the edge of his hammock and saw something dark on the floor. He gave such a violent start that the hammock overset and flung him out. He found himself lying, perhaps a yard away from the head of the poor man. It had been disinterred by the dog, and the nose was grievously battered. Ants and flies swarmed over it. By an odd coincidence, it was still upside down, and with the same diabolical expression in the inverted eyes. Pollock sat paralyzed and stared at the horror for some time. Then he got up and walked round it, giving it a wide berth, and out of the shed. The clear light of the sunrise, the living stir of vegetation before the breath of the dying land breeze, and the empty grave with the marks of the dog's paws lightened the weight upon his mind a little. He told Pereira of the business as though it was a jest to be told with white lips. "You should not have frightened the dog," said Pereira with poorly simulated hilarity. The next 2 days until the steamer came were spent by Pollock in making a more effectual disposition of his possession. Overcoming his aversion to handling the thing, he went down to the river mouth and threw it in the sea water, but by some miracle it escaped the crocodiles, and was cast up by the tide on the mud a little way up the river, to be found by an intelligent Arab half-breed, and offered for sale to Pollock and Pereira as a curiosity, just on the edge of night. The native hung about in the brief twilight, making lower and lower offers, and at last, getting scared in some way by the evident dread these wise white men had for the thing, went off, and passing Pollock's shed, threw his burden in there for Pollock to discover in the morning. At this, Pollock got into a kind of frenzy. He would burn the thing. He went out straight away into the dawn and had constructed a big pyre of brushwood before the heat of the day. He was interrupted by the hooter of the little paddle steamer from Monrovia to Bathurst, which was coming through the gap in the bar. "Thank heaven," said Pollock with infinite piety, when the meaning of the sound dawned upon him. With trembling hands he lit his pile of wood hastily, threw the head upon it, and went away to pack his portmanteau and make his adieu to Pereira. That afternoon, with a sense of infinite relief, Pollock watched the flat, swampy foreshore of Selima grow small in the distance. The gap in the long line of white surge became narrower and narrower. It seemed to be closing in and cutting him off from his trouble. The feeling of dread and worry began to slip from him bit by bit. At Selima, belief in Poirot malignity and Poirot magic had been in the air. His sense of Poirot had been vast, pervading, threatening, dreadful. Now manifestly the domain of Poirot was only a little place, a little black band between the sea and the blue, cloudy, mindy uplands. "Goodbye, Poirot," said Pollock. "Goodbye. Certainly not au revoir." The captain of the steamer came and leant over the rail beside him and wished him good evening and spat at the froth of the wake in token of friendly ease. "I picked up a rummy curio on the beach this go," said the captain. "It's a thing I never saw done this side of Indy before." "What might that be?" said Pollock. "Pickled head," said the captain. "What?" said Pollock. "Head, smoked. Head one of these Poirot chaps, all ornamented with knife cuts. Why, what's up? Nothing? I shouldn't have took you for a nervous chap, green in the face. By gosh, you're a bad sailor. All right, eh? Lord, how funny you went. Well, this head I was telling you of is a bit rum in the way. I've got it along with some snakes in a jar of spirit in my cabin, what I keeps for such curios, and I'm hanged if I don't float upsy down. Hello." Pollock had given an incoherent cry and had his hands in his hair. He ran towards the paddle boxes with a half-formed idea of jumping into the sea, and then he realized his position and turned back toward the captain. "Here," said the captain. "Jack Phillips, just keep him off me. Stand off. No near, mister. What's the matter with you? Are you mad?" Pollock put his hands to his head. It was no good explaining. "I believe I am pretty nearly mad at times," he said. "It's a pain I have here. Comes suddenly. You'll excuse me, I hope." He was white and in a perspiration. He saw suddenly very clearly all the danger he ran of having his sanity doubted. He forced himself to restore the captain's confidence by answering his sympathetic inquiries, noting his suggestions, even trying a spoonful of neat brandy in his cheek. And that matter settled, asking a number of questions about the captain's private trade and curiosities. The captain described the head in detail. All the while Pollock was struggling to keep under a preposterous persuasion that the ship was as transparent as glass, and that he could distinctly see the inverted face looking at him from the cabin beneath his feet. Pollock had a worse time almost on the steamer than he had at Selima. All day he had to control himself in spite of his intense perception of the imminent presence of that horrible head that was overshadowing his mind. At night his old nightmare returned, until with a violent effort he would force himself awake, rigid with the horror of it, and with the ghost of a hoarse scream in his throat. He left the actual head behind at Bathurst, where he changed ship for Tenerife, but not his dreams nor the dull ache in his bones. At Tenerife, Pollock transferred to a Cape liner, but the head followed him. He gambled, he tried chess, he even read books, but he knew the danger of drink. Yet whenever a round black shadow, round black object came into his range, there he looked for the head and saw it. He knew clearly enough that his imagination was growing traitor to him, and yet at times it seemed the ship he sailed in, his fellow passengers, the sailors, the wide sea, was all part of a flimsy phantasmagoria that hung, scarcely veiling it, between him and a horrible real world. Then the Poirot man, thrusting his diabolical face through that curtain, was the one real and undeniable thing. At that he would get up and touch things, taste something, gnaw something, burn his hand with a match or run a needle into himself. So struggling grimly and silently with his excited imagination, Pollock reached England. He landed at Southampton, and went on straight from Waterloo to his bankers in Cornhill in a cab. There he transacted some business with the manager in a private room, and all the while the head hung like an ornament under the black marble mantle and dripped upon the fender. He could hear the drops fall and see the red on the fender. "A pretty fern," said the manager, following his eyes, "but it makes the fender rusty." "Very," said Pollock.
A very pretty fern. And that reminds me, can you recommend me a physician for mind troubles? I've got a little, hallucination. The head laughed savagely, wildly. Pollock was surprised the manager did not notice it, but the manager only stared at his face. With the address of a doctor, Pollock presently emerged in Cornhill. There was no cab in sight, and so he went on down to the western end of the street and essayed the crossing opposite the mansion house. The crossing is hardly easy even for the expert Londoner. Cabs, vans, carriages, mail carts, omnibuses go by in one incessant stream. To anyone fresh from the malarious solitudes of Sierra Leone, it is a boiling, maddening confusion. But when an inverted head suddenly comes bouncing, like an India rubber ball, between your legs, leaving distinct smears of blood every time it touches the ground, you can scarcely hope to avoid an accident. Pollock lifted his feet convulsively to avoid it, and then kicked at the thing furiously. Then something hit him violently in the back, and a hot pain ran up his arm. He had been hit by the pole of an omnibus, and 3 of the fingers of his left hand smashed by the hoof of one of the horses. The very fingers, as it happened, that he shot from the Poro man. They pulled him out from between the horse's legs and found the address of the physician in his crushed hand. For a couple of days, Pollock's sensations were full of the sweet, pungent smell of chloroform, of painful operations that caused him no pain, of lying still and being given food and drink. Then he had a slight fever and was very thirsty, and his old nightmare came back. It was only when it returned that he noticed it had left him for a day. "If my skull had been smashed instead of my fingers, it might have gone altogether," said Pollock, staring thoughtfully at the dark cushion that had taken on for the time the shape of the head. Pollock, at the first opportunity, told the physician of his mind trouble. He knew clearly that he must go mad unless something should intervene to save him. He explained that he had witnessed a decapitation in Dahomey, and was haunted by one of the heads. Naturally, he did not care to state the actual facts. The physician looked grave. Presently, he spoke hesitatingly. "As a child, did you get very much religious training?" "Very little," said Pollock. A shade passed over the physician's face. "I don't know if you've heard of the miraculous cures. It may be, of course, they're not miraculous at Lord's." "Faith healing will hardly suit me, I'm afraid," said Pollock, with his eye on the dark cushion. The head distorted its scarred features in an abominable grimace. The physician went upon a new track. "It's all imagination," he said, speaking with sudden briskness. "A fair case for faith healing, anyhow. Your nervous system is run down. You're in that twilight state of health when the bogles come easiest. The strong impression was too much for you. I must make you up a little mixture that will strengthen your nervous system, especially your brain, and you must take exercise." "I'm no good for faith healing," said Pollock. "And therefore we must restore tone. Go in search of stimulating air, Scotland, Norway, the Alps." "Jericho, if you like," said Pollock, "where Naaman went." However, so soon as his fingers would let him, Pollock made a gallant attempt to follow out the doctor's suggestion. It was now November. He tried football. But to Pollock the game consisted in kicking a furious inverted head about a field. He was no good at the game. He kicked blindly with a kind of horror, and when they put him back into goal, and the ball came swooping down upon him, he suddenly yelled and got out of its way. The discreditable stories that had driven him from England to wander in the tropics shut him off from any but men's society, and now his increasingly strange behavior made even his man friends avoid him. The thing was no longer a thing of the eye merely. It gibbered at him, spoke to him. A horrible fear came upon him that presently, when he took hold of the apparition, it would no longer become some mere article of furniture, but would feel like a real dissevered head. Alone he would curse at the thing, defy it, entreat it. Once or twice, in spite of his grim self-control, he addressed it in the presence of others. He felt the growing suspicion in the eyes of the people that watched him, his landlady, the servant, his man. One day early in December, his cousin Arnold, his next of kin, came to see him and draw him out, and watch his sunken yellow face with narrow, eager eyes. And it seemed to Pollock that the hat his cousin carried in his hand was no hat at all, but a gorgon head that glared at him upside down, and fought with its eyes against his reason. However, he was still resolute to see the matter out. He got out a bicycle, and riding over the frosty road from Wandsworth to Kingston, found the thing rolling along at his side and leaving a dark trail behind it. He set his teeth and rode faster. Then suddenly, as he came down the hill toward Richmond Park, the apparition rolled in front of him and under his wheels so quickly that he had no time for thought,
and turning quickly to avoid it, was flung violently against a heap of stones and broke his left wrist. The end came on Christmas morning. All night he had been in a fever, the bandages encircling his wrist like a band of fire, his dreams more vivid and terrible than before. In the cold, colorless, uncertain light that came before the sunrise, he sat up in his bed and saw the head upon the bracket in the place of the bronze jar that had stood there overnight. "I know that is a bronze jar," he said with a chill doubt in his heart. Presently the doubt was irresistible. He got out of bed slowly, shivering, and advanced to the jar with his hand raised. Surely he would see now his imagination had deceived him, recognized the distinctive sheen of bronze. At last, after an age of hesitation, his fingers came down on the patterned cheek of the head. He withdrew them spasmodically. The last stage was reached. His sense of touch had betrayed him. Trembling, stumbling against the bed, kicking against his shoes with his bare feet, a dark confusion eddying round him, he groped his way to the dressing table, took his razor from the drawer, and sat down on the bed with this in his hand. In the looking-glass he saw his own face, colorless, haggard, full of the ultimate bitterness of despair. He beheld in swift succession the incidents in the brief tale of his experience. His wretched home, his still more wretched school days, the years of vicious life he had led since then, one act of selfish dishonor leading to another. It was all clear and pitiless now, all its squalid folly in the cold light of the dawn. He came to the hut, to the fight with the Poro man, to the retreat down the river to Selima, to the Mindy assassin and his red parcel, to his frantic endeavors to destroy the head, to the growth of his hallucination. It was a hallucination. He knew it was. A hallucination merely. For a moment he snatched at hope. He looked away from the glass, and on the bracket. The inverted head grinned and grimaced at him. With the stiff fingers of his bandaged hand, he felt at his neck for the throb of his arteries. The morning was very cold. The steel blade felt like ice. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Red Room. "I can assure you," said I, "that it will take a very tangible ghost to frighten me." And I stood up before the fire with my glass in my hand. "It is your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm, and glanced at me askance. 28 years, said I have lived, and never a ghost have I seen as yet. The old woman sat staring hard into the fire, her pale eyes wide open. "I?" she broke in. "And 28 years you have lived and never seen the likes of this house, I reckon. There's a many things to see when one's still but 28. She swayed her head slowly from side to side. "A many things to see and sorrow for." I half suspected the old people were trying to enhance the spiritual terrors of their house by their droning insistence. I put down my empty glass on the table and looked about the room, and caught a glimpse of myself, abbreviated and broadened to an impossible sturdiness, in the queer old mirror at the end of the room. "Well," I said, "if I see anything tonight, I shall be so much the wiser, for I come to the business with an open mind." "It is your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm once more. I heard the sound of a stick and a shambling step on the flags in the passage outside, and the door creaked on its hinges as a second old man entered, more bent, more wrinkled, more aged even than the first. He supported himself by a single crutch. His eyes were covered by a shade, and his lower lip, half averted, hung pale and pink from his decaying yellow teeth. He made straight for an armchair on the opposite side of the table, sat down clumsily, and began to cough. The man with the withered arm gave this newcomer a short glance of positive dislike. The old woman took no notice of his arrival, but remained with her eyes fixed steadily on the fire. I said it's your own choosing, said the man with the withered arm, when the coughing had ceased for a while. It's my own choosing, I answered. The man with the shade became aware of my presence for the first time, and threw his head back for a moment and sideways to see me. I caught a momentary glimpse of his eyes, small and bright and inflamed. Then he began to cough and splutter again. "Why don't you drink?" said the man with the withered arm, pushing the beer towards him. The man with the shade poured out a glassful with a shaky arm that splashed half as much again on the deal table. A monstrous shadow of him crouched upon the wall, and mocked his action as he poured and drank. I must confess I had scarce expected these grotesque custodians. There is to my mind something inhuman in senility, something crouching and atavistic. The human qualities seem to drop from old people insensibly day by day. The three of them made me feel uncomfortable, with their gaunt silences, their bent carriage, their evident unfriendliness to me and to one another. "If," said I, "you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will make myself comfortable there." The old man with the cough jerked his head back so suddenly that it startled me, and shot another glance of his red eyes at me from under the shade. But no one answered me. I waited a minute, glancing from one to the other. "If," I said a little louder, "if you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will relieve you from the task of entertaining me." "There's a candle on the slab outside the door," said the man with the withered arm, looking at my feet as he addressed me. "But if you go to the red room tonight—" "This night of all nights?" said the old woman. "You go alone." "Very well," I answered. "And which way do I go?" "You go along the passage for a bit," said he, "until you come to a door, and through that is a spiral staircase, and halfway up that is a landing, and another door covered with baize. Go through that, and down the long corridor to the end, and the red room is on your left up the stairs." "Have I got that right?" I said, and repeated his directions. He corrected me in one particular. "And are you really going?" said the man with the shade, looking at me again for the third time with that queer, unnatural tilting of the face. "This night of all nights?" said the old woman. "It is what I came for," I said, and moved toward the door. As I did so, the old man with the shade rose and staggered round the table, so as to be closer to the others and to the fire. At the door I turned and looked at them, and saw they were all close together, dark against the firelight, staring at me over their shoulders, with an intent expression on their ancient faces. "Good night," I said, setting the door open. "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm. I left the door wide open until the candle was well alight, and then I shut them in and walked down the chilly, echoing passage. I must confess that the oddness of these three old pensioners in whose charge her ladyship had left the castle, and the deep-toned, old-fashioned furniture of the housekeeper's room in which they foregathered, affected me in spite of my efforts to keep myself at a matter-of-fact phase. They seemed to belong to another age, an older age, an age when things spiritual were different from this of ours, less certain, an age when omens and witches were credible, and ghosts beyond denying. Their very existence was spectral, the cut of their clothing, fashions born in dead brains. The ornaments and conveniences of the room about them were ghostly. The thoughts of vanished men which still haunted rather than participated in the world of today. But with an effort I sent such thoughts to the right about. The long, draughty, subterranean passage was chilly and dusty, and my candle flared and made the shadows cower and quiver. The echoes rang up and down the spiral staircase, and a shadow came sweeping up after me, and one fled before me into the darkness overhead. I came to the landing, and stopped there for a moment, listening to a rustling that I fancied I heard. Then, satisfied of the absolute silence, I pushed open the baize-covered door and stood in the corridor. The effect was scarcely what I expected, for the moonlight coming in by the great window on the grand staircase picked out everything in vivid black shadow or silvery illumination. Everything was in its place. The house might have been deserted on the yesterday instead of 18 months ago. There were candles in the sockets of the sconces, and whatever dust had gathered on the carpets or upon the polished flooring was distributed so evenly as to be invisible in the moonlight. I was about to advance, and stopped abruptly. A bronze group stood upon the landing, hidden from me by the corner of the wall, but its shadow fell with marvelous distinctness upon the white paneling, and gave me the impression of someone crouching to waylay me. I stood rigid for half a minute perhaps. Then with my hand in the pocket that held my revolver, I advanced, only to discover a Ganymede and eagle glistening in the moonlight. That incident for a time restored my nerve, and a porcelain Chinaman on a buhl table, whose head rocked silently as I passed him, scarcely startled me. The door to the Red Room and the steps up to it were in a shadowy corner. I moved my candle from side to side in order to see clearly the nature of the recess in which I stood before opening the door. Here it was, thought I, that my predecessor was found, and the memory of that story gave me a sudden twinge of apprehension. I glanced over my shoulder at the Ganymede in the moonlight, and opened the door of the Red Room rather hastily with my face half turned to the pallid silence of the landing. I entered, closed the door behind me at once, turned the key I found in the lock within, and stood with the candle held aloft, surveying the scene of my vigil, the great Red Room of Lorraine Castle, in which the young Duke had died, or rather, in which he had begun his dying, for he had opened the door and fallen headlong down the steps I had just ascended. That had been the end of his vigil, of his gallant attempt to conquer the ghostly tradition of the place, and never, I thought, had apoplexy better served the ends of superstition. And there were other and older stories that clung to the room back to the half-credible beginning of it all. The tale of a timid wife, and the tragic end that came to her husband's jest of frightening her. And looking around that large shadowy room with its shadowy window bays, its recesses and alcoves, one could well understand the legends that had sprouted in its black corners, its germinating darkness. My candle was a little tongue of light in its vastness that failed to pierce the opposite end of the room, and left an ocean of mystery and suggestion beyond its island of light. I resolved to make a systematic examination of the place at once, and dispel the fanciful suggestions of its obscurity before they obtained a hold upon me. After satisfying myself of the fastening of the door, I began to walk about the room, peering round each article of furniture, tucking up the valances of the bed, and opening its curtains wide. I pulled up the blinds and examined the fastenings of the several windows before closing the shutters, leant forward, and looked up the blackness of the wide chimney, and tapped the dark oak paneling for any secret opening. There were 2 big mirrors in the room, each with a pair of sconces bearing candles, and on the mantel-shelf, too, were more candles and china candlesticks. All these I lit one after the other. The fire was laid, an unexpected consideration from the old housekeeper, and I lit it to keep down any disposition to shiver, and when it was burning well, I stood round with my back to it and regarded the room again. I had pulled up a chintz-covered armchair and a table, to form a kind of barricade before me, and on this lay my revolver ready to hand. My precise examination had done me good, but I still found the remoter darkness of the place and its perfect stillness too stimulating for the imagination. The echoing of the stir and the crackling of the fire was no sort of comfort to me. The shadow in the alcove at the end in particular had that undefinable quality of a presence, that odd suggestion of a lurking, living thing that comes so easily in silence and solitude. At last, to reassure myself, I walked with a candle into it, and satisfied myself that there was nothing tangible there. I stood that candle upon the floor of the alcove, and left it in that position. By this time I was in a state of considerable nervous tension, although to my reason there was no adequate cause for the condition. My mind, however, was perfectly clear. I postulated quite unreservedly that nothing supernatural could happen, and to pass the time I began to string some rhymes together, in Goldsby fashion, of the original legend of the place. A few I spoke aloud, but the echoes were not pleasant. For the same reason I also abandoned after a time a conversation with myself upon the impossibility of ghosts and haunting. My mind reverted to the 3 old and distorted people downstairs, and I tried to keep it upon that topic. The somber reds and blacks of the room troubled me. Even with 7 candles, the place was merely dim. The one in the alcove flared in a draught, and the fire flickering kept the shadows and penumbra perpetually shifting and stirring. Casting about for a remedy, I recalled the candles I had seen in the passage, and with a slight effort walked out into the moonlight, carrying a candle and leaving the door open, and presently returned with as many as 10. These I put in various knickknacks of china with which the room was sparsely adorned, lit and placed where the shadows had lain deepest, some on the floor, some in the window recesses, until at last my 17 candles were so arranged that not an inch of the room but had the direct light of at least one of them. It occurred to me that when the ghost came, I could warn him not to trip over them. The room was now quite brightly illuminated. There was something very cheery and reassuring in these little streaming flames, and snuffing them gave me an occupation and afforded a reassuring sense of the passage of time. Even with that, however, the brooding expectation of the vigil weighed heavily upon me. It was after midnight that the candle in the alcove suddenly went out, and the black shadow sprang back to its place there. I did not see the candle go out. I simply turned and saw the darkness was there, as one might start and see the unexpected presence of a stranger. "By Jove," said I aloud, "that draught's a strong one." And taking the matches from the table, I walked across the room in a leisurely manner to relight the corner again. My first match would not strike, and as I succeeded with the second, something seemed to blink on the wall before me. I turned my head involuntarily and saw that the 2 candles on the little table by the fireplace were extinguished. I rose at once to my feet. "Odd," I said. "Did I do that myself in a flash of absent-mindedness?" I walked back, relit one, and as I did so I saw the candle in the right sconce of one of the mirrors wink and go right out, and almost immediately its companion followed it. There was no mistake about it. The flame vanished, as if the wicks had been suddenly nipped between a finger and thumb, leaving the wick neither glowing nor smoking, but black. While I stood gaping, the candle at the foot of the bed went out, and the shadows seemed to take another step towards me. "This won't do," said I, and the first one, and then another candle on the mantel-shelf followed. "What's up?" I cried with a queer high note getting into my voice somehow. At that the candle on the wardrobe went out, and the one I had relit in the alcove followed. "Steady on," I said. "These candles are wanted," speaking with a half-hysterical facetiousness, and scratching away at a match the while for the mantel candlesticks. My hands trembled so much that twice I missed the rough paper of the matchbox. As the mantel emerged from darkness again, 2 candles in the remoter end of the window were eclipsed. But with the same match I also relit the larger mirror candles, and those on the floor near the doorway, so that for the moment I seemed to gain on the extinctions. But then in a volley there vanished 4 lights at once in different corners of the room, and I struck another match in quivering haste, and stood hesitating whither to take it. As I stood undecided, an invisible hand seemed to sweep out the 2 candles on the table. With a cry of terror I dashed at the alcove, then into the corner, and then into the window, relighting 3, as 2 more vanished by the fireplace. Then, perceiving a better way, I dropped the matches on the iron-bound deed-box in the corner, and caught up the bedroom candlestick. With this I avoided the delay of striking matches. But for all that the steady process of extinction went on, and the shadows I feared and fought against returned and crept in upon me, first a step gained on this side of me, and then on that, it was like a ragged storm cloud sweeping out the stars. Now and then one returned for a minute, and was lost again. I was now almost frantic with the horror of the coming darkness, and my self-possession deserted me. I leaped panting and disheveled from candle to candle in a vain struggle against that remorseless advance. I bruised myself on the thigh against the table. I sent a chair headlong. I stumbled and fell and whisked the cloth from the table in my fall. My candle rolled away from me, and I snatched another as I rose. Abruptly this was blown out, as I swung it off the table by the wind of my sudden movement. And immediately the 2 remaining candles followed. But there was light still in the room, a red light that staved off the shadows from me. The fire, of course! I could still thrust my candle between the bars and relight it. I turned to where the flames were still dancing between the glowing coals, and splashing red reflections upon the furniture, made 2 steps toward the grate, and incontinently the flames dwindled and vanished. The glow vanished. The reflections rushed together and vanished. And as I thrust the candle between the bars, darkness closed upon me like the shutting of an eye, wrapping about me in a stifling embrace, sealed my vision, and crushed the last vestiges of reason from my brain. The candle fell from my hand. I flung out my arms in a vain effort to thrust that ponderous blackness away from me, and lifting up my voice, screamed with all my might. Once, twice, thrice. Then I think I must have staggered to my feet. I know I thought suddenly of the moonlit corridor, and with my head bowed and my arms over my face made a run for the door. But I had forgotten the exact position of the door, and struck myself heavily against the corner of the bed. I staggered back, turned, and was either struck or struck myself against some other bulky furniture. I have a vague memory of battering myself thus, to and fro in the darkness, of a cramped struggle, and of my own wild crying as I darted to and fro, of a heavy blow at last upon my forehead, a horrible sensation of falling that lasted an age, of my last frantic effort to keep my footing, and then I remember no more. I opened my eyes in daylight. My head was roughly bandaged, and the man with the withered arm was watching my face. I looked about me, trying to remember what had happened, and for a space I could not recollect. I rolled my eyes into the corner and saw the old woman, no longer abstracted, pouring out some drops of medicine from a little blue phial into a glass. "Where am I?" I asked. "I seem to remember you, and yet I cannot remember who you are." They told me then, and I heard of the haunted Red Room as one who hears a tale. "We found you at dawn," said he. "There was blood on your forehead and lips." It was very slowly I recovered my memory of my experience. "You believe me now," said the old man, "that the room is haunted?" He spoke no longer as one who greets an intruder, but as one who grieves for a broken friend. "Yes," said I, "the room is haunted." "And you have seen it? And we, who have lived here all our lives, have never set eyes upon it, because we have never dared. Tell us, is it truly the old Earl who—" "No," said I, "it is not." "I told you," said the old lady with the glass in her hand. "It is his poor young countess who was frightened." "It is not," I said. "There is neither ghost of Earl nor ghost of countess in that room. There's no ghost there at all, but worse, far worse." "Well?" they said. "The worst of all the things that haunt poor mortal man," said I. "And that is, in all its nakedness, fear. Fear that will not have light nor sound, that will not bear with reason, that deafens and darkens and overwhelms. It followed me through the corridor. It fought against me in the room." I stopped abruptly. There was an interval of silence. My hand went up to my bandages. Then the man with the shade sighed and spoke. "That is it," said he. "I knew that was it. A power of darkness. To put such a curse upon a woman. It lurks there always. You can feel it even in the daytime, even of a bright summer's day, in the hangings, in the curtains, keeping behind you however you face about. In the dusk it creeps along the corridor and follows you so that you dare not turn. There is fear in that room of hers, black fear, and there will be, so long as this house of sin endures." End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Cone. The night was hot and overcast. The sky red-rimmed with the lingering sunset of midsummer. They sat at the open window, trying to fancy the air was fresher there. The trees and shrubs of the garden stood stiff and dark. Beyond, in the roadway, a gas lamp burnt, bright orange against the hazy blue of the evening. Farther, there were 3 lights of the railway signal against the lowering sky. The man and woman spoke to one another in low tones. "He does not suspect," said the man a little nervously. "Not he," she said peevishly, as though that too irritated her. "Thinks of nothing but the works and the prices of fuel. He has no imagination, no poetry." "None of these men of iron have," he said sententiously. "They have no hearts." "He has not," she said. She turned her discontented face towards the window. The distant sound of a roaring and rushing drew nearer and grew in volume. The house quivered. One heard the metallic rattle of the tender. As the train passed, there was a glare of light above the cutting and a driving tumult of smoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 black oblongs, 8 trucks, passed across the dim gray of the embankment and were suddenly extinguished one by one in the throat of the tunnel, which, with the last, seemed to swallow down train, smoke, and the sound in one abrupt gulp. "This country was all fresh and beautiful once," he said, "and now it is Gehenna. Down that way, nothing but pot banks and chimneys belching fire and dust into the face of heaven. But what does it matter? An end comes, an end to all this cruelty, tomorrow." He spoke the last words in a whisper. "Tomorrow," she said, speaking in a whisper too, and still staring out of the window. "Dear," putting his hand on hers. She turned with a start, and their eyes searched one another's. Hers softened to his gaze. "My dear one," she said, and then, "it seems so strange that you should have come into my life like this, to open." She paused. "To open?" he said. "All this wonderful world." She hesitated and spoke still more softly. "This world of love to me." Then suddenly the door clicked and closed. They turned their heads, and he started violently back. In the shadow of the room stood a great shadowy figure, silent. They saw the face dimly in the half-light, with unexpressive dark patches under the penthouse brows. Every muscle in Rout's body suddenly became tense. When could the door have opened? What had he heard? Had he heard all? What had he seen? A tumult of questions. The newcomer's voice came at last, after a pause that seemed interminable. "Well," he said. "I was afraid I missed you, Horrocks," said the man at the window, gripping the window ledge with his hand. His voice was unsteady. The clumsy figure of Horrocks came forward out of the shadow. He made no answer to Rout's remark. For a moment he stood above them. The woman's heart was cold within her. "I told Mr. Rout it was just possible you might come back," she said in a voice that never quivered. Horrocks, still silent, sat down abruptly in the chair by her little work table. His big hands were clenched. One saw now the fire of his eyes under the shadow of his brows. He was trying to get his breath. His eyes went from the woman he had trusted to the friend he had trusted, and then back to the woman. By this time, and for the moment, all 3 half understood one another. Yet none dared say a word to ease the pent-up things that choked them. It was the husband's voice that broke the silence at last. "You wanted to see me?" he said to Rout. Rout started as he spoke. "I came to see you," he said, resolved to lie to the last. "Yes," said Horrocks. "You promised," said Rout, "to show me some fine effects of moonlight and smoke." "I promised to show you some fine effects of moonlight and smoke," repeated Horrocks in a colorless voice. "And I thought I might catch you tonight before you went down to the works," proceeded Rout, "and come with you." There was another pause. Did the man mean to take the thing coolly? Did he, after all, know? How long had he been in the room? Yet even at the moment when they heard the door, their attitudes... Horrocks glanced at the profile of the woman, shadowy pallid in the half-light. Then he glanced at Rout, and seemed to recover himself suddenly. "Of course," he said, "I promised to show you the works under their proper dramatic conditions. It's odd how I could have forgotten." "If I am troubling you," began Rout. Horrocks started again. A new light had suddenly come into the sultry gloom of his eyes. "Not in the least," he said. "Have you been telling Mr. Rout of all these contrasts of flame and shadow you think so splendid?" said the woman, turning now to her husband for the first time, her confidence creeping back again, her voice just one half note too high. "That dreadful theory of yours, that machinery is beautiful and everything else in the world ugly. I thought he would not spare you, Mr. Rout. It's his great theory, his one discovery in art." "I am slow to making discoveries," said Horrocks grimly, damping her suddenly. "But what I discover—" He stopped. "Well?" she said. "Nothing," and suddenly he rose to his feet. "I promised to show you the works," he said to Rout, and put his big, clumsy hand on his friend's shoulder. "Are you ready to go?" "Quite," said Rout, and stood up also. There was another pause. Each of them peered through the indistinctness of the dusk at the other two. Horrocks' hand still rested on Rout's shoulder. Rout half fancied still that the incident was trivial after all. But Mrs. Horrocks knew her husband better, knew that grim quiet in his voice, and the confusion in her mind took a vague shape of physical evil. "Very well," said Horrocks, and dropping his hand, he turned towards the door. "My hat?" Rout looked round in the half-light. "That's my work-basket," said Mrs. Horrocks, with a gust of hysterical laughter. Their hands came together on the back of the chair. "Here it is," he said. She had an impulse to warn him in an undertone, but she could not frame a word. "Don't go, and beware of him," struggled in her mind, and the swift moment passed. "Got it," said Horrocks, standing with the door half open. Rout stepped towards him. "Better say goodbye to Mrs. Horrocks," said the ironmaster, even more grimly quiet in his tone than before. Rout started and turned. "Good evening, Mrs. Horrocks," he said, and their hands touched. Horrocks held the door open with a ceremonial politeness unusual in him towards men. Rout went out, and then, after a wordless look at her, her husband followed. She stood motionless while Rout's light footfall and her husband's heavy tread, like bass and treble, passed down the passage together. The front door slammed heavily. She went to the window, moving slowly, and stood watching, leaning forward. The two men appeared for a moment at the gateway in the road, passed under the street lamp, and were hidden by the black masses of shrubbery. The lamplight fell for a moment on their faces, showing only unmeaning pale patches, telling nothing of what she still feared and doubted and craved vainly to know. Then she sank down into a crouching attitude in the big armchair, her eyes wide open and staring at the red lights from the furnaces that flickered in the sky. An hour after she was still there, her attitude scarcely changed. The oppressive stillness of the evening weighed heavily upon Rout. They went side by side down the road in silence, and in silence turned into the cinder-made byway that presently opened out the prospect of the valley. A blue haze, half dust, half mist, touched the long valley with mystery. Beyond were Hanley and Etruria, gray and dark masses, outlined thinly by the rare golden dots of the street lamps, and here and there a gaslit window, or the yellow glare of some late-working factory or crowded public house. Out of the masses, clear and slender against the evening sky, rose a multitude of tall chimneys, many of them reeking, a few smokeless during a season of play. Here and there a pallid patch and ghostly stunted beehive shapes showed the position of a pot bank or a wheel, black and sharp against the hot lower sky, marked some colliery where they raised the iridescent coal of the place. Near at hand was a broad stretch of railway, and half-invisible trains shunted, a steady puffing and rumbling, with every run a ringing concussion, and a rhythmic series of impacts, and a passage of intermittent puffs of white steam across the further view. And to the left, between the railway and the dark mass of the low hill beyond, dominating the whole view, colossal, inky black, and crowned with smoke and fitful flames, stood the great cylinders of the Jeddah Company blast furnaces, the central edifices of the big ironworks of which Horrocks was the manager. They stood heavy and threatening, full of an incessant turmoil of flames and seething molten iron, and about the feet of them rattled the rolling mills, and the steam hammer beat heavily and splashed the white iron sparks hither and thither. Even as they looked, a truckful of fuel was shot into one of the giants, and the red flames gleamed out, and a confusion of smoke and black dust came boiling upwards towards the sky. "Certainly you get some fine effects of color with your furnaces," said Rout, breaking a silence that had become apprehensive. Horrocks grunted. He stood with his hands in his pockets, frowning down at the dim, steaming railway and the busy ironworks beyond, frowning as if he were thinking out some knotty problem. Rout glanced at him and away again. "At present your moonlight effect is hardly ripe," he continued, looking upward. "The moon is still smothered by the vestiges of daylight." Horrocks stared at him with the expression of a man who has suddenly awakened. "Vestiges of daylight? Of course, of course." He too looked up at the moon, pale, still, in the midsummer sky. "Come along," he said suddenly, and gripping Rout's arm in his hand, made a move towards the path that dropped from them to the railway. Rout hung back. Their eyes met and saw 1,000 things in a moment that their lips came near to say. Horrocks's hand tightened and then relaxed. He let go, and before Rout was aware of it, they were arm in arm and walking, one unwillingly enough, down the path. "You see the fine effect of the railway signals towards Burslem," said Horrocks, suddenly breaking into loquacity, striding fast and tightening the grip of his elbow the while. "Little green lights and red and white lights, all against the haze. You have an eye for effect, Rout. It's a fine effect. And look at those furnaces of mine, how they rise upon us as we come down the hill. That to the right is my pet. 70 feet of him. I packed him myself, and he's boiled away cheerfully with iron in his guts for 5 long years. I've a particular fancy for him. That line of red there, a lovely bit of warm orange, you'd call it, Rout. That's the puddler's furnaces, and there, in the hot light, 3 black figures. Did you see the white splash of the steam hammer then? That's the rolling mills. Come along. Clang, clatter, how it goes rattling across the floor. Sheet tin, Rout. Amazing stuff. Glass mirrors are not in it when that stuff comes from the mill. And squelch. There goes the hammer again. Come along. He had to stop talking to catch his breath. His arm twisted into routes with benumbing tightness. He had come striding down the black path towards the railway as though he was possessed. Rout had not spoken a word, had simply hung back against Horrocks's pull with all his strength. "I say," he said now, laughing nervously, but with an undernote of snarl in his voice, "why on earth are you nipping my arm off, Horrocks, and dragging me along like this?" At length Horrocks released him. His manner changed again. "Nipping your arm off," he said. "Sorry, but it's you taught me the trick of walking in that friendly way." "You haven't learnt the refinements of it yet, then," said Rout, laughing artificially again. "By Jove, I'm black and blue." Horrocks offered no apology. They stood now near the bottom of the hill, close to the fence that bordered the railway. The ironworks had grown larger and spread out with their approach. They looked up to the blast furnaces now instead of down. The further view of Etruria and Hanley had dropped out of sight with their descent. Before them by the stile rose a notice board, bearing, still dimly visible, the words, "Beware of the trains," half hidden by splashes of coaly mud. "Fine effects," said Horrocks, waving his arm. "Here comes a train. The puffs of smoke, the orange glare, the round eye of light in front of it, the melodious rattle. Fine effects. But these furnaces of mine used to be finer, before we shoved cones in their throats and saved the gas." "How?" said Rot. "Cones?" "Cones, my man, cones. I'll show you one nearer. The flames used to flare out of the open throats. Great, what is it? Pillars of cloud by day, red and black smoke, and pillars of fire by night. Now we run it off in the pipes and burn it to heat the blast, and the top is shut by a cone. You'll be interested in that cone." "But every now and then," said Rout, "you get a burst of fire and smoke up there." "The cone's not fixed. It's hung by a chain from a lever and balanced by an equipoise. You shall see it nearer, else of course there'd be no way of getting fuel into the thing. Every now and then the cone dips and out comes the flare." "I see," said Rout. He looked over his shoulder. "The moon gets brighter," he said. "Come along," said Horrocks abruptly, gripping his shoulder again and moving him suddenly towards the railway crossing. And then came one of those swift incidents, vivid, but so rapid that they leave one doubtful and reeling. Halfway across, Horrocks's hand suddenly clenched upon him like a vice and swung him backward and through a half turn, so that he looked up the line. And there a chain of lamp-lit carriage windows telescoped swiftly as it came towards them, and the red and yellow lights of an engine grew larger and larger, rushing down upon them. As he grasped what this meant, he turned his face to Horrocks and pushed with all his strength against the arm that held him back between the rails. The struggle did not last a moment. Just as certain as it was that Horrocks held him there, so certain was it that he had been violently lugged out of danger. "Out of the way," said Horrocks with a gasp, as the train came rattling by, and they stood panting by the gate into the ironworks. "I did not see it coming," said Rout, still, even in spite of his own apprehensions, trying to keep up an appearance of ordinary intercourse. Horrocks answered with a grunt. "The cone," he said, and then, as one who recovers himself, "I thought you did not hear." "I didn't," said Rout. "I wouldn't have had you run over then for the world," said Horrocks. "For a moment I lost my nerve," said Rout. Horrocks stood for a half a minute, then turned abruptly towards the ironworks again. "See how fine these great mounds of mine, these clinker heaps, look in the night. That truck, Yonder up above there. Up it goes, and out tilts the slag. See, the palpitating red stuff goes sliding down the slope. As we get nearer, the heap rises up and cuts the blast furnaces. See the quiver up above the big one. Not that way, this way, between the heaps. That goes to the puddling furnaces. But I want to show you the canal first. He came and took Rout by the elbow, and so they went along side by side. Rout answered Horrocks vaguely. What, he asked himself, had really happened on the line? He was deluding himself with his own fancies, or had Horrocks actually held him back in the way of the train? Had he just been within an ace of being murdered? Suppose this slouching, scowling monster did know anything. For a minute or two then, Rout was really afraid for his life. But the mood passed as he reasoned with himself. After all, Horrocks might have heard nothing. At any rate, he had pulled him out of the way in time. His odd manner might be due to the mere vague jealousy he had shown once before. He was talking now of the ash heaps and the canal. "Eh?" said Horrocks. "What?" said Rout. "Rather, the haze in the moonlight. Fine." "Our canal," said Horrocks, stopping suddenly. "Our canal by moonlight and firelight is an immense effect. You've never seen it? Fancy that. You spent too many of your evenings philandering up in Newcastle there. I tell you, for real florid effects, but you shall see. Boiling water." As they came out of the labyrinth of clinker heaps and mounds of coal and ore, the noises of the rolling mill sprang upon them suddenly, loud, near, and distinct. 3 shadowy workmen went by and touched their caps to Horrocks. Their faces were vague in the darkness. Rout felt a futile impulse to address them, and before he could frame his words, they passed into the shadows. Horrocks pointed to the canal close before them now. A weird-looking place it seemed, in the blood-red reflections of the furnaces. The hot water that cooled the tuyères came into it, some 50 yards up, a tumultuous, almost boiling affluent, and the steam rose up from the water in silent white wisps and streaks, wrapping damply about them an incessant succession of ghosts coming up from the black and red eddies. A white uprising that made the head swim. The shining black tower of the larger blast furnace rose overhead out of the mist, and its tumultuous riot filled their ears. Rout kept away from the edge of the water and watched Horrocks. "Here it is red," said Horrocks. "Blood red vapor, as red and hot as sin. But yonder there, where the moonlight falls on it, and it drives across the clinker heaps, it is as white as death." Rout turned his head for a moment and came back hastily to his watch on Horrocks. "Come along to the rolling mills," said Horrocks. The threatening hold was not so evident that time, and Rout felt a little reassured. But all the same, what on earth did Horrocks mean about white as death and red as sin? Coincidence, perhaps? They went and stood behind the puddlers for a little while, and then through the rolling mills, where amidst the incessant din the deliberate steam hammer beat the juice out of the succulent iron, and black, half-naked titans rushed the plastic bars like hot sealing wax between the wheels. "Come on," said Horrocks in Rout's ear, and they went and peeped through the little glass hole behind the tuyères and saw the tumbled fire writhing in the pit of the blast furnace. It left one eye blinded for a while. Then, with green and blue patches dancing across the dark, they went to the lift by which the trucks of ore and fuel and lime were raised to the top of the big cylinder. And out upon the narrow rail that overhung the furnace, Rout's doubts came upon him again. Was it wise to be here? If Horrocks did know everything, do what he would, he could not resist a violent trembling. Right underfoot was a sheer depth of 70 feet. It was a dangerous place. They pushed by a truck of fuel to get to the railing that crowned the place. The reek of the furnace, a sulphurous vapor streaked with pungent bitterness, seemed to make the distant hillside of Hanley quiver. The moon was riding out now from among a drift of clouds, halfway up the sky above the undulating wooded outlines of Newcastle. The steaming canal ran away from below them under an indistinct bridge, and vanished into the dim haze of the flat fields toward Burslem. "That's the cone I've been telling you of," shouted Horrocks. "And below that, 60 feet of fire and molten metal, with the air of the blast frothing through it like gas in soda water." Rout gripped the handrail tightly and stared down at the cone. The heat was intense. The boiling of the iron and the tumult of the blast made a thunderous accompaniment to Horrocks' voice. The thing had to be gone through now. Perhaps, after all. "In the middle," bawled Horrocks. "Temperature near 1,000 degrees. If you were dropped into it, flash into flame like a pinch of gunpowder in a candle. Put your hand out and feel the heat of his breath. Why, even up here I've seen the rainwater boiling off the trucks. And that cone there, it's damn sight too hot for roasting cakes. The top side of it's 300 degrees. 300 degrees, said Rout. 300 centigrade, mind, said Horrocks. It will boil the blood out of you in no time. Hey? Said Rout and turned. Boil the blood out of you in... No, you don't. Let me go, screamed Rout. Let go my arm. With one hand he clutched at the handrail, then with both. For a moment the two men stood swaying. Then suddenly, with a violent jerk, Horrocks had twisted him from his hold. He clutched at Horrocks and missed. His foot went back into empty air. In midair he twisted himself, and then cheek and shoulder and knee struck the hot cone together. He clutched the chain by which the cone hung, and the thing sank an infinitesimal amount as he struck it. A circle of glowing red appeared about him, and a tongue of flame, released from the chaos within, flickered up towards him. An intense pain assailed him at the knees, and he could smell the singeing of his hands. He raised himself to his feet and tried to climb up the chain, and then something struck his head, black and shining with the moonlight. The throat of the furnace rose about him. Horrocks, he saw, stood above him by one of the trucks of the fuel on the rail. The gesticulating figure was bright and white in the moonlight, and shouting, "Fizzle, you fool! Fizzle, you hunter of women! You hot-blooded hound! Boil, boil, boil!" Suddenly he caught up a handful of coal out of the truck and flung it deliberately, lump after lump, at Rout. "Horrocks!" cried Rout. "Horrocks!" He clung crying to the chain, pulling himself up from the burning of the cone. Each missile Horrocks flung hit him. His clothes charred and glowed, and as he struggled the cone dropped, and a rush of hot, suffocating gas whooped out and burned round him in a swift breath of flame. His human likeness departed from him. When the momentary red had passed, Horrocks saw a charred, blackened figure, its head streaked with blood, still clutching and fumbling with the chain, and writhing in agony. A cindery animal, an inhumane, monstrous creature that began a sobbing, intermittent shriek. Abruptly at the sight, the ironmaster's anger passed. A deadly sickness came upon him. The heavy odor of burning flesh came drifting up to his nostrils. His sanity returned to him. God have mercy upon me, he cried. Oh, God, what have I done? He knew the thing below him, save that it still moved and felt, was already a dead man, that the blood of the poor wretch must be boiling in his veins. An intense realization of that agony came to his mind and overcame every other feeling. For a moment he stood irresolute, and then, turning to the truck, he hastily tilted its contents upon the struggling thing that had once been a man. The mass fell with a thud and went radiating over the cone. With the thud, the shriek ended, and a boiling confusion of smoke, dust, and flame came rushing up towards him. As it passed, he saw the cone clear again. Then he staggered back and stood trembling, clinging to the rail with both hands. His lips moved, but no words came to them. Down below was the sound of voices and running steps. The clangor of rolling in the shed ceased abruptly. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Purple Pileus. Mr. Coombs was sick of life. He walked away from his unhappy home and sick not only of his own existence but of everybody else's, turned aside down Gaswork Lane to avoid the town, and crossing the wooden bridge that goes over the canal to Starling's cottages, was presently alone in the damp pine woods and out of sight and sound of human habitation. He would stand it no longer. Repeated aloud with blasphemies unusual to him that he would stand it no longer. He was a pale-faced little man with dark eyes and a fine and very black moustache. He had a very stiff, upright collar, slightly frayed, that gave him an illusory double chin, and his overcoat, albeit shabby, was trimmed with astrakhan. His gloves were a bright brown with black stripes over the knuckles and split at the finger ends. His appearance, his wife had once said in the dear dead days beyond recall, before he married her, that is, was military. But now she called him, it seems a dreadful thing to tell of between husband and wife, but she called him a little grub. It wasn't the only thing she had called him either. The row had arisen about that beastly Jenny again. Jenny was his wife's friend, and by no invitation of Mr. Coombs, she came in every blessed Sunday to dinner and made a shindy all the afternoon. She was a big, noisy girl with a taste for loud colors and strident laugh. And this Sunday she had outdone all her previous intrusions by bringing in a fellow with her, a chap as showy as herself. And Mr. Coombs, in a starchy, clean collar and his Sunday frock coat, had sat dumb and wrathful at his own table, while his wife and her guest talked foolishly and undesirably and laughed aloud. Well, he stood that, and after dinner, which as usual was late, what must Miss Jenny do but go to the piano and play banjo tunes for all the world as if it were a weekday? Flesh and blood could not endure such goings on. They would hear next door, they would hear in the road. It was a public announcement of their disrepute. He had to speak. He had felt himself go pale, and a kind of rigor had affected his respiration as he delivered himself. He had been sitting on one of the chairs by the window. The new guest had taken possession of the armchair. He turned his head. "Sunday," he said over the collar, in the voice of one who wants. "Sunday." What people call a nasty tone it was. Jenny had kept on playing, but his wife, who was looking through some music that was piled on the top of the piano, had stared at him. "What's wrong now?" she said. "Can't people enjoy themselves?" "I don't mind rational enjoyment at all," said little Coombs. "But I ain't a-going to have weekday tunes playing on a Sunday in this house." "What's wrong with me playing now?" said Jenny, stopping and twirling round on the music stool with a monstrous rustle of the flounces. Coombs saw it was going to be a row, and opened too vigorously, as is common with your timid, nervous men all the world over. "Steady on with that music stool," said he. "It ain't made for heavy weights." Never you mind about ways, said Jenny, incensed. What was you saying behind my back about my playing? Surely you don't hold with not having a bit of music on a Sunday, Mr. Combs, said the new guest, leaning back in the armchair, blowing a cloud of cigarette smoke and smiling in a kind of pitying way. And simultaneously, his wife said something to Jenny about, never mind him, you go on, Ginny. I do, said Mr. Combs, addressing the new guest. May I ask why? Said the new guest, evidently enjoying both the cigarette and the prospect of an argument. He was, by the by, a lank young man, very stylishly dressed in bright drab, with a white cravat and a pearl and silver pin. It had been better taste to come in a black coat, Mr. Combs thought. Because, began Mr. Combs, it don't suit me. I'm a businessman. I have to study my connection. Rational enjoyment? His connection, said Mrs. Combs scornfully. That's what he's always a saying. We got to do this and we got to do that. If you don't mean to study my connection, said Mr. Combs, what did you marry me for? I wonder, said Jenny, and turned back to the piano. I never saw such a man as you, said Mrs. Combs. You've altered all round since we were married. Before, then Jenny began at the tum-tum-tum again. Look here, said Mr. Combs, driven at last to revolt, standing up and raising his voice. I tell you I won't have that. The frock coat heaved with his indignation. No violence now, said the long young man in drab, sitting up. Who the Jews are you? Said Mr. Combs fiercely. Whereupon they all began talking at once. The new guest said he was Jenny's intended and meant to protect her, and Mr. Combs said he was welcome to do so anywhere but in his, Mr. Combs' house, and Mrs. Combs said he ought to be ashamed of insulting his guest, and, as I've already mentioned, that he was getting a regular little grub. And the end was that Mr. Combs ordered his visitors out of the house, and they wouldn't go, and so he said he would go himself. With his face burning and tears of excitement in his eyes, he went into the passage, and as he struggled with his overcoat, his frock coat sleeves got concertinate up his arm and gave a brush at his silk hat. Jenny began again at the piano and strummed him insultingly out of the house. Tum, tum, tum. He slammed the shop door so that the house quivered. That, briefly, was the immediate making of his mood. You will perhaps begin to understand his disgust with existence. As he walked along the muddy path under the firs, it was late October, and the ditches and heaps of fir needles were gorgeous with clumps of fungi. He recapitulated the melancholy history of his marriage. It was brief and commonplace enough. He now perceived with sufficient clearness that his wife had married him out of a natural curiosity in order to escape from her worrying, laborious, and uncertain life in the workroom. And like the majority of her class, she was far too stupid to realize that it was a duty to cooperate with him in his business. She was greedy of enjoyment, loquacious and socially minded, and evidently disappointed to find the restraints of poverty still hanging about her. His worries exasperated her, and the slightest attempt to control her proceedings resulted in a charge of grumbling. Why couldn't he be nice, as he used to be? And Combs was such a harmless little man too, nourished mentally on self-help, and with a meager ambition of self-denial and competition that was to end in a sufficiency. Then Jenny came in as a female Mephistopheles, a gabbling chronicler of fellers, and was always wanting his wife to go to the theatres and all that. And in addition, were aunts of his wife and cousins, male and female, to eat up capital, insult him personally, upset business arrangements, annoy good customers, and generally blight his life. It was not the first occasion of many that Mr. Combs had fled his home in wrath and indignation and something like fear, vowing furiously and even aloud that he wouldn't stand it, and so frothing away his energy along the line of least resistance. But never before had he been quite so sick of life as on this particular Sunday afternoon. The Sunday dinner may have had its share in his despair and the greyness of the sky. Perhaps, too, he was beginning to realize his unendurable frustration as a businessman as a consequence of his marriage. Presently bankruptcy, and after that, perhaps she might have reason to repent when it was too late. And destiny, as I've already intimated, had planted the path through the wood with evil-smelling fungi, thickly and variously planted it, not only on the right side, but on the left. A small shopman is in such a melancholy position if his wife turns out a disloyal partner. His capital is all tied up in his business, and to leave her means to join the unemployed in some strange part of the earth. The luxuries of divorce are beyond him altogether. So that the good old tradition of marriage, for better or worse, holds inexorably for him, and things work up to tragic culminations. Bricklayers kick their wives to death, and the dukes betray theirs. But it is among the small clerks and shopkeepers nowadays that it comes most often to a cutting of throats. Under the circumstances, it is not so very remarkable, and you must take it as charitably as you can, that the mind of Mr. Coombs ran for a while on some such glorious close to his disappointed hopes, and that he thought of razors, pistols, bread knives, and touching letters to the coroner denouncing his enemies by name and praying piously for forgiveness. After time, his fierceness gave way to melancholia. He had been married in this very overcoat, in his first and only frock coat that was buttoned up beneath it. He began to recall their courting along this very walk, his years of penurious saving to get capital, and the bright hopefulness of his marrying days. For it all to work out like this. Was there no sympathetic ruler anywhere in the world? He reverted to death as a topic. He thought of the canal he had just crossed, and doubted whether he shouldn't stand with his head out even in the middle, and it was while drowning was in his mind that the purple pileus caught his eye. He looked at it mechanically for a moment, and stopped and stooped toward it to pick it up, under the impression that it was some such small leather object as a purse. Then he saw that it was the purple top of a fungus, a peculiarly poisonous-looking purple, slimy, shiny, and emitting a sour odor. He hesitated with his hand an inch or so from it, and thought of poison crossed his mind. With that, he picked the thing and stood up again with it in his hand. The odor was certainly strong, acrid, but by no means disgusting. He broke off a piece, and the fresh surface was a creamy white that changed like magic in the space of 10 seconds to yellowish-green color. It was even an inviting-looking change. He broke off 2 other pieces to see it repeated. They were wonderful things, these fungi, thought Mr. Coombs, and all of them the deadliest poisons, as his father had often told him. Deadly poisons. There is no time like the present for a rash resolve. Why not here and now? Thought Mr. Coombs. He tasted a little piece, a very little piece indeed, a mere crumb. It was so pungent that he almost spat it out again, then merely hot and full flavored. Kind of German mustard with a touch of horseradish, and well, mushroom. He swallowed it in the excitement of the moment. Did he like it or did he not? His mind was curiously careless. He would try another bit. It really wasn't bad. It was good. He forgot his troubles in the interest of the immediate moment. Playing with death it was. He took another bite and then deliberately finished a mouthful. A curious tingling sensation began in his fingertips and toes. His pulse began to move faster. The blood in his ears sounded like a mill race. Try a bit more, said Mr. Coombs. He turned and looked about him and found his feet unsteady. He saw and struggled towards a little patch of purple and a dozen yards away. It's all good stuff, said Mr. Coombs. Lomo ye. He pitched forward and fell on his face, his hands outstretched towards his cluster of pili. But he did not eat any more of them. He forgot forthwith. He rolled over and sat up with a look of astonishment on his face. His carefully brushed silk hat had rolled away towards the ditch. He pressed his hand on his brow. Something had happened, but he could not rightly determine what it was. Anyhow, he was no longer dull. He felt bright, cheerful, and his throat was afire. He laughed in the sudden gaiety of his heart. Had he been dull? He did not know. But at any rate, he would be dull no longer. He got up and stood unsteadily, regarding the universe with an agreeable smile. He began to remember. He could not remember very well, because there was steam roundabout that was beginning in his head, and he knew he had been disagreeable at home just because they wanted to be happy. They were quite right. Life should be as gay as possible. He would go home and make it up and reassure them. And why not take some of this delightful toadstool with him for them to eat? A hatful, no less. Some of those red ones with white spots as well, and a few yellow. He had been a dull dog, an enemy to merriment. He would make up for it. It would be gay to turn his coat sleeves inside out and stick some yellow gourds into his waistcoat pockets. Then home, singing for a jolly evening. After the departure of Mr. Coombs, Jenny discontinued playing and turned around on the music stool again. What a fuss about nothing, said Jenny. You see, Mr. Clarence, what I have got to put up with, said Mrs. Coombs. He's a bit hasty, said Mr. Clarence judicially. I ain't got the slightest sense of a position, said Mrs. Coombs. That's what I complain of. He cares for nothing but his old shop, and if I have a bit of company, or buy anything to keep myself decent, or get any little thing I want out of the housekeeping money, There is disagreeables. Economy, he says. Struggle for life and all that. Lies awake of nights about it, worrying how he can screw me out of a shilling. He wanted us to eat Dorset butter once. If once I was to give in to him, there. Of course, said Jenny. If a man values a woman, said Mr. Clarence, lounging back in the armchair, he must be prepared to make sacrifices for her. For my own part, said Mr. Clarence, with his eye on Jenny, I shouldn't think of marrying till I was in a position to do the thing in style. It's downright selfishness. A man ought to go through the rough and tumble by himself and not drag her. I don't agree altogether with that, said Jenny. I don't see why a man shouldn't have a woman's help, provided he doesn't treat her meanly. You know, it is meanness. You wouldn't believe, said Mrs. Coombs. But I was a fool to have him. Might have known. If it hadn't been for my father, we shouldn't have had not a carriage to our wedding. Lord, he didn't stick out at that, said Mr. Clarence, quite shocked. Said he wanted the money for his stock or some such rubbish. Why, he wouldn't have a woman in to help me once a week if it wasn't for my standing out plucking. And the fusses he makes about money comes to me, well, pretty near crying, with sheets of paper and figures. If only we can tide over this year, he says, business is bound to go. If only we can tide over this year, I say, then it'll be, if only we can tide over next year. I know you, I says. And you don't catch me screwing myself lean and ugly. Why didn't you marry a slavey, I says, if you wanted one, instead of a respectable girl, I says. So, Mrs. Coombs, but we will not follow this unedifying conversation further. Suffice it that Mr. Coombs was very satisfactorily disposed of, and they had a snug little time round the fire. Then Mrs. Coombs went to get the tea, and Jenny sat coquettishly on the arm of Mr. Clarence's chair until the tea things clattered outside. What was that I heard? Asked Mrs. Coombs playfully as she entered, and there was badinage about kissing. They were just sitting down to the little circular table when the first intimation of Mr. Coombs' return was heard. This was a fumbling at the latch of the front door. Yes, my lord, said Mrs. Coombs. Went out like a lion and comes back like a lamb, I lay. Something fell over in the shop. A chair, it sounded like. Then there was a sound as of some complicated step exercise in the passage. Then the door opened and Coombs appeared. But it was Coombs transfigured. The immaculate collar had been torn carelessly from his throat. His carefully brushed silk hat, half full of crusher fungi, was under one arm. His coat was inside out, and his waistcoat adorned with bunches of yellow-blossomed furs. These little eccentricities of Sunday costume, however, were quite overshadowed by the change in his face. It was livid white, his eyes were unnaturally large and bright, and his pale blue lips were drawn back in a cheerless grin. Merry, he said. He had stopped dancing to open the door. Rational enjoyment. Dance. He made 3 fantastic steps into the room and stood bowing. Jim! Shrieked Mrs. Coombs, and Mr. Clarence sat petrified with a dropping lower jaw. Tea, said Mr. Coombs. Jolly thing tea. Toadstool store. Brochure. He's drunk, said Jenny in a weak voice. Never before had she seen this intense pallor in a drunken man, or such shining dilated eyes. Mr. Coombs held out a handful of scarlet agaric to Mr. Clarence. Jolly stuff, said he. Tas some. At that moment he was genial. Then, at the sight of their startled faces, it changed, with a swift transition of insanity, into overbearing fury, and it seemed as if he had suddenly recalled the quarrel of his departure. In such a huge voice as Mrs. Coombs had never heard before, he shouted, My house! I'm master here. Eat what I give you. He bawled this, as it seemed, without an effort, without a violent gesture, standing there as motionless as one who whispers, holding out a handful of fungus. Clarence approved himself a coward. He could not meet the mad fury in Coombs' eyes. He rose to his feet, pushing back his chair, and turned, stooping. At that, Coombs rushed at him. Jenny saw her opportunity, and with the ghost of a shriek, made for the door. Mrs. Coombs followed her. Clarence tried to dodge, overbent the tea table with a smash as Coombs clutched him by the collar and tried to thrust the fungus into his mouth. Clarence was content to leave his collar behind him and shot out into the passage with red patches of fly agaric still adherent to his face. Shut him in, cried Mrs. Coombs, and would have closed the door, but her supports deserted her. Jenny saw the shop door open and vanished thereby, locking it behind her, while Clarence went on hastily into the kitchen. Mr. Coombs came heavily against the door, and Mrs. Coombs, finding the key was inside, fled upstairs and locked herself in the spare bedroom. So the new convert to joie de vivre emerged upon the passage, his decorations a little scattered, but that respectable hatful of fungi still under his arm. He hesitated at the 3 ways and decided on the kitchen, whereupon Clarence, who was fumbling with the key, gave up the attempt to imprison his host and fled into the scullery, only to be captured before he could open the door into the yard. Mr. Clarence is singularly reticent of the details of what occurred. It seems that Mr. Coombs' transitory irritation had vanished again, and he was once more a genial playfellow. And as there were knives and meat choppers about, Clarence very generously resolved to humour him and so avoid anything tragic. It is beyond dispute that Mr. Coombs played with Mr. Clarence to his heart's content. They could not have been more playful and familiar if they had known each other for years. He insisted gaily on Clarence trying the fungi, and after a friendly tussle was smitten with remorse at the mess he was making of his guest's face. It also appears that Clarence was dragged into the sink and his face scrubbed with blacking brush, he being still resolved to humour the lunatic at any cost, and that finally, in a somewhat dishevelled, chipped, and discoloured condition, he was assisted to his coat and shown out by the back door, the shopway being barred by Jenny. Mr. Coombs' wandering thoughts then turned to Jenny. Jenny had been unable to unfasten the shop door, but she shot the bolts against Mr. Coombs' latchkey and remained in possession of the shop for the rest of the evening. It would appear that Mr. Coombs then returned to the kitchen, still in pursuit of gaiety, and, albeit a strict good Templar, drank or spilled down the front of the first and only frock coat no less than 5 bottles of the stout Mrs. Coombs insisted upon having for health's sake. He made cheerful noises by breaking off the necks of the bottles with several of his wife's wedding present dinner plates, and during the earlier part of this great drunk he sang divers merry ballads. He cut his finger rather badly with one of the bottles, the only bloodshed in the story. And what with that, and the systematic convulsion of his inexperienced physiology by the licorice brand of Mrs. Coombs' stout, it may be the evil of the fungus poison was somewhat allayed. But we prefer to draw a veil over the concluding incidents of this Sunday afternoon. They ended in a cold cellar, in a deep and healing sleep. An interval of 5 years elapsed. Again it was a Sunday afternoon in October, and again Mr. Coombs walked through the pine wood beyond the canal. He was still the same dark-eyed, black-moustached little man that he was at the outset of the story, but his double chin was now scarcely so illusory as it had been. His overcoat was new, with a velvet lapel and a stylish collar with turned-down corners, free of any coarse starchiness, had replaced the original all-round article. His hat was glossy, his gloves newish, though one finger had split and been carefully mended, and a casual observer would have noticed about him a certain rectitude of bearing, a certain erectness of head that marks the man who thinks well of himself. He was a master now, with 3 assistants. Beside him walked a larger sunburnt parody of himself, his brother Tom, just back from Australia. They were recapitulating the early struggles, and Mr. Coombs had just been making a financial statement. "It's a very nice little business, Jim," said brother Tom. "In these days of competition, you're jolly lucky to have worked it up so. And you're jolly lucky, too, to have a wife who is willing to help like yours does." "Between ourselves," said Mr. Coombs, "it wasn't always so. It wasn't always like this. To begin with, Mrs. was a bit giddy. Girls are funny creatures." "Dear me." "Yes, you'd hardly think it, but she was downright extravagant, and always having slaps at me. I was a bit too easy and loving and all that, and she thought the whole blessed show was run for her. Turned the house into a regular caravanserai, always having her relations and girls from business in, and their chaps. Comic songs for Sunday it was going to, and driving trade away. And she was making eyes at the chaps too. I tell you, Tom, the place wasn't my own." "Shouldn't have thought it. It was so." "Well, I reasoned with her. I said, I ain't a duke to keep a wife like a pet animal. I married you for help and company, I said. You got to help and pull the business through." She wouldn't hear of it. "Very well," I says. "I'm a mild man till I'm roused," I says. "And it's getting to that." But she wouldn't hear of no warning. Well, it's a way with women. She didn't think I had it in me to be roused. Women of a sort, between ourselves, Tom, don't respect a man until they are a bit afraid of him. So I just broke out to show her. In comes a girl named Jenny that used to work with her and a chap. We had a bit of a row, and I came out here. It was just another day as this, and I thought it all out. Then I went back and pitched into them." "You did?" "I did. I was mad, I can tell you. I wasn't going to hit her if I could help it. So I went back and licked into this chap just to show her what I could do. He was a big chap too. Well, I chucked him and smashed things about and gave her a scaring, and she ran up and locked herself into the spare room. Well, that's all. I says to her next morning, now you know, I says, what I'm like when I'm roused. And I didn't have to say anything more. And you have been happy ever after, eh? So to speak. There's nothing like putting your foot down with them. If it hadn't been for that afternoon, I should have been trampling the roads now, and she'd have been grumbling at me, and all the family grumbling for bringing her to poverty. I know there are little ways, but we are all right now. It's a very decent little business, as you say. They proceed on their way meditatively. Women are funny creatures, said Brother Tom. They want a firm hand, says Coombs. What a lot of these funguses there are about here, remarked Brother Tom presently. I can't see what use they are in the world. Mr. Coombs looked. I dare say they are sent for some wise purpose, said Mr. Coombs. And that was as much thanks as the purple pileus ever got for maddening this absurd little man to the pitch of decisive action and so altering the whole course of his life. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Jilting of Jane. As I sit writing in my study, I can hear our Jane bumping away downstairs with a brush and dustpan. She used in the old days to sing hymn tunes or the British national song, for the time being, to these instruments, but latterly she has been silent and even careful over her work. Time was when I prayed with fervour for such silence, and my wife with sighs for such care, but now they have come, we are not so glad as we might have anticipated we should be. Indeed, I would rejoice secretly, though it may be unmanly weakness to admit it, even to hear Jane sing Daisy, or by the fracture of any plate but one of Euphemia's best green ones, to learn that the period of brooding has come to an end. Yet, how we longed to hear the last of Jane's young man before we heard the last of him. Jane was always very free with the conversation to my wife, and discoursed admirably in the kitchen on a variety of topics, so well, indeed, that I sometimes left my study door open, our house is a small one, to partake of it. But after William came, it was always William, nothing but William. William this and William that. And when we thought William was worked out and exhausted altogether, then William all over again. The engagement lasted altogether 3 years. Yet, how she got introduced to William, and so became thus saturated with him, was always a secret. For my part, I believe it was at the street corner where the Reverend Barnabas Box used to hold an open-air service after evensong on Sundays. Young cupids were wont to flit like moths round the paraffin flare of that centre of high church hymn-singing. I fancy she stood singing hymns there, out of memory and her imagination, instead of coming home to get supper, and William came up beside her and said, "Hello." "Hello yourself," she said, and, etiquette being satisfied, they proceeded to talk together. As Euphemia has a reprehensible way of letting her servants talk to her, she soon heard of him. "He is such a respectable young man, ma'am," said Jane. "You don't know." Ignoring the slur cast on her acquaintance, my wife inquired further about this William. "He is second porter at Maynard's, the drapers," said Jane, "and gets 18 shillings, nearly £1 a week, ma'am. And when the head porter leaves, he will be head porter. His relatives are quite superior people, ma'am. Not labouring people at all. His father was a greengrocer, ma'am, and had a chum, and he was bankrupt twice. And one of his sisters is in a home for the dying. It will be a very good match for me, ma'am," said Jane, "me being an orphan girl." "Then you are engaged to him?" asked my wife. "Not engaged, ma'am, but he is saving money to buy a ring, hammy-fist." "Well, Jane, when you are properly engaged to him, you may ask him round here on Sunday afternoons and have tea with him in the kitchen. For my Euphemia has a motherly conception of her duties towards her maidservants, and presently the amethystine ring was being worn about the house, even with ostentation, and Jane developed a new way of bringing in the joint, so that this gauge was evident. The elder Miss Maitland was aggrieved by it, and told my wife that servants ought not to wear rings. but my wife looked it up in Enquire Within and Mrs. Matherley's Book of Household Management and found no prohibition. So Jane remained with this happiness added to her love. The treasure of Jane's heart appeared to me to be what respectable people call a very deserving young man. William, ma'am, said Jane one day suddenly with ill-concealed complacency as she counted out the beer bottles. William, ma'am, is a teetotaler. Yes, ma'am, and he don't smoke. Smoking, ma'am, said Jane, as one who reads the heart, do make such a dust about, besides the waste of money. And the smell. However, I suppose it's necessary to some. Possibly it dawned on Jane that she was reflecting a little severely upon Euphemia's comparative ill fortune, and she added kindly, I'm sure the master is an angel when his pipe is alight, compared to other times. William was at first a rather shabby man of the ready-made black coat school of costume. He had watery grey eyes and a complexion appropriate to the brother of one in a home for the dying. Euphemia did not fancy him very much, even at the beginning. His eminent respectability was vouched for by an alpaca umbrella from which he never allowed himself to be parted. He goes to chapel, said Jane. His papa, ma'am? His what, Jane? His papa, ma'am, was church. But Mr. Maynard is a Plymouth brother, and William thinks it policy, ma'am, to go there too. Mr. Maynard comes and talks to him quite friendly when they are in busy about using up all the ends of string and about his soul. He takes a lot of notice, do Mr. Maynard, of William and the way he saves string and his soul, ma'am. Presently we heard that the head porter at Maynard's had left, and that William was head porter at 23 shillings a week. He is really kind of over the man who drives the van, said Jane, and him married with 3 children. And she promised in the pride of her heart to make interest for us with William, to favour us so that we might get our parcels of drapery from Maynard's with exceptional promptitude. After this promotion, a rapidly increasing prosperity came upon Jane's young man. One day we learned that Mr. Maynard had given William a book. Smiles Help Yourself, it's called, said Jane, but a tie-in comic. It tells you how to get on in the world, and what William read to me was lovely, ma'am. Euphemia told me of this laughing, and then she became suddenly grave. Do you know, dear, she said, Jane said one thing I did not like. She had been quiet for a minute, and then she suddenly remarked, William is a lot above me, ma'am, ain't he? I don't see anything in that, I said, though later my eyes were to be opened. One Sunday afternoon, about that time, I was sitting at my writing desk, possibly I was reading a good book, when a something went by the window. I heard a startled exclamation behind me and saw Euphemia with her hands clasped together and her eyes dilated. George, she said in an awe-stricken whisper, did you see? Then we spoke to one another at the same moment, slowly and solemnly. A silk hat, yellow gloves, a new umbrella. It may be fancy, my dear, said Euphemia, but his tie was very like yours. I believe Jane keeps him in ties. She told me a little while ago in a way that implied volumes about the rest of your costume. The master do wear pretty ties, ma'am, and he echoes all your novelties. The young couple passed a window again on the way to their customary walk. They were arm in arm. Jane looked exquisitely proud, happy, and uncomfortable, with new white cotton gloves, and William, in the silk hat, singularly genteel. That was the culmination of Jane's happiness. When she returned, Mr. Maynard has been talking to William, ma'am, she said, and he is to serve customers just like the young shop gentleman during the next sale. And if he gets on, he is to be made an assistant, ma'am, at the first opportunity. He has got to be as gentlemanly as he can, ma'am, and if he ain't, ma'am, he says it won't be for want of trying. Mr. Maynard has took a great fancy to him. He is getting on, Jane, said my wife. Yes, ma'am, said Jane thoughtfully. He is getting on. And she sighed. That next Sunday, as I drank my tea, I interrogated my wife. How is this Sunday different from all other Sundays, little woman? What has happened? Have you altered the curtains or rearranged the furniture? Or where is the indefinable difference of it? Are you wearing your hair in a new way without warning me? I clearly perceive a change in my environment, and I cannot for the life of me say what it is. Then my wife answered in a most tragic voice. George, she said, that William has not come near the place today, and Jane is crying her heart out upstairs. There followed a period of silence. Jane, as I have said, stopped singing about the house and began to care for her brittle possessions, which struck my wife as being a very sad sign indeed. The next Sunday and the next, Jane asked to go out, to walk with William, and my wife, who never attempts to extort confidences, gave her permission and asked no questions. On each occasion, Jane came back looking flushed and very determined. At last, one day, she became communicative. "William is being led away," she remarked abruptly with a catching of the breath, apropos of the tablecloths. "Yes, ma'am. She is a milliner and she can play on the piano." "I thought," said my wife, "that you went out with him on Sunday?" "Not out with him, ma'am, after him. I walked along by the side of them and told her he was engaged to me." "Dear me, Jane, did you? What did they do?" "Took no more notice of me than if I was dirt. So I told her she should suffer for it." "It could not have been a very agreeable walk, Jane." "Not for no parties, ma'am." "I wish," said Jane, "I could play the piano, ma'am. But anyhow, I don't mean to let her get him away from me. She's older than him, and her hair ain't gold to the roots, ma'am." It was on the August bank holiday that the crisis came. We do not clearly know the details of the fray, but only such fragments as poor Jane let fall. She came home dusty, excited, and with a heart hot within her. The milliner's mother, the milliner, and William had made a party to the art museum at South Kensington, I think. Anyhow, Jane had calmly but firmly accosted them somewhere in the streets and asserted her right to what, in spite of the consensus of literature, she held to be her inalienable property. She did, I think, go so far as to lay hands on him. They dealt with her in a crushingly superior way. They called a cab. There was a scene, William being pulled away into the four-wheeler by his future wife and mother-in-law from the reluctant hands of a discarded Jane. There were threats of giving her in charge. "My poor Jane," said my wife, mincing Wheel as though she was mincing William. "It's a shame of them. I would think no more of him. He is not worthy of you." "No, ma'am," said Jane. "He is weak." "But it's that woman has done it," said Jane. She was never known to bring herself to pronounce that woman's name or to admit her girlishness. "I can't think what mind some women must have to try and get a girl's young man away from her. But there, it only hurts to talk about it," said Jane. Thereafter our house rested from William. But there was something in the manner of Jane scrubbing the front doorstep or sweeping out the rooms, a certain viciousness that persuaded me that the story had not yet ended. "Please, ma'am, may I go and see a wedding tomorrow?" said Jane one day. My wife knew by instinct whose wedding. "Do you think it is wise, Jane?" she said. "I would like to see the last of him," said Jane. "My dear," said my wife, fluttering into my room about 20 minutes after Jane had started, "Jane has been to the boot hole and taken all the left-off boots and shoes and gone off to the wedding with them in a bag. Surely she cannot mean—" "Jane," I said, "is developing character. Let us hope for the best." Jane came back with a pale, hard face. All the boots seemed to be still in a bag, at which my wife heaved a premature sigh of relief. We heard her go upstairs and replace the boots with considerable emphasis. "Quite a crowd at the wedding, ma'am," she said presently in a purely conversational style, sitting in our little kitchen and scrubbing the potatoes. "And such a lovely day for them." She proceeded to numerous other details, clearly avoiding some cardinal incident. "It was all extremely respectable and nice, ma'am, but her father did not wear a black coat and looked quite out of place, ma'am." "Mr. Piddingquirk?" "Who?" "Mr. Piddingquirk, William that was, ma'am, had white gloves and a coat like a clergyman, and a lovely chrysanthemum. He looked so nice, ma'am, and there was red carpet down, just like for gentlefolks. And they say he gave the clerk 4 shillings, ma'am. It was a real carriage they had, not a fly. When they came out of church, there was rice throwing, and her 2 little sisters dropping dead flowers. And someone threw a slipper, and then I threw a boot." "Threw a boot, Jane?" "Yes, ma'am, aimed at her, but it hit him. Yes, ma'am, hard. Give him a black eye, I should think. I only threw that one. I hadn't the heart to try again. All the little boys cheered when it hit him. After an interval, I am sorry the boot hit him." Another pause. The potatoes were being scrubbed violently. "He always was a bit above me, you know, ma'am, and he was led away." The potatoes were more than finished. Jane rose sharply with a sigh and rapped the basin down on the table. "I don't care," she said. "I don't care a rap. He will find out his mistake yet. It serves me right. I was stuck up about him. I ought not to have looked so high. and I am glad things are as things are. My wife was in the kitchen, seeing to the higher cookery. After the confession of the boot throwing, she must have watched poor Jane fuming with a certain dismay in those brown eyes of hers. But I imagine they softened again very quickly, and then Jane's must have met them. "Oh, ma'am," said Jane, with an astonishing change of note. "Think of all that might have been. Oh, ma'am, I could have been so happy. I ought to have known, but I didn't know. You're very kind to let me talk to you, ma'am, for it's hard on me, ma'am. It's hard." And I gather that Euphemia so far forgot herself as to let Jane sob out some of the fullness of her heart on a sympathetic shoulder. My Euphemia, thank heaven, has never properly grasped the importance of keeping up her position. And since that fit of weeping, much of the accent of bitterness has gone out of Jane's scrubbing and brushwork. Indeed, something passed the other day with the butcher boy, but that scarcely belongs to this story. However, Jane is young still, and time and change are at work with her. We all have our sorrows, but I do not believe very much in the existence of sorrows that never heal. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Maggs. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. In the Modern Vein, an unsympathetic love story. Of course, the cultivated reader has heard of Aubrey Vere. He has published on 3 several occasions volumes of delicate verses, some indeed border on indelicacy, and his column of Things Literary in the Climax is well known. His Byronic Visage and an Interview have appeared in The Perfect Lady. It was Aubrey Vere, I believe, who demonstrated that the humour of Dickens was worse than his sentiment, and who detected a subtle bourgeois flavour in Shakespeare. However, it is not generally known that Aubrey Vere has had erotic experiences as well as erotic inspirations. He adopted Goethe some little time since as his literary prototype, and that may have had something to do with his temporary lapse from sexual integrity. For it is one of the commonest things that undermine literary men, giving us landslips and picturesque effects along the otherwise even cliff of their respectable life, ranking next to avarice and certainly above drink. This instability called genius, or more fully, the consciousness of genius, such as Aubrey Vere possessed. Since Shelley set the fashion, your man of gifts has been assured that his duty to himself and his duty to his wife are incompatible, and his renunciation of the Philistine has been marked by such infidelity as his means and courage warranted. Most virtue is lack of imagination. At any rate, a minor genius, without his affections twisted into an inextricable muddle, who did not occasionally shed sonnets over his troubles, I have never met. Even Aubrey Vere did this, weeping the sonnets overnight into his blotting-book, and pretending to write literary causerie when his wife came down in her bath slippers to see what kept him up. She did not understand him, of course. He did this even before the other woman appeared, so ingrained is conjugal treachery in the talented mind. Indeed, he wrote more sonnets before the other woman came than after the event, because thereafter he spent much of his leisure in cutting down the old productions, retrimming them, and generally altering this ready-made clothing of his passion to suit her particular height and complexion. Aubrey Vere lived in a little red villa with a lawn at the back and a view of the Downs behind Reigate. He lived upon discreet investment eked out by literary work. His wife was handsome, sweet, and gentle, and such is the tender humility of good married women, she found her life's happiness in seeing that little Aubrey Vere had well-cooked variety for dinner, and that their house was the neatest and brightest of all the houses they entered. Aubrey Vere enjoyed the dinners, and was proud of the house, yet nevertheless he mourned because his genius dwindled. Moreover, he grew plump, and corpulence threatened him. We learn in suffering what we teach in song, and Aubrey Vere knew certainly that his soul could give no creditable crops unless his affections were harrowed. And how to harrow them was the trouble, for Reigate is a moral neighbourhood. So Aubrey Vere's romantic longings blew loose for a time, much as a seedling creeper might, planted in the midst of a flower-bed. But at last, in the fullness of time, the other woman came to the embrace of Aubrey Vere's yearning heart-tendrils, and his romantic episode proceeded, as is here faithfully written down. The other woman was really a girl, and Aubrey Vere met her first at a tennis party at Red Hill. Aubrey Vere did not play tennis after the accident to Miss Morton's eye, and because latterly it made him pant and get warmer and moister than even a poet should be. And this young lady had only recently arrived in England and could not play, so they gravitated into the two vacant basket chairs beside Mrs. Bain's deaf aunt in front of the hollyhocks, and were presently talking at their ease together. The other woman's name was unpropitious, Miss Smith, but you would never have suspected it from her face and costume. Her parentage was promising. She was an orphan, her mother was a Hindu, and her father an Indian civil servant, and Aubrey Vere, himself a happy mixture of Celt and Teuton, as indeed all literary men have to be nowadays, naturally believed in the literary consequences of a mixture of races. She was dressed in white. She had finely moulded pale features, great depths of expression, and a cloud of delicately frisé black hair over her dark eyes, and she looked at Aubrey Vere with a look half curious and half shy, that contrasted admirably with the stereotyped frankness of your common Reigate girl. "This is a splendid lawn, the best in Red Hill," said Aubrey Vere in the course of conversation, "and I like it all the better because the daisies are spared." He indicated the daisies with a graceful sweep of his rather elegant hand. "They are sweet little flowers," said the lady in white, "and I have always associated them with England, chiefly perhaps through a picture I saw over there when I was very little, of children making daisy chains. I promised myself that pleasure when I came home, but, alas, I feel now rather too large for such delights." "I do not see why we should not be able to enjoy these simple pleasures as we grow older, why our growth should have in it so much forgetting. For my own part—" "Has your wife got Jane's recipe for stuffed trout?" asked Mrs. Bain's deaf aunt abruptly. "I really don't know," said Aubrey Vere. "That's all right," said Mrs. Bain's deaf aunt. "It ought to please even you." "Anything will please me," said Aubrey Vere. "I care very little." "Oh, it's a lovely dish," said Mrs. Bain's deaf aunt, and relapsed into contemplation. "I was saying," said Aubrey Vere, "that I think I still find my keenest pleasures in childish pastimes. I have a little nephew that I see a great deal of, and when we fly kites together, I'm sure it would be hard to tell which of us is the happier. By the by, you should get at your daisy chains in that way. Beguile some little girl." "But I did. I took that Morton mite for a walk in the meadows, and timidly broached the subject, and she reproached me for suggesting frivolous pursuits. It was a horrible disappointment. The governess here, said Aubrever, is robbing that child of its youth in terrible ways. What will a life be that has no childhood at the beginning? Some humans are never young, he continued, and they never grow up. They lead absolutely colourless lives. They are etoliated. They never love and never feel the loss of it. They are, for the moment I can think of no better image, they are human flower pots in which no soul has been planted. But a human soul properly growing must begin in fresh childishness. Yes, said the dark lady thoughtfully, a careless childhood, running wild almost, that should be the beginning. Then we pass through wonder and diffidence of youth to strength and action, said the dark lady. Her dreamy eyes were fixed on the downs, and her fingers tightened on her knees as she spoke. Ah, it is a grand thing to live, as a man does, self-reliant and free. And so at last, said Aubrever, come to the culmination and crown of life. He paused and glanced hastily at her. Then he dropped his voice almost to a whisper. And the culmination of life is love. Their eyes met for a moment, but she looked away at once. Aubrever felt a peculiar thrill and a catching in his breath, but his emotions were too complex for analysis. He had a certain sense of surprise, also, at the way his conversation had developed. Mrs. Baines' deaf aunt suddenly dug him in the chest with her ear-trumpet, and someone at tennis bawled, "Love all!" "Did I tell you Jane's girls had scarlet fever?" asked Mrs. Baines' deaf aunt. "No," said Aubrever. "Yes, and they're peeling now," said Mrs. Baines' deaf aunt, shutting up her lips tightly and nodding in a slow, significant manner at both of them. There was a pause. All three seemed lost in thought, too deep for words. "Love," began Aubrever presently, in a severely philosophical tone, leaning back in his chair, holding his hands like a praying saint's in front of him, and staring at the toe of his shoe. "Love is, I believe, the one true, real thing in life. It rises above reason, interest, or explanation. Yet I never read of an age when it was so much forgotten as it is now. Never was love expected to run so much in appointed channels. Never was it so despised, checked, ordered, and obstructed. Policemen say, 'This way, Eros.' As a result, we relieve our emotional possibilities in the hunt for gold and notoriety, and, after all, with the best fortune in these, we only hold up the gilded images of our success, and are weary slaves with unsatisfied hearts in the pageant of life." Aubrever sighed, and there was a pause. The girl looked at him out of the mysterious darkness of her eyes. She had read many books, but Aubrever was her first literary man, and she took this kind of thing for genius, as girls have done before. "We are," continued Aubrever, conscious of a favourable impression, "we are like fireworks, merely dead, inert things, until the appointed spark comes, and then, if it is not damp, the dormant soul blazes forth in all its warmth and beauty. That is living. I sometimes think, do you know, that we should be happier if we could die soon after that golden time, like the ephemerides. There is a decay that sets in. "Eh?" said Mrs. Baines' deaf aunt startlingly. "I didn't hear you." "I was on the point of remarking," shouted Aubrey Vere, wheeling the array of his thoughts, "I was on the point of remarking that few people in Red Hill could match Mrs. Morton's fine broad green." "Others have noticed it," Mrs. Baines' deaf aunt shouted back. "It is since she has had in her new false teeth." This interruption dislocated the conversation a little. However, "I must thank you, Mr. Vere," said the dark girl when they parted that afternoon, "for having given me very much to think about." And from her manner, Aubrey Vere perceived clearly that he had not wasted his time. It would require a subtler pen than mine to tell how from that day a passion for Miss Smith grew like Jonah's gourd in the heart of Aubrey Vere. He became pensive, and, in the prolonged absence of Miss Smith, irritable. Mrs. Aubrey Vere felt the change in him, and put it down to a vitriolic Saturday Reviewer. Indisputably, the Saturday does go at times a little far. He reread Elective Affinities and lent it to Miss Smith. Incredible as it may appear to members of the Aeropages Club, where we know Aubrey Vere, he did also, beyond all question, inspire a sort of passion in that sombre-eyed, rather clever, and really a very beautiful girl. He talked to her a lot about love and destiny and all that bric-a-brac of the minor poet, and they talked together about his genius. He elaborately, though discreetly, sought her society, and presented and read to her the milder of his unpublished sonnets. We consider his Byronic features pasty, but the feminine mind has its own laws. I suppose, also, where a girl is not a fool, a literary man has an enormous advantage over anyone but a preacher in the show that he can make of his heart's wares. At last, a day in that summer came when he met her alone, possibly by chance, in a quiet lane towards Hawley. There were ample hedges on either side, rich with honeysuckle, vetch, and mullein. They conversed intimately of his poetic ambitions, and then he read her those verses of his subsequently published in Hobson's magazine, "Tenderly ever since I have met thee." He had written these the day before, and though I think the sentiment is uncommonly trite, there is a redeeming note of sincerity about the lines, not conspicuous in all Aubrey Vere's poetry. He read rather well, and a swell of genuine emotion crept into his voice as he read, with one white hand thrown out to point the rhythm of the lines. "Ever, my sweet, for thee," he concluded, looking up into her face. Before he looked up, he had been thinking chiefly of his poem and its effect. Straightway he forgot it. Her arms hung limply before her, and her hands were clasped together. Her eyes were very tender. "Your verses go to the heart," she said softly. Her mobile features were capable of wonderful shades of expression. He suddenly forgot his wife and his position as a minor poet as he looked at her. It is possible that his classical features may themselves have undergone a certain transfiguration. For one brief moment, and it was always to linger in his memory, destiny lifted him out of his vain little self to a nobler level of simplicity. The copy of Tenderly Ever fluttered from his hand. Considerations vanished. Only one thing seemed of importance. "I love you," he said abruptly. An expression of fear came into her eyes. The grip of her hands upon one another tightened convulsively. She became very pale. Then she moved her lips as if to speak, bringing her face slightly nearer to his. There was nothing in the world at that moment for either of them but one another. They were both trembling exceedingly. In a whisper she said, "You love me?" Aubrey Vere stood quivering and speechless, looking into her eyes. He had never seen such a light as he saw there before. He was in a wild tumult of emotion. He was dreadfully scared at what he had done. He could not say another word. He nodded. "And this has come to me?" she said presently, in the same awe-stricken whisper, and then, "Oh, my love, my love!" And thereupon Aubrey Vere had clasped her to himself, her cheek upon his shoulder and his lips to hers. Thus it was that Aubrey Vere came by the cardinal memory of his life. To this day it recurs in his works. A little boy clambering in the hedge some way down the lane saw this group with surprise, and then with scorn and contempt. Recking nothing of his destiny, he turned away, feeling that he at least could never come to the unspeakable unmanliness of hugging girls. Unhappily for Reigate scandal, his shame for his sex was altogether too deep for words. An hour after, Aubrey Vere returned home in a hushed mood. There were muffins after his own heart for his tea. Mrs. Aubrey Vere had had hers. And there were chrysanthemums, chiefly white ones, flowers he loved, set out in the china bowl he was wont to praise. And his wife came behind him to kiss him as he sat eating. "The little Germans," she remarked, kissing him under the ear. Then it came into the mind of Aubrey Vere with a startling clearness, while his ear was being kissed and his mouth full of muffin, that life is a singularly complex thing. The summer passed at last into the harvest time, and the leaves began falling. It was evening. The warm sunset light still touched the downs, but up the valley a blue haze was creeping. One or two lamps in Reigate were already alight. About halfway up the slanting road that scales the downs, there is a wooden seat where one may obtain a fine view of the red villas scattered below, and of the succession of blue hills beyond. Here the girl with the shadowy face was sitting. She had a book on her knees, but it lay neglected. She was leaning forward, her chin resting upon her hand. She was looking across the valley into the darkening sky with troubled eyes. Aubrey Vere appeared through the hazel bushes and sat down beside her. He held 6 dead leaves in his hand. She did not alter her attitude. "Well," she said. "Is it to be flight?" he asked. Aubrey Vere was rather pale. He had been having bad nights latterly, with dreams of the Continental Express, Mrs. Aubrey Vere possibly even in pursuit. He always fancied her making the tragedy ridiculous by tearfully bringing additional pairs of socks and any such trifles he had forgotten with her, all Reigate and Red Hill in commotion. He had never eloped before, and he had visions of difficulties with hotel proprietors. Mrs. Aubrey Vere might telegraph ahead. Even he had had a prophetic vision of a headline in a halfpenny evening newspaper, young lady abducts a minor poet. So there was a quaver in his voice as he asked, "Is it to be flight?" "As you will," she answered, still not looking at him. "I want you to consider particularly how this will affect you." "A man," said Aubrey Vere slowly, and staring hard at the leaves in his hand, "even gains a certain éclat in these affairs. But to a woman it is ruin, social, moral." "This is not love," said the girl in white. "Ah, my dearest, think of yourself." "Stupid," she said under her breath. "You spoke?" "Nothing." "But cannot we go on meeting one another, loving one another, without any great scandal or misery? Could we not—" "That," interrupted Miss Smith, "would be unspeakably horrible." "This is a dreadful conversation to me. Life is so intricate. Such a web of subtle strands binds us this way and that. I cannot tell what is right. You must consider a man would break such strands." "There is no manliness," said Aubrey Vere, with a sudden glow of moral exaltation, "in doing wrong. My love, we could at least die together, dearest," she said. "Good Lord," said Aubrey Vere, "I mean, consider my wife." "You have not considered her hitherto." "There is a flavour of cowardice, of desertion about suicide," said Aubrey Vere. "Frankly, I have the English prejudice, and I do not like any kind of running away." Miss Smith smiled very faintly. "I clearly see now what I did not see. My love and yours are very different things." "Possibly it is a sexual difference," said Aubrey Vere, and then, feeling the remark inadequate, he relapsed into silence. They sat for some time without a word. The 2 lights in Reigate below multiplied to a score of bright lights, and above, 1 star had become visible. She began laughing, an almost noiseless, hysterical laugh that jarred unaccountably upon Aubrey Vere. Presently she stood up. "They will wonder where I am," she said. "I think I must be going." He followed her to the road. "Then this is the end?" he said, with a curious mixture of relief and poignant regret. "Yes, this is the end," she answered, and turned away. There straightway dropped into the soul of Aubrey Vere a sense of infinite loss. It was an altogether new sensation. She was perhaps 20 yards away when he groaned aloud with the weight of it, and suddenly began running after her with his arms extended. "Annie," he cried, "Annie, I have been talking rot. Annie, now I know I love you. I cannot spare you. This must not be. I did not understand." The weight was horrible. "Oh, stop, Annie!" he cried with a breaking voice, and there were tears on his face. She turned to him suddenly, and his arms fell by his side. His expression changed at the sight of her pale face. "You do not understand," she said. "I have said good-bye." She looked at him. He was evidently greatly distressed, a little out of breath, and he had just stopped blubbering. His contemptible quality reached the pathetic. She came up close to him, and taking his damp Byronic visage between her hands, she kissed him again and again. "Good-bye, little man that I loved," she said, "and good-bye to this folly of love." Then, with something that may have been a laugh or a sob, she herself when she came to write it all in her novel, did not know which, she turned and hurried away again, and went out of the path that Aubrey Vere must pursue at the crossroads. Aubrey Vere stood where she had kissed him, with a mind as inactive as his body, until her white dress had disappeared. Then he gave an involuntary sigh, a large exhaustive expiration, and so awoke himself, and began walking, pensively dragging his feet through the dead leaves, home. Emotions are terrible things. "Do you like the potatoes, dear?" asked Mrs. Aubrey Vere at dinner. "I cooked them myself." Aubrey Vere descended slowly from cloudy, impalpable meditations to the level of fried potatoes. "These potatoes," he remarked, after a pause during which he was struggling with recollection. "Yes, these potatoes have exactly the tint of the dead leaves of the hazel." "What a fanciful poet it is," said Mrs. Aubrey Vere. "Taste them. They are very nice potatoes indeed." End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert Tunick. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. A catastrophe. The little shop was not paying. The realization came insensibly. Winslow was not the man for definite addition and subtraction and sudden discovery. He became aware of the truth in his mind gradually, as though it had always been there. A lot of facts had converged and led him there. There was that line of cretons, 4 half pieces, untouched, save for half a yard sold to cover a stool. There were those shirtings at 4 3/4 pence. Bandersnatch, in the Broadway, was selling them at 2 3/4 pence. Under cost, in fact. Surely Bandersnatch might let a man live. Those servants' caps, a selling line, needed replenishing, and that brought back the memory of Winslow's sole wholesale dealers, Helter, Skelter, and Grab. Why? How about their account? Winslow stood with the big green box open on the counter before him when he thought of it. His pale gray eyes grew a little rounder. His pale, straggling mustache twitched. He had been drifting along, day after day. He went round to the ramshackle cash desk in the corner. It was Winslow's weakness to sell his goods over the counter, give his customers a duplicate bill, and then dodge into the desk to receive the money, as though he doubted his own honesty. His lank forefinger, with the prominent joints, ran down the bright little calendar. Clack's cotton lasts for all time. 1, 2, 3. 3 weeks and a day, said Winslow, staring. March? Only 3 weeks and a day. It can't be. Tea, dear? Said Miss Winslow, opening the door with the glass window and the white blind that communicated with the parlor. 1 minute, said Winslow, and began unlocking the desk. An irritable old gentleman, very hot and red about the face, and in a heavy fur-lined cloak, came in noisily. Mrs. Winslow vanished. Ugh, said the gentleman. Pocket handkerchief. Yes, sir, said Winslow. About what price? Ugh, said the gentleman. Pocket handkerchief. Quick. Winslow began to feel flustered. He produced 2 boxes. These, sir, began Winslow. Sheet tin, said the old gentleman, clutching the stiffness of the linen. What, to blow my nose? Not hugging about. A cotton one, perhaps, sir, said Winslow. How much? Said the old gentleman over the handkerchief. 7 pence, sir. There's nothing more I can show you? No ties? Braces? Damn, said the old gentleman, fumbling in his ticket pocket, and finally producing half a crown. Winslow looked around for his little metallic duplicate book which he kept his various fixtures, according to circumstances, and then he caught the old gentleman's eye. He went straight to his desk at once and got the change, with an entire disregard for the routine of the shop. Winslow was always more or less excited by a customer, but the open desk reminded him of his trouble. It did not come back to him all at once. He heard a fingernail softly tapping on the glass, and looked up, saw Minnie's eyes over the blind. It seemed like a retreat opening. He shut and locked the desk, and went into the little room to tea. But he was preoccupied. 3 weeks and a day? He took unusually large bites of his bread and butter, and stared hard at the little pot of jam. He answered Minnie's conversational advances distractedly. The shadow of Helter, Skelter, and Grab lay upon the tea table. He was struggling with the new idea of failure, the tangible realization that was taking shape and substance, condensing, as it were, out of the misty uneasiness of many days. At present it was simply one concrete fact. There were £39 left in the bank, and that day 3 weeks messer. Helter, Skelter, and Grab, those enterprising outfitters of young men, would demand their £80. After tea there was a customer or so, little purchases, some muslin and background, dress protectors, tape, and a pair of lisle hose. Then, knowing that black care was lurking in the dusty corners of the shop, he lit the 3 lamps early and set to refolding his cotton prints, the most vigorous and least meditative proceeding of which he could think. He could see Minnie's shadow in the other room as she moved about the table. She was busy turning an old dress. He had a walk after supper, looked in at the YMCA, but found no one to talk to, and finally went to bed. Minnie was already there. And there, too, waiting for him, nudging him gently until about midnight, he was hopelessly awake, sat black Care. He had 1 or 2 nights lately in the company, but this was much worse. First came Messer, Helter, Skelter, and Grab, and their demand for £80, an enormous sum when your original capital was only 170. They camped, as it were, before him, sat down and beleaguered him. He clutched feebly at the circumambient darkness for expedients. Suppose he had a sale, sold things for almost anything. He tried to imagine a sale miraculously successful in some unexpected manner, and mildly profitable, in spite of reductions below cost. Then, Bandersnatch Limited, 101, 102, 103, 105, 106, 107 Broadway, joined the siege. A long caterpillar of frontage, a battery of shop fronts, wherein things were sold at a farthing above cost. How could he fight such an establishment? Besides, what had he to sell? He began to review his resources. What talking line was there to bait the sale? Then, straight away came those pieces of cretonne, yellow and black, with a bluish-green flower, those discredited skirtings, prints without buoyancy, skirmishing haberdashery, some despairable 4-button gloves with an inferior maker, a hopeless crew. And that was his force against Bandersnatch, Helter, Skelter, and Grab, and the pitiless world behind them. Whatever had made them think a mortal would buy such things? Why had he bought this and neglected that? He suddenly realized the intensity of this hatred for Helter, Skelter, and Grab salesmen. Then he drove towards an agony of self-reproach. He had spent too much on that cash desk. What real need was there of a desk? He saw his vanity of that desk in a lurid glow of self-discovery. And the lamps, £5? Then suddenly, with what was almost physical pain, he remembered the rent. He groaned and turned over, and there, dim in the darkness, was the hummock of Mrs. Winslow's shoulders. That set him off in another direction. He became acutely sensible of Minnie's want of feeling. Here he was, worried to death about business, and she was sleeping like a little child. That hummock of white seemed absolutely without helpfulness, a burden, a responsibility. What fools men were to marry! Minnie's inert repose irritated him so much that he was almost provoked to wake her up and tell her that they were ruined. She would have to go back to her uncle. Her uncle had always been against him, and as for his own future, Winslow was exceedingly uncertain. A shop assistant who has once set up for himself finds the utmost difficulty in getting into a situation again. He began to figure himself crib hunting again, going from this wholesale house to that, writing innumerable letters. How he hated writing letters. Sir, referring to your advertisement in the Christian World. He held an infinite vista of discomfort and disappointment, ending in a gulf. He dressed, yawning, and went down to open the shop. He felt tired before the day began. As he carried the shutters in, he kept asking himself what good he was doing. The end was inevitable, whether he bothered or not. The clear daylight smote into the place, and showed how old and rough and splintered was the floor, how shabby the second-hand counter, how hopeless the whole enterprise. He had been dreaming these past 6 months of a bright little shop, of a happy couple, of a modest but comely profit flowing in. He had suddenly awakened from his dream. The braid that bound his decent black coat, it was a little loose, caught against the catch of the shop door, and was torn loose. This suddenly turned his wretchedness to wrath. He stood quivering for a moment, then, with a spiteful clutch, tore the braid looser, and went in to Minnie. "Here," he said with an infinite reproach. "Look here. You might look after a chap a bit." I didn't see it was torn," said Minnie. "You never do," said Winslow, with gross injustice. "Until things are too late." Minnie looked suddenly at his face. "I'll sew it now, Sid, if you like." "Let's have breakfast first," said Winslow, "and do things at their proper time." He was preoccupied at breakfast, and Minnie watched him anxiously. His only remark was to declare his egg a bad one. It wasn't. It was a little flavery, being one of those at 15 a shilling, but quite nice. He pushed it away from him, and then having eaten a slice of bread and butter, admitted himself in the wrong by resuming the egg. "Sid," said Minnie, as he stood up to go into the shop again, "you're not well." "I'm well enough." He looked at her as though he hated her. "Then there's something else the matter. You aren't angry with me, Sid, are you? About the braid? Do tell me what's the matter. You were just like this at tea yesterday, and at supper time. It wasn't the braid then." "And I'm likely to be." She looked interrogation. "Oh, what is the matter?" she said. It was too good a chance to miss, and he brought the evil news out with dramatic force. "Matter?" he said. "I done my best, and here we are. That's the matter. If I can't pay helter-skelter and grab 80 pounds this day 3 week, pause, we shall be sold up. Sold up. That's the matter, men. Sold up." "Sid," began Minnie. He slammed the door. For the moment he felt relieved for at least half his misery. He began dusting boxes that did not require dusting, and then reblocked a cretin already faultlessly blocked. He was in a state of grim wretchedness, a martyr under the harrow of fate. At any rate, it should not be said he failed for want of industry, and now he had planned and contrived and worked, all to this end. He felt horrible doubts. Providence and Bandersnatch, surely they were incompatible. Perhaps he was being tried. That set him off upon a new tack, a very comforting one. That martyr pose, that gold in the furnace attitude, lasting all the morning. At dinner, potato pie, he looked up suddenly and saw Minnie's face regarding him. Pale she looked, and a little red about the eyes. Something caught him suddenly with queer effect upon his throat. All his thoughts seemed to wheel around into quite new direction. He pushed back his plate and stared at her blankly. Then he got up and went round the table to her, she staring at him. He dropped on his knees beside her without a word. "Oh, Minnie," he said, and suddenly she knew it was peace, and put her arms about him, and he began to sob and weep. He cried out like a little boy, slobbering on her shoulder, and he was a knave to have married her and brought her to this, that he hadn't the wits to be trusted with a penny, that it was all his fault, that he had hoped so, ending in a howl. And she, crying gently herself, patting his shoulders, said "Shh" softly to his noisy weeping, and so soothed the outbreak. Then suddenly the crazy little bell upon the shop door began, and Winslow had to jump to his feet and be a man again. After that scene they talked it over, at tea, at supper, in bed, at every possible interval in between, and solemnly, quite inconclusively, with set faces and eyes for the most part staring in front of them, and yet with a certain mutual comfort. What to do? I don't know, was Winslow's main proposition. Minnie tried to take a cheerful view of service, with a probable baby, but she found she needed all her courage, and her uncle would help her again, perhaps, just at the critical time. It didn't do for folks to be too proud. Besides, something might happen. A favorite formula with her. One hopeful line was to anticipate a sudden afflux of customers. Perhaps, said Minnie, you might get together 50. They know you well enough to trust you a bit. They debated that point. Once the possibility of helter, skelter, and grab giving credit was admitted, it was pleasant to begin sweating the acceptable minimum. For some half hour over tea, the second day after Winslow's discoveries, they were quite cheerful again, laughing, even at the terrific fears. Even 20 pounds to go on with might be considered enough. Then, in some mysterious way, the pleasant prospect of Messrs. Helter, Skelter, and Grab tempered the wind till the shorn retailer vanished. Vanished absolutely, and Winslow found himself again in the pit of despair. He began looking about the furniture, and wondering idly what it would fetch. The chiffonier was good, anyhow, and there were Minnie's old plates that her mother used to have. Then he began to think of desperate expedients for putting off the evil day. He had heard somewhere of bills of sale. There was to his ears something comfortably substantial in the phrase. Then, why not go to the moneylenders? One cheering thing happened on Thursday afternoon. A little girl came in with a pattern of print, and he was able to match it. He has not been able to match anything out of his meager stock before. He went in and told Minnie. The incident is mentioned lest the reader should imagine it was uniform despair with him. The next morning, and the next, after the discovery, Winslow opened shop late, when one was awake most of the night, and has no hope. What is the good of getting up punctually? But as he went into the dark shop on Friday, he saw something lying on the floor, something lit by the bright light that came under the ill-fitting door. A black oblong. He stooped and picked up an envelope with a deep mourning edge. It was addressed to his wife. Clearly, a death in her family. Perhaps her uncle. He knew the man too well to have expectations, and they would have to get mourning and go to the funeral. The brutal cruelty of people dying. He saw it all in a flash. He always visualized his thoughts. Black trousers to get, black crepe, black gloves, none in stock. The railway fares, the shop closed for the day. I'm afraid there's bad news, Minnie, he said. She was kneeling before the fireplace, blowing the fire. She had her housemaid's gloves on, and the old country sunbonnet she wore of a morning, to keep the dust out of her hair. She turned, saw the envelope, gave a gasp, and pressed two bloodless lips together. I'm afraid it's Uncle, she said, holding the letter and staring with eyes wide open into Winslow's face. It's a strange hand. The postmark's whole, said Winslow. The postmark's whole. Minnie opened the letter, slowly, drew it out, hesitated, turned it over, and saw the signature. It's Mr. Spate. What does he say? Said Winslow. Minnie began to read. Ah! She screamed. She dropped the letter, collapsed into a crouching heap, her hands covering her eyes. Winslow snatched it. A most terrible accident has occurred, he read. Melancour's chimney fell down yesterday evening, right on the top of your uncle's house, and every living soul was killed. Your uncle, your cousin Mary, Will and Ned, and the girl. Every one of them smashed. You would hardly know them. I'm writing to you to break the news before you see it in the papers. The letter fluttered from Winslow's fingers. He put out his hand against the mantel to steady himself. All of them dead? Then he saw, in a vision, a row of 7 cottages, each let out 7 shillings a week, a timber yard, 2 villas, and the ruins, still marketable, of the avuncular residence. He tried to feel a sense of loss, and could not. They were sure to be left to Minnie's aunt. All dead? 7 times 7 times 52 divided by 20 began insensibly to work itself out in his mind. But discipline was ever weak in his mental arithmetic. Figures kept moving from one line to another, like children playing at witty way. Was it 200 pounds about? Or 100 pounds? Presently, he picked up the letter again and finished reading it. You being the next of kin, said Mr. Spate. How awful, said Binny, in a horror-struck whisper, and looked up at last. Winslow stared back at her, shaking his head solemnly. There were 1,000 things running through his mind, but none that, even to his dull sense, seemed appropriate as a remark. It was the Lord's will, he said at last. It seems so very, very terrible, said Minnie. Auntie, dear Auntie, Ted, poor dear uncle. It was the Lord's will, Minnie, said Winslow, with infinite feeling. A long silence. Yes, said Minnie, very slowly, staring thoughtfully at the crackling black paper in the grate. The fire had gone out. Yes, perhaps it was the Lord's will. They looked gravely at each other. Each would have been terribly shocked at any mention of the property by the other. She turned to the dark fireplace and began tearing up an old newspaper slowly. Whatever our losses may be, the world's work still waits for us.
Winslow gave a deep sigh and walked in a hushed manner toward the front door.
As he opened it, a flood of sunlight came streaming into the dark shadows of the closed shop. Bandersnatch, Helter, Skelter, and Grab had vanished out of his mind like the mists before the rising sun. Presently he was carrying in the shutters, and in the briskest way the fire in the kitchen was crackling exhilaratingly, with a little saucepan walling above it, for Minnie was boiling 2 eggs, one for herself this morning, as well as one for him. And Minnie herself was audible, laying breakfast with the greatest eclat. The blow was a sudden and terrible one, but it hooves us to face such things bravely in this sad, unaccountable world. It was quite midday before either of them mentioned the cottages.
End of section 14. Section 15 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert Tunick. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Lost Inheritance. My uncle, said the man with the glass eye, was what you might call a demi-millionaire. He was worth about 120,000, quite, and he left me all his money. I glanced at the shiny sleeve of his coat, and my eye traveled up to the frayed collar. Every penny, said the man with the glass eye, and I caught the active pupil looking at me with a touch of offense. Oh, I've never had any windfalls like that, I said, trying to speak enviously and propitiate him. Even a legacy isn't always a blessing, he remarked with a sigh, and with an air of philosophical resignation, he put the red nose and the wiry mustache into his tankard for a space. Perhaps not, I said. He was an author, you see, and he wrote a lot of books. Indeed. That was the trouble of it all. He stared at me with the available eye to see if I grasped his statement, then averted his face for a little and produced a toothpick. You see, he said, smacking his lips after a pause, it was like this. He was my uncle, my maternal uncle, and he had, what should I call it, a weakness for writing edifying literature. Weakness is hardly the word. Downright mania is nearer the mark. He'd been a librarian in a polytechnic, and as soon as the money came to him, he began to indulge in his ambition. It's a simply extraordinary and incomprehensible thing to me. Here was a man of 37, suddenly dropped into a perfect pile of gold, and he didn't go, not a day's bust on it.
One would think a chap would go and get himself dressed a bit decent. Say a couple of dozen pairs of trousers at a West End tailor's. But he never did. You'd hardly believe it. But when he died, he hadn't even a gold watch. It seems wrong for people like that to have money. All he did was just take a house and order in pretty nearly 5 tons of books and ink and paper, and set to writing edifying literature as hard as ever he could write. I can't understand it. But he did. The money came to him, curiously enough, through a maternal uncle of his, unexpected like, when he was 37. My mother, it happened, was his only relation in the wide, wide world, except some second cousins of his, and I was her only son. You follow all that? The second cousins had only one son, too, but they brought him to see the old man too soon. He was rather a spoilt youngster, was the son of theirs, and directly he set eyes on my uncle, he began bawling out as hard as he could. "Take him away," he says. "Take him away." And so did for himself entirely. It was pretty straight sailing, you'd think for me, eh? And my mother, being a sensible, careful woman, settled the business in her own mind, long before he did. He was a curious little chap, was my uncle, as I remember him. I don't wonder at the kid being scared. Hair, just like these Japanese dolls they sell, black and straight and stiff all around the brim, and none in the middle, and below. A whitish kind of face, and rather large dark gray eyes moving about behind his spectacles. He used to attach a great deal of importance to dress, and always wore a flapping overcoat, and a big brim felt hat of a most extraordinary size. He looked a rummy little beggar, I can tell you. Indoors it was, as a rule, a dirty red flannel dressing gown, and a black skull cap he had. That black skull cap made him look like the portraits of all kinds of celebrated people. He was always moving about from house to house, was my uncle, with his chair which had belonged to Savage Landor, and his 2 writing tables, one of Carlyle's and the other of Shelley's, so the dealer told him, and the completest portable reference library in England, he said he had. And he lugged the whole caravan, now to a house at Down, near Darwin's old place, then to Reigate, near Meredith, then off to Haslemere, then back to Chelsea for a bit, then up to Hampstead. He knew there was something wrong with his stuff, but he never knew there was something wrong with his brains. It was always the air, or the water, or the altitude, or some tommy rot like that. So much depends on environment, he used to say, and stare at you hard, as if he half suspected you were hiding a grin at him somewhere under your face. So much depends on environment, to a sensitive mind like mine. What was his name? You wouldn't know it if I told you. He wrote nothing that anyone has ever read. Nothing. No one could read it. He wanted to be a great teacher, he said, and he didn't know what he wanted to teach any more than a child. So he just blathered at large about truth and righteousness and the spirit of history and all that. Book after book he wrote and published at his own expense. He wasn't quite right in his head, you know, really. And to hear him go on at the critics, not because they slated him, mind you, he liked that, but because they didn't take any notice of him at all. "What do the nations want?" he would ask, holding out his brown old claw. "Why, teaching, guidance? They are all scattered upon the hills like sheep without a shepherd. There is war and rumors of war, the unlaid spirit of discord abroad in the land, nihilism, vivisection, vaccination, drunkenness, penury, want, socialist error, selfish capital. Do you see the clouds, Ted?" My name, you know. "Do you see the clouds lowering over the land, and behind it all, the Mongol waits?" He was always very great on Mongols and the specter of socialism and such like things. Then out would come his finger at me, and with his eyes all afire and his skull cap askew, he would whisper, "And here I am. What do I want? Nations to teach? Nations? I say it all with modesty, Ted. I could. I would guide them. Nay, but I will guide them to a safe haven, to the land of righteousness, flowing with milk and honey." That's how he used to go on, ramble, rave about the nations and righteousness, and that kind of thing. Kind of mincemeat of Bible and blethers, from 14 up to the 3 and 20. When I might have been improving my mind, my mother used to wash me and brush my hair, at least in the earlier years of it, with a nice parting down the middle, and take me, once or twice a week, to hear this old lunatic jabber about things he had read of in the morning papers, trying to do it as much like Carlyle as he could. And I used to sit according to instructions, and look intelligent and nice, and pretend to be taking it all in. Afterwards, I used to go of my own free will, out of a regard for the legacy. I was the only person that used to go and see him. He wrote, I believe, to every man who had made the slightest stir in the world, sending him a copy or so of his books, and inviting him to come and talk about the nations to him. But half of them didn't answer, and none ever came. And when the girl let you in, she was an artful bit of goods. That girl. There were heaps of letters on the hall seat waiting to go off, addressed to Prince Bismarck, the President of the United States, and such like people. And one went up the staircase and along the cobwebby passage. The housekeeper drank like fury, and his passages were always cobwebby, and found him at last, with books turned down all over the room, and heaps of torn paper on the floor, and telegrams and newspapers littered about, and empty coffee cups, and half-eaten bits of toast on the desk and the mantel. You'd see his back humped up, and his hair would be sticking out quite straight between the collar and that dressing-gown thing at the edge of his skull-cap. A moment, he would say, a moment, over his shoulder. The mot juste, you know, Ted. Le mot juste. Righteous. Thought righteously expressed. Ah! Concatenation. And now, Ted, he'd say, spinning around in his study chair. How's young England? That was his silly name for me. Well, that was my uncle, and that is how he talked. To me, at any rate. With others about, he seemed a bit shy. And he not only talked to me, but he gave me his books. Books of 600 pages or so, with cockeyed headings. The Shrieking Sisterhood, The Behemoth of Bigotry, Crucibles and Colanders, and so on. All very strong and none of them original. The very last time but one that I saw him give me a book. He was feeling ill even then, and his hand shook, and he was despondent. I noticed it, because I was naturally on the lookout for those little symptoms. My last book, Ted, he said. My last book, my boy. My last word to the deaf and hardened nations. And I'm hanged if a tear didn't go rolling down his yellow old cheek. He was regular crying, because it was so nearly over, and he hadn't only written about 53 books of rubbish. I've sometimes thought, Ted, he said, and stopped. Perhaps I've been a bit hasty and angry with this stiff-necked generation. A little more sweetness, perhaps, and a little less blinding light. I've sometimes thought I might have swayed them, but I've done my best, Ted. And then, with a burst, for the first and last time in his life, he owed himself a failure. It showed he was really ill. He seemed to think for a moment, and then he spoke quietly and low, as sane and sober as I am now. I've been a fool, Ted, he said. I've been flapping nonsense all my life. Only he who readeth the heart knows whether this is anything more than vanity. Ted, I don't, but he knows. He knows. And if I have done foolishly and vainly, in my heart. Just like that he spoke, repeating himself, and he stopped quite short and handed the book to me, trembling. Then the old shine came back into his eye. I remember it all fairly well, because I repeated it and acted it to my old mother when I got home, to cheer her up a bit. Take this book and read it, he said. It's my last word. My very last word. I have left all my property to you, Ted, and may you use it better than I have done. And then he fell, a-coughing. I remember that quite well, even now, and how I went home cock-a-hoop, and how he was in bed the next time I called. The housekeeper was downstairs drunk, and I fooled about, as young men will, with the girl in the passage before I went to him. He was sinking fast, but even then his vanity clung to him. Have you read it? He whispered. Sat up all night reading it, I said in his ear to cheer him. It's the last, said I, and then with a memory of some poetry or other in my head. But it's the bravest and best. He smiled a little and tried to squeeze my hand as a woman might do, and let off squeezing in the middle, and lay still. The bravest and the best, said I again, seeing it pleased him. But he didn't answer. I heard the girl giggle outside the door, for occasionally we had just a bit of innocent laughter, as his ways. I looked at his face, and his eyes were closed, and it was just as if someone had punched in his nose on the other side. But he was still smiling. It's queer to think of. He lay dead there, an utter failure, with the smile of success on his face. That was the end of my uncle. You can imagine me and my mother saw that he had a decent funeral. Then, of course, came the hunt for the will. We began decent and respectful at first, and before the day was out, we were ripping chairs and smashing bureau panels and sounding walls. Every hour, we expected those others to come in. We asked the housekeeper and found she'd actually witnessed a will. On an ordinary half sheet of notepaper it was written, and very short, she said, not a month ago. The other witness was the gardener, and he bore her out word for word. But I'm hanged if there was that or any other will to be found. The way my mother talked must have had him turn in his grave. At last, a lawyer at Reigate sprang out one on us that had been made years ago, during some temporary quarrel with my mother. I'm blessed if that wasn't the only will to be discovered anywhere, and it left every penny he possessed. Take him away youngster of his second cousins, a chap who'd never had to stand his talking, not for one afternoon of his life. I thought you said, I began. Half a minute, said the man with the glass eye. I had to wait for the end of the story, till this very morning, and I was blessed sight more interested than you are. You just wait a bit too. They executed the will, and the other chap inherited, and directly he was 21, he began to blew it. How he did blew it, to be sure. He bet, he drank, he got in the papers for this and that. I tell you, it makes me wrinkle to think of the times he had. He blewed it, every penny of it, before he was 30. And the last I heard of him was, Holloway, 3 years ago. Well, I naturally fell in hard times, because, as you see, the only trade I knew was legacy cadging. All my plans were waiting over to begin, so to speak, when the old chap died. I've had my ups and downs since then. Just now it's a period of depression. I tell you frankly, I'm on the lookout for help. I was hunting around my room to find something to raise a bit on for immediate necessities. And the sight of all those presentation volumes, no one will buy them. Not even to wrap butter in. Well, they annoyed me. I had promised him not to part with them, and I never kept a promise easier. I let out at them with my boot, and sent them shooting across the room. One lifted at the kick, and spun through the air, and out of it flapped, you guess? It was the will. He'd given it to me himself in that very last volume of all. He folded his arms on the table, and looked sadly with the active eye at his empty tankard. He shook his head slowly, and said softly, I'd never opened the book, much more cut a page. Then he looked up, with a bitter laugh, for my sympathy. Fancy hiding it there, eh? Of all places. He began to fish absently for a dead fly with his finger. It just shows you the vanity of authors, he said, looking up at me. It wasn't no trick of his. He'd meant perfectly fair. He'd really thought I was really going home to read that blessed book of his through. But it shows you, don't it? His eye went down to the tankard again. It shows you, too, how we poor human beings fail to understand one another. But there was no misunderstanding the eloquent thirst of his eye. He accepted with ill-feigned surprise. He said, in the usual subtle formula, that he didn't mind if he did. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. The Sad Story of a Dramatic Critic. I was, you shall hear immediately why I am not now, Egbert Craddock Cummins. The name remains. I am still, heaven help me, dramatic critic to the Fiery Cross. What I shall be in a little while I do not know. I write in great trouble and confusion of mind. I will do what I can to make myself clear in the face of terrible difficulties. You must bear with me a little. When a man is rapidly losing his own identity, he naturally finds a difficulty in expressing himself. I will make it perfectly plain in a minute, when once I get my grip upon the story. Let me see, where am I? I wish I knew. Ah, I have it. Dead Self. Egbert Craddock Cummins. In the past I should have disliked writing anything quite so full of I as this story must be. It is full of eyes before and behind, like the beast in Revelation, the one with a head like a calf, I am afraid. But my tastes have changed since I became a dramatic critic and studied the masters, GRS, GBS, GAS, and the others. Everything has changed since then. At least the story is about myself, so that there is some excuse for me. And it is really not egotism, because, as I say, since those days my identity has undergone an entire alteration. That past. I was, in those days, rather a nice fellow, rather shy, taste for gray in my clothes, weedy little mustache, face interesting, slight stutter which I had caught in early life from a schoolfellow, engaged to a very nice girl named Delia. Fairly new she was, cigarettes, liked me because I was human and original, considered I was like Lamb, on the strength of the stutter, I believe. Father, an eminent authority on postage stamps. She read a great deal in the British Museum, a perfect pairing ground for literary people, that British Museum. You should read George Egerton and Justin Huntley, McCarthy and Gissing and the rest of them. We loved in our intellectual way and shared the brightest hopes. All gone now. And her father liked me because I seemed honestly eager to hear about stamps. She had no mother. Indeed, I had the happiest prospects a young man could have. I never went to theatres in those days. My Aunt Charlotte, before she died, had told me not to. Then Barnaby, the editor of the Fiery Cross, made me, in spite of my spasmodic efforts to escape, dramatic critic. He is a fine, healthy man, Barnaby, with an enormous head of frizzy black hair and a convincing manner, and he caught me on the staircase going to see Wembley. He had been dining, and was more than usually buoyant. "Hullo, Cummins," he said, "the very man I want." He caught me by the shoulder, or the collar, or something, ran me up the little passage, and flung me over the waste-paper basket into the armchair in his office. "Pray be seated," he said as he did so. Then he ran across the room, and came back with some pink and yellow tickets, and pushed them into my hand. "Opera comique," he said. "Thursday, Friday, the Surrey. Saturday, the Frivolity. That's all, I think." "But," I began. "Glad you're free," he said, snatching some proofs off the desk and beginning to read. "I don't quite understand," I said. "Hey!" he said at the top of his voice, as though he thought I had gone and was startled at my remark. "Do you want me to criticize these plays?" "Do something with them. Did you think it was a treat?" "But I can't." "Did you call me a fool?" "Well, I've never been to a theatre in my life." "Virgin soil." "But I don't know anything about it, you know." "That's just it. New view. No habits, no clichés in stock. Ours is a live paper, not a bag of tricks. None of your clockwork professional journalism in this office. And I can rely on your integrity." "But I've conscientious scruples." He caught me up suddenly and put me outside his door. "Go and talk to Wembley about that," he said. "He'll explain." As I stood perplexed, he opened the door again, said, "I forgot this," thrust a fourth ticket into my hand, it was for that night in 20 minutes' time, and slammed the door upon me. His expression was quite calm, but I caught his eye. I hate arguments. I decided that I would take his hint and become, to my own destruction, a dramatic critic. I walked slowly down the passage to Wembley. That Barnaby has a remarkably persuasive way. He has made few suggestions during our pleasant intercourse of 4 years that he has not ultimately won me round to adopting. It may be, of course, that I am of a yielding disposition. Certainly I am too apt to take my colour from my circumstances. It is, indeed, to my unfortunate susceptibility to vivid impressions that all my misfortunes are due. I have already alluded to the slight stammer I had acquired from a schoolfellow in my youth. However, this is a digression. I went home in a cab to dress. I will not trouble the reader with my thoughts about the first night audience, strange assembly as it is. Those I reserve for my memoirs. Nor the humiliating story of how I got lost during the entr'acte in a lot of red plush passages and saw the third act from the gallery. The only point upon which I wished to lay stress was the remarkable effect of the acting upon me. You must remember I had lived a quiet and retired life, and had never been to the theatre before, and that I am extremely sensitive to vivid impressions. At the risk of repetition, I must insist upon these points. The first effect was a profound amazement, not untinctured by alarm. The phenomenal unnaturalness of acting is a thing discounted in the minds of most people by early visits to the theatre. They get used to the fantastic gestures, the flamboyant emotions, the weird mouthings, melodious snortings, agonizing yelps, lip-gnawings, glaring horrors, and other emotional symbolism of the stage. It becomes at last a mere deaf and dumb language to them, which they read intelligently pari passu with the hearing of the dialogue. But all this was new to me. The thing was called a modern comedy. The people were supposed to be English, and were dressed like fashionable Americans of the current epoch, and I fell into the natural error of supposing that the actors were trying to represent human beings. I looked round on my first night audience with a kind of wonder, discovered, as all new dramatic critics do, that it rested with me to reform the drama, and, after a supper choked with emotion, went off to the office to write a column, piebald with new paragraphs, as all my stuff is, it fills out so, and purple with indignation. Barnaby was delighted. But I could not sleep that night. I dreamt of actors glaring, actors smiting their chests, actors flinging out a handful of extended fingers, actors smiling bitterly, laughing despairingly, failing hopelessly, dying idiotically. I got up at 11 with a slight headache, read my notice in the Fiery Cross, breakfasted, and went back to my room to shave. It's my habit to do so. Then an odd thing happened. I could not find my razor. Suddenly it occurred to me that I had not unpacked it the day before. "Ah," said I, in front of the looking-glass. Then, "Hullo." Quite involuntarily, when I had thought of my portmanteau, I had flung up the left arm, fingers fully extended, and clutched at my diaphragm with my right hand. I am an acutely self-conscious man at all times. The gesture struck me as absolutely novel for me. I repeated it for my own satisfaction. Odd. Then, rather puzzled, I returned to my portmanteau. After shaving, my mind reverted to the acting I had seen, and I entertained myself before the cheval glass with some imitations of Jaffray's more exaggerated gestures. "Really, one might think it a disease," I said. "Stage walkitis. There's many a truth spoken in jest." Then, if I remember rightly, I went off to see Wembley, and afterwards lunched at the British Museum with Delia. We actually spoke about our prospects in the light of my new appointment. But that appointment was the beginning of my downfall. From that day I necessarily became a persistent theatre-goer, and almost insensibly I began to change. The next thing I noticed after the gesture about the razor was to catch myself bowing ineffably when I met Delia, and stooping in an old-fashioned courtly way over her hand. Directly I caught myself, I straightened myself up and became very uncomfortable. I remember she looked at me curiously. Then, in the office, I found myself doing nervous business, fingers on teeth, when Barnaby asked me a question I could not very well answer. Then, in some trifling difference with Adelia, I clasped my hand to my brow, and I pranced through my social transactions at times singularly like an actor. I tried not to. No one could be more keenly alive to the errant absurdity of the histrionic bearing. And I did. It began to dawn on me what it all meant. The acting I saw was too much for my delicately strung nervous system. I have always, I know, been too amenable to the suggestions of my circumstances. Night after night of concentrated attention to the conventional attitudes and intonation of the English stage was gradually affecting my speech and carriage. I was giving way to the inflection of sympathetic imitation. Night after night my plastic nervous system took the print of some new amazing gesture, some new emotional exaggeration, and retained it. A kind of theatrical veneer threatened to plate over and obliterate my private individuality altogether. I saw myself in a kind of vision. Sitting by myself one night, my new self seemed to me to glide, posing and gesticulating across the room. He clutched his throat, he opened his fingers, he opened his legs in walking like a high-class marionette. He went from attitude to attitude. He might have been clockwork. Directly after this I made an ineffectual attempt to resign my theatrical work, but Barnaby persisted in talking about the Polly-Whittle divorce all the time I was with him, and I could get no opportunity of saying what I wished. And then Delia's manner began to change towards me. The ease of our intercourse vanished. I felt she was learning to dislike me. I grinned and capered and scowled and posed at her in 1,000 ways, and knew, with what a voiceless agony, that I did it all the time. I tried to resign again, and Barnaby talked about X and Z and Y in the new review, and gave me a strong cigar to smoke, and so routed me. And then I walked up the Assyrian gallery in the manner of Irving to meet Delia, and so precipitated the crisis. "Ah, dear," I said, with more sprightliness and emotion in my voice than had ever been in all my life before I became, to my own undoing, a dramatic critic. She held her hand out rather coldly, scrutinizing my face as she did so. I prepared with a new-won grace to walk by her side. "Egbert," she said, standing still, and thought. Then she looked at me. I said nothing. I felt what was coming. I tried to be the old Egbert Craddock Cummins of shambling gait and stammering sincerity whom she loved, but I felt even as I did so that I was a new thing, a thing of surging emotions and mysterious fixity, like no human being that ever lived except upon the stage. "Egbert," she said, "you are not yourself." Ah! Involuntarily I clutched my diaphragm and averted my head, as is the way with them. "There," she said. "What do you mean?" I said, whispering in vocal italics. You know how they do it. Turning on her, perplexity on face, right hand down, left on brow. I knew quite well what she meant. I knew quite well the dramatic unreality of my behavior, but I struggled against it in vain. "What do you mean?" I said, and in a kind of hoarse whisper, "I don't understand." She really looked as though she disliked me. "What do you keep on posing for?" she said. "I don't like it. You didn't used to." didn't used to," I said slowly, repeating this twice. I glared up and down the gallery with short, sharp glances. "We are alone," I said swiftly. "Listen." I poked my forefinger towards her and glared at her. "I am under a curse." I saw her hand tighten upon her sunshade. "You are under some bad influence or other," said Delia. "You should give it up. I never knew anyone change as you have done." "Delia," I said, lapsing into the pathetic, "pity me. Oh, Delia, pity me." She eyed me critically. "Why you keep playing the fool like this, I don't know," she said. "Anyhow, I really cannot go about with a man who behaves as you do. You made us both ridiculous on Wednesday. Frankly, I dislike you as you are now. I met you here to tell you so, as it's about the only place where we can be sure of being alone together." "Delia," said I, with intensity, knuckles of clenched hands white, "you don't mean—" "I do," said Delia. "A woman's lot is sad enough at the best of times, but with you—" I clapped my hand on my brow. "So good-bye," said Delia, without emotion. "Oh, Delia," I said, "not this." "Good-bye, Mr. Cummins," she said. By a violent effort I controlled myself and touched her hand. I tried to say some word of explanation to her. She looked into my working face and winced. "I must do it," she said hopelessly. Then she turned from me and began walking rapidly down the gallery. Heavens! How the human agony cried within me! I loved Delia, but nothing found expression. I was already too deeply crusted with my acquired self. "Good-bye," I said at last, watching her retreating figure. How I hated myself for doing it. After she had vanished, I repeated in a dreamy way, "Good-bye," looking hopelessly round me. Then, with a kind of heart-broken cry, I shook my clenched fists in the air, staggered to the pedestal of a winged figure, buried my face in my arms, and made my shoulders heave. Something within me said "ass" as I did so. I had the greatest difficulty in persuading the museum policeman, who was attracted by my cry of agony, that I was not intoxicated, but merely suffering from a transient indisposition. But even this great sorrow has not availed to save me from my fate. I see it, everyone sees it. I grow more theatrical every day, and no one could be more painfully aware of the pungent silliness of theatrical ways. The quiet and nervous but pleasing E.C. Cummins vanishes. I cannot save him. I am driven like a dead leaf before the winds of March. My tailor even enters into the spirit of my disorder. He has a peculiar sense of what is fitting. I tried to get a dull gray suit from him this spring, and he foisted a brilliant blue upon me, and I see he has put braid down the sides of my new dress trousers. My hairdresser insists upon giving me a wave. I am beginning to associate with actors. I detest them, but it is only in their company that I can feel I am not glaringly conspicuous. Their talk infects me. I notice a growing tendency to dramatic brevity, to dashes and pauses in my style, to a punctuation of bows and attitudes. Barnaby has remarked it too. I offended Wembley by calling him "dear boy" yesterday. I dread the end, but I cannot escape from it. The fact is, I am being obliterated. Living a gray, retired life all my youth, I came to the theatre a delicate sketch of a man, a thing of tints and faint lines. Their gorgeous coloring has effaced me altogether. People forget how much mode of expression, method of movement are a matter of contagion. I have heard of stage-struck people before, and thought it a figure of speech. I spoke of it jestingly, as a disease. It is no jest. It is a disease, and I have got it bad. Deep down within me I protest against the wrong done to my personality, unavailingly. For 3 hours or more a week I have to go and concentrate my attention on some fresh play, and the suggestions of the drama strengthen their awful hold upon me. My manners grow so flamboyant, my passions so professional, that I doubt, as I said at the outset, whether it is really myself that behaves in such a manner. I feel merely the core to this dramatic casing that grows thicker and presses upon me and mine. I feel like King John's abbot in his cope of lead. I doubt indeed whether I should not abandon the struggle altogether, leave this sad world of ordinary life for which I am so ill-fitted, abandon the name of Cummins for some professional pseudonym, complete my self-effacement, and, a thing of tricks and tatters, of posing and pretense, go upon the stage. It seems my only resort, to hold the mirror up to nature. For in the ordinary life, I will confess, not one now seems to regard me as both sane and sober. Only upon the stage, I feel convinced, will people take me seriously. That will be the end of it. I know that will be the end of it. And yet, I will frankly confess, all that marks off your actor from your common man, I detest. I am still largely of my Aunt Charlotte's opinion, that play-acting is unworthy of a pure-minded man's attention, much more participation. And now I would resign my dramatic criticism and try a rest. Only I can't get a hold of Barnaby. Letters of resignation he never notices. He says it is against the etiquette of journalism to write to your editor. And when I go to see him, he gives me another big cigar and some strong whiskey and soda, and then something always turns up to prevent my explanation. End of section 16.
Section number 17 of the Plattner Story and Others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by the second. The Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells. A Slip Under the Microscope. Outside the laboratory windows was a watery gray fog, and within a close warmth and the yellow light of the green-shaded gas lamps that stood two to each table down its narrow length. On each table stood a couple of glass jars containing the mangled vestiges of the crayfish, mussels, frogs, and guinea pigs upon which the students had been working. And down the side of the room, facing the windows, were shelves bearing bleached dissections and spirits, surmounted by a row of beautifully executed anatomical drawings in whitewood frames and overhanging a row of cubicle lockers. All of the doors of the laboratory were paneled in blackboard, and on these were half-erased diagrams of the previous day's work. The laboratory was empty, save for the demonstrator who sat near the preparation room door, and silent, save for the low, continuous murmur and the clicking of the rocker microtome at which he was working. But scattered about the room were traces of numerous students, handbags, polished boxes of instruments, and in one place a large drawing covered by newspaper, and in another a prettily bound copy of News from Nowhere, a book oddly at variance with its surroundings. These things had been put down hastily as the students had arrived and hurried at once to secure their seats in the adjacent lecture theater. Deadened by the closed door, the measured accents of the professor sounded as a featureless muttering. Presently, faint through the closed windows, came the sound of the oratory clock striking the hour of 11. The clicking of the microtome ceased, and the demonstrator looked at his watch, rose, thrust his hands into his pockets, and walked slowly down the laboratory towards the lecture theater door. He stood listening for a moment, then his eye fell on the little volume by William Morris. He picked it up, glanced at the title, smiled, opened it, looked at the name on the flyleaf, ran the leaves through his hand, and put it down. Almost immediately the even murmur of the lecturer ceased, and there was a sudden burst of pencils rattling on the desk in the lecture theater. a stirring, scraping of feet, and a number of voices speaking together. Then a firm footfall approached the door, which began to open and stood ajar, as some indistinctly heard question arrested the newcomer. The demonstrator turned, walked slowly past the microtome, and left the laboratory by the preparation room door. As he did so, first one and then several students carrying notebooks entered the laboratory from the lecture theater and distributed themselves among the little tables or stood in a group about the doorway. They were an exceptionally heterogeneous assembly, for while Oxford and Cambridge still recoil from the blushing prospect of mixed classes, the College of Science anticipated America in the matter years ago. Mixed socially, too, for the prestige of the college is high, and its scholarships, free of any age limit, dredge deeper than those of the Scotch universities. The class numbered 1 in 20, but some remained in the theatre questioning the professor, copying the blackboard diagrams before they were washed off, or examining the special specimens he had produced to illustrate the day's teaching. Of the 9 who had come into the laboratory, 3 were girls, one of whom, a little fair woman, wearing spectacles and dressed in a grayish-green, was peering out the window at the fog, while the other 2, both wholesome-looking, plain-faced schoolgirls, unrolled and put on the brown holland aprons they wore while dissecting. Of the men, 2 went down the laboratory to their places, one a pallid, dark-bearded man who had once been a tailor, the other a pleasant-featured, ruddy young man of 20 dressed in a well-fitting brown suit. Young Wedderburn, the son of Wedderburn the eye specialist. The others formed a little knot near the theatre door. One of these, a dwarf spectacled figure with a hunchback, sat on a bent wood stool. The 2 others, one a short, dark youngster, the other a flaxen-haired, reddish-complexioned young man, stood leaning side by side against the slate sink, while the 4th stood facing them and maintained the larger share of the conversation. This last person was named Hill. He was a sturdily built young fellow, of the same age as Wedderburn. He had a white face, dark grey eyes, hair of an indeterminate color, and prominent, irregular features. He talked rather louder than was needful, and thrust his hands deeply into his pockets. His collar was frayed and blue with the starch of a careless laundress, his clothes were evidently ready-made, and there was a patch on the side of his boot near the toe. As he talked or listened to the others, he glanced now and again towards the lecture theatre door. They were discussing the depressing peroration of the lecture they had just heard. The last lecture it was in the introductory course in zoology. From ovum to ovum is the goal of the higher vertebrata, the lecturer had said in his melancholy tones, and so had neatly rounded off the sketch of comparative anatomy he had been developing. The spectacled hunchback had repeated it with noisy appreciation and tossed it towards the fair-haired student in an evident provocation, and had started one of those vague, rambling discussions on generalities so unaccountably dear to the student mind all the world over. "That is our goal, I admit it, as far as science goes," said the fair-haired student, rising to the challenge. "But there are things above science." "Science," said Hill confidently, "is systematic knowledge. Ideas that don't come into the system must, anyhow, be loose ideas." He was not quite sure whether that was a clever saying or a fatuity until his hearers took it seriously. "The thing I cannot understand," said the hunchback at large, "is whether Hill is a materialist or not." "There is one thing above matter," said Hill promptly, feeling he had a better thing this time, aware, too, of someone in the doorway behind him and raising his voice a trifle for her benefit. "And that is the delusion that there is something above matter." The girl in brown, with the brown eyes, had come into the laboratory and stood on the other side of the table behind him, with a rolled-up apron in one hand, looking over her shoulder, listening to the discussion. She did not notice the hunchback, because she was glancing from Hill to his interlocutor. Hill's consciousness of her presence betrayed itself to her only in his studious ignorance of the fact, but she understood that, and it pleased her. "I see no reason," said he, "why a man should live like a brute because he knows of nothing beyond matter, and does not expect to exist 100 years hence." "Why shouldn't he?" said the fair-haired student. "Why should he?" said Hill. "What inducement has he?" "That's the way with all you religious people. It's all a business of inducements. Cannot a man seek after righteousness for righteousness' sake?" The girl in brown with the brown eyes had come into the laboratory and stood on the other side of the table behind him, with her rolled-up apron in one hand, looking over her shoulder, listening to the discussion. She did not notice the hunchback because she was glancing from Hill to his interlocutor. Hill's consciousness of her presence betrayed itself to her only in his studious ignorance of the fact, but she understood that, and it pleased her. "I see no reason," said he, "why a man should live like a brute because he knows of nothing beyond matter, and does not expect to exist 100 years hence." "Why shouldn't he?" asked the fair-haired student. "Why should he?" asked Hill. "What inducement has he?" "That is the way with all you religious people. It's all a business of inducements. Cannot a man seek after righteousness for righteousness' sake?" There was a pause. The fair-haired man answered with a kind of vocal padding. "But, you see, inducement, when I said inducement, to gain time." And then the hunchback came to his rescue and inserted a question. He was a terrible person in the debating society with his questions, and they invariably took one form, a demand for a definition. "What's your definition of righteousness?" said the hunchback at this stage. Hill experienced a sudden loss of complacency at this question, but even as it was asked, relief came in the person of Brooks, the laboratory attendant, who entered by the preparation room door, carrying a number of freshly killed guinea pigs by their hind legs. "This is the last batch of material this session," said the youngster who had not previously spoken. Brick advanced up the laboratory, smacking down a couple of guinea pigs at each table. The rest of the class, scenting the prey from afar, came crowding in by the lecture theatre door, and the discussion perished abruptly as the students who were not already in their places hurried to them to secure their choice of a specimen. There was a noise of keys rattling on split rings as lockers were opened and dissecting instruments were taken out. Hill was already standing by his table, and his box of scalpels was sticking out of his pocket. The girl in brown came a step towards him, and leaning over the table said softly, "Did you see that I had returned your book, Mr. Hill?" During the whole scene, she and the book had been vividly present in his consciousness, but he made a clumsy pretense of looking at the book and seeing it for the first time. "Oh, yes," he said, taking it up. "I see. Did you like it?" "I wanted to ask you some questions about it. Sometime." "Certainly," said Hill. "I shall be glad." He stopped awkwardly. "You liked it?" he said. "It's a wonderful book, only some things I don't understand." Suddenly the laboratory was hushed by a curious braying noise. It was the demonstrator. He was at the blackboard ready to begin the day's instruction, and it was his custom to demand silence by a sound midway between the of common intercourse and the blast of a trumpet. The girl in brown slipped back to her place. It was immediately in front of Hill's, and Hill, forgetting her forthwith, took a notebook out of the drawer of his table, turned over its leaves hastily, drew a stumpy pencil from his pocket, and prepared to make a copious note of the coming demonstration. For demonstrations and lectures are the sacred text of the college students. Books, saving only the professor's own, you may, it is even expedient to, ignore. Hill was the son of a Landport cobbler, and had been hooked by a chance blue paper the authorities had thrown out to the Landport Technical College. He kept himself in London on his allowance of a guinea a week, and found that, with proper care, this also covered his clothing allowance, an occasional waterproof collar, that is, and ink and needles and cotton and such like necessities for a man about town. This was his first year and his first session, but the brown old man in Landport had already got himself detested in many public houses by boasting of his son, the professor. Hill was a vigorous youngster, with a serene contempt for the clergy of all denominations and a fine ambition to reconstruct the world. He regarded the scholarship as a brilliant opportunity. He had begun to read at 7, and had read steadily whatever came his way, good or bad, since then. His worldly experience had been limited to the island of Portsea, and acquired chiefly in the wholesale boot factory, in which he had worked by day after passing the 7th standard of the board school. He had a considerable gift of speech, as the college debating society, which met amidst the crushing machines and mine models in the metallurgical theatre downstairs, already recognized by a violent battering of desks whenever he rose. And he was just at that fine emotional age when life opens at the end of a narrow pass like a broad valley at one's feet, full of the promise of wonderful discoveries and tremendous achievements, and his own limitations, save that he knew neither Latin nor French, were all unknown to him. At first, his interest had been divided pretty equally between his biological work at the college and the social and theological theorizing, an appointment which he took in deadly earnest. Of a night, when the big museum library was not open, he would sit on the bed of his room in Chelsea with his coat and a muffler on, and write out the lecture notes and revise his dissection memoranda until Thorpe called him out by a whistle. The landlady objected to open the door to attic visitors, and then the two would go prowling about the shadowy, shiny, gaslit streets, talking very much in the fashion of the sample just given, of the God idea and righteousness, and Carlyle and the reorganization of society. And, in the midst of it all, Hill, arguing not only for Thorpe, but for the casual passer-by, would lose the thread of his argument glancing at some pretty painted face that looked meaningly at him as he passed. Science and righteousness! But once or twice lately, there had been signs of a third interest was creeping into his life. He had found his attention wandering from the fate of the mesoblastic somites or the probable meaning of the blastophore to the thought of a girl with brown eyes who sat at the table before him. She was a paying student. She descended inconceivable social altitudes to speak to him. At the thought of the education she must have had and the accomplishments she must possess, the soul of Hill became abject within him. She had spoken to him first over a difficulty about the alsphenoid of a rabbit's skull, and he had found that, in biology at least, he had no reason for self-abasement, and in that, after the manner of young people starting from any starting point, they got to generalities. While Hill attacked her upon the question of socialism, some instinct told him to spare her a direct assault upon her religion. She was gathering resolution to undertake what she had told herself was his aesthetic education. She was a year or two older than he, though the thought had never occurred to him. The loan of News from Nowhere was the beginning of a series of crossed loans. Upon some absurd first principle of his, Hill had never wasted time upon poetry, and it seemed an appalling deficiency to her. One day, in the lunch hour, when she chanced upon him alone in the little museum where the skeletons were arranged, shamefully eating the bun that constituted his midday meal, she retreated and returned to lend him, with a slightly furtive air, a volume of Browning. He stood sideways towards her and took the book rather clumsily, because he was holding the bun in the other hand, and, in the retrospect, his voice lacked the cheerful clearness that he would have wished. That occurred after the examination in comparative anatomy, on the day before the college turned out its students and was carefully locked up by the officials for the Christmas holidays. The excitement of cramming for the first trial of strength had for a little while dominated Hill, to the exclusion of his other interests. In the forecast of the result which everyone indulged, he was surprised to find that no one regarded him as a possible competitor for the Harvey Commemoration Medal, of which this and two subsequent examinations disposed. It was about this time that Wedderburn, who so far lived inconspicuously on the uttermost margin of Hill's perceptions, began to take on the appearance of an obstacle. By a mutual agreement, the nocturnal prowlings with Thorpe ceased for 3 weeks before the examination, and his landlady pointed out that she really could not supply so much lamp oil at the price. He walked to and fro from the college with little slips of mnemonics in his hand, lists of crayfish appendages, rabbit skull bones, and vertebrae nerves, for example, and became a positive nuisance to foot passengers in the opposite direction. But, by a natural reaction, poetry and the girl with the brown eyes ruled the Christmas holiday. The pending results of the examination became such a secondary consideration that Hill marveled at his father's excitement. Even had he wished it, there was no comparative anatomy to read in Landport, and he was too poor to buy books. But the stock of poets in the library was extensive, and Hill's attack was magnificently sustained. He saturated himself with the fluent numbers of Longfellow and Tennyson, and fortified himself with Shakespeare, found a kindred soul in Pope and a master in Shelley, and heard and fled the siren voices of Eliza Cook and Mrs. Hemans. But he read no more Browning because he hoped for the loan of other volumes from Miss Hayman when he returned to London. He walked from his lodgings to the college with that volume of Browning in his shiny black bag, and his mind teeming with the finest general propositions about poetry. Indeed, he framed first this little speech, and then that with which to grace the return. The morning was an exceptionally pleasant one for London. There was a clear, hard frost and an undeniable blue in the sky. A thin haze softened every outline, and warm shafts of sunlight struck between the house blocks and turned the sunny side of the street to amber and gold. In the hall of the college he pulled off his glove and signed his name with fingers so stiff with cold that the characteristic dash under the signature he cultivated became a quivering line. He imagined Miss Hazeman about him everywhere. He turned at the staircase, and there below he saw a crowd struggling at the foot of the notice board. This, possibly, was the biology list. He forgot Browning and Miss Hazeman for the moment and joined the scrimmage. And at last, with his cheek flattened against the sleeve of the man on the step above him, he read the list. Class 1. H. J. Somers Wedderburn, William Hill. And thereafter followed a second class that is outside our present sympathies. It was characteristic that he did not trouble to look for Thorpe on the physics list, but backed out of the struggle at once, and in a curious emotional state between pride over common second-class humanity and acute disappointment at Wedderburn's success, went on his way upstairs. At the top, as he was hanging up his coat in the passage, the zoological demonstrator, a young man from Oxford, who secretly regarded him as a blatant mugger of the very worst type, offered his heartiest congratulations. At the laboratory door, Hill stopped for a second to get his breath, and then entered. He looked straight up the laboratory and saw all 5 girl students grouped in their places, and Wedderburn, the once retiring Wedderburn, leaning rather gracefully against the window, playing with the blind tassel and talking, apparently, to the 5 of them. Now, Hill could talk bravely enough and even overbearingly to one girl. He could have made a speech to a roomful of girls. But this business of standing at ease and appreciating, fencing, and returning quick remarks around a group was, he knew, altogether beyond him. Coming up the staircase, his feelings for Wedderburn had been generous. A certain admiration, perhaps, a willingness to shake his hand conspicuously and heartily as one who had fought but the first round. But before Christmas, Wedderburn had never gone up to that end of the room to talk. In a flash, Hill's mist of vague excitement condensed abruptly into a vivid dislike of Wedderburn. Possibly his expression changed. As he came up to his place, Wedderburn nodded carelessly to him, and the others glanced around. Miss Hazeman looked at him and away again, the faintest touch of her eyes. "I can't agree with you, Mr. Wedderburn," she said. "I must congratulate you on your first class, Mr. Hill," said the spectacled girl in green, turning around and beaming at him. "It's nothing," said Hill, staring at Wedderburn and Miss Hazeman talking together, and eager to hear what they talked about. "We poor folks in the second class don't think so," said the girl in spectacles. What was it that Wedderburn was saying? Something about William Morris? Hill did not answer the girl in spectacles, and the smile died out of his face. He could not hear, and failed to see how he could cut in. Confound Wedderburn! He sat down, opened his bag, hesitated whether to return the volume of Browning forthwith in the sight of all, and instead drew out his new notebooks for the short course in elementary botany that was now beginning, and which would terminate in February. As he did so, a fat, heavy man with a white face and a pale grey eyes, Bindon, the professor of botany, who came up from Kew for January and February, came in by the lecture theatre door and passed, rubbing his hands together and smiling, in silent affability down the laboratory. In the subsequent 6 weeks, Hill experienced some very rapid and curiously complex emotional developments. For the most part, he had Wedderburn in focus, a fact Miss Hazeman never suspected. She told Hill, for in the comparative privacy of the museum she talked a good deal to him of socialism and Browning and general propositions, that she had met Wedderburn in the house of some people she knew, and "He's inherited his cleverness from his father, you know, the great eye specialist." "My father is a cobbler," said Hill quite irreverently, and perceived the want of dignity even as he said it. But the gleam of jealousy did not offend her. She conceived herself the fundamental source of it. He suffered bitterly from a sense of Wedderburn's unfairness, and a realization of his own handicap. Here was this Wedderburn had picked up a prominent man for a father, and instead of his losing so many marks on that score of that advantage, it was counted to him for righteousness. And while Hill had to introduce and talk to Miss Hazeman clumsily over mangled guinea pigs in the laboratory, this Wedderburn, in some backstairs way, had access to her social altitudes, and could converse in a polished argot that Hill understood perhaps, but felt incapable of speaking. Not, of course, that he wanted to. Then it seemed to Hill for Wedderburn to come here day after day with cuffs unfrayed, neatly tailored, precisely barbered, quietly perfect, was in itself an ill-bred, sneering sort of proceeding. Moreover, it was a stealthy thing for Wedderburn to behave insignificantly for a space, to mock modestly, to lead Hill to fancy that he himself was beyond dispute for the man of the year, and then suddenly dart in front of him, and incontinently to swell up in this fashion. In addition to these things, Wedderburn displayed an increasing disposition to join in any conversational grouping that included Miss Hazeman, and would venture, and indeed seek occasion, to pass opinions derogatory to socialism and atheism. He goaded Hill into incivilities by neat, shallow, and exceedingly effective personalities about the socialist leaders, until Hill hated Bernard Shaw's graceful egotisms, William Morris's limited editions, and the luxurious wallpapers, and Walter Crane's charmingly absurd ideal working man, about as much as he hated Wedderburn. The dissertations in the laboratory, that had been his glory in the previous term, became a danger, degenerated into inglorious tussles with Wedderburn, and Hill kept to them only out of an obscure perception that his honor was involved. In the debating society, Hill knew quite clearly that, to a thunderous accompaniment of banged desks, he could have pulverized Wedderburn. Only Wedderburn never attended the debating society to be pulverized, because, nauseous affectation, he dined late. You must not imagine that these things presented themselves in quite such a crude form to Hill's perception. Hill was a born generalizer. Wedderburn to him was not so much an individual obstacle as a type, the salient angle of a class. The economic theories that, after infinite ferment, had shaped themselves in Hill's mind, became abruptly concrete at the contact. The world became full of easy-mannered, graceful, gracefully dressed, conversationally dexterous, finally shadow Wedderburns, Bishops Wedderburn, Wedderburn MPs, Professors Wedderburn, Wedderburn landlords, all with finger-bowl shibboleths and epigrammatic cities of refuge from a sturdy debater. And everyone ill-clothed or ill-dressed, from the cobbler to the cab-runner, was a man and a brother, a fellow-sufferer to Hill's imagination, so that he became, as it were, a champion of the fallen and oppressed, albeit to outward seeming only a self-assertive, ill-mannered young man, and an unsuccessful champion at that. Again and again a skirmish over the afternoon tea that the girl students had inaugurated left Hill with flushed cheeks and a tattered temper, and the debating society noticed a new quality of sarcastic bitterness in his speeches. You will understand now how it was necessary, if only in the interests of humanity, that Will should demolish Wedderburn in the forthcoming examination, and outshine him in the eyes of Miss Hazeman. And you will perceive, too, how Miss Hazeman fell into some common feminine misconceptions. The Hill-Wedderburn quarrel, for in his unostentatious way Wedderburn reciprocated Hill's ill-veiled rivalry, became a tribute to her indefinable charm. She was the queen of beauty in a tournament of scalpels and stumpy pencils. To her confidential friend's secret annoyance, it even troubled her conscience, for she was a good girl and painfully aware, from Ruskin and contemporary fiction, how entirely men's activities are determined by women's attributes. And if Hill never by any chance mentioned the topic of love to her, she only credited him with the finer modesty for that omission. So the time came on for the second examination, and Hill's increasing pallor confirmed the general rumor that he was working hard. In the aerated bread shop near South Kennington Station you would see him, breaking his bun and sipping his milk, with his eyes intent upon a paper of closely written notes. In his bedroom there were propositions about buds and stems round his looking-glass, a diagram to catch his eye, if Shope should chance to spare it, above his washing-basin. He missed several meetings of the debating society, but he found the chance encounters with Miss Hazeman in the spacious ways of the adjacent art museum, or in the little museum at the top of the college, or in the college corridors more frequent and very restful. In particular, they used to meet in a little gallery full of wrought iron chests and gates, near the art library, and there Hill used to talk, under the gentle stimulus of her flattering attention, of Browning and his personal ambitions. A characteristic she found remarkable in him was his freedom from avarice. He contemplated quite calmly the prospect of living all his life on an income below £100 a year. But he was determined to be famous, to make, recognizably in his own proper person, the world a better place to live in. He took Bradlaugh and John Burns for his leaders and models, poor, even impecunious great men. But Miss Hazeman thought that such lives were deficient on the aesthetic side, by which, though she did not know it, she meant good wallpaper and upholstery, pretty books, tasteful clothes, concerts, and meals nicely cooked and respectfully served. At last came the day of the second examination, and the professor of botany, a fussy, conscientious man, rearranged all the tables in a long, narrow laboratory to prevent copying, and put his demonstrator on a chair on a table, where he felt, he said, like a Hindu god, to see all cheating, and stuck a notice outside the door closed, for no earthly reason that any human being could discover. And all the morning from 10 till 1 the quill of Wedderburn shrieked defiance at Hills, and the quills of the others chased their leaders in a tireless pack, and so also it was in the afternoon. Wedderburn was a little quieter than usual, and Hill's face was hot all day, and his overcoat bulged with textbooks and notebooks against the last moment's revision. And the next day, in the morning and in the afternoon, was the practical examination, when sections had to be cut and slides identified. In the morning, Hill was depressed because he knew he had to cut a thick section, and in the afternoon came the mysterious slip. It was just the kind of thing that the botanical professor was always doing. Like the income tax, it offered a premium to the cheat. It was a preparation under the microscope, a little glass slip, held in its place on the stage of the instrument by light steel clips, and the inscription set forth that the slip was not to be moved. Each student was to go in turn to it, sketch it, write in his book of answers what he considered it to be, and return to his place. Now, to move such a slip is a thing one can do by a chance movement of the finger, and in a fraction of a second. The professor's reason for decreeing that the slip should not be moved depended on the fact that the object he wanted identified was characteristic of a certain tree stem. In the position in which it was placed, it was a difficult thing to recognize, but once the slip was moved so as to bring the other parts of the preparation into view, its nature was obvious enough. Hill came to this, flushed from a contest with staining reagents, sat down on the little stool before the microscope, turned the mirror to get the best light, and then, out of sheer habit, shifted the slip. At once he remembered the prohibition, and with an almost continuous motion of his hands moved it back, and sat paralyzed with astonishment at his action. Then, slowly, he turned his head. The professor was out of the room. The demonstrator sat aloft in his impromptu rostrum, reading the quarterly journal of microscopical science. The rest of the examinees were busy, and with their backs to him. Should he own up to the accident now? He knew quite clearly what the thing was. It was a lenticule, a characteristic preparation from the elder tree. His eyes roved over to his intent fellow students, and Wedderburn suddenly glanced over his shoulder at him with a queer expression in his eyes. The mental excitement that had kept Hill at an abnormal pitch of vigor these 2 days gave way to a curious nervous tension. His book of answers was beside him. He did not write down what the thing was, but with one eye at the microscope he began making a hasty sketch of it. His mind was full of this grotesque puzzle in ethics that had suddenly been sprung upon him. Should he identify it? Or should he leave this question unanswered? In that case, Wedderburn would probably come out first in the second result. How could he tell now whether he might not have identified the thing without shifting it? It was possible that Wedderburn had failed to recognize it, of course. Suppose Wedderburn, too, had shifted the slide? He looked up at the clock. There were 15 minutes in which to make up his mind. He gathered up his book of answers and the colored pencils he used in illustrating his replies and walked back to his seat. He read through his manuscript and then sat thinking and gnawing at his knuckle. It would look queer now if he opened up. He must beat Wedderburn. He forgot the examples of those starry gentlemen, John Burns and Bradlow. Besides, he reflected, the glimpse of the rest of the slip that he had had was, after all, quite accidental, forced upon him by chance, a kind of providential revelation rather than an unfair advantage. It was not nearly so dishonest to avail himself of that as it was a Broom, who believed in the efficacy of prayer, to pray daily for a first class. 5 minutes more, said the demonstrator, folding up his paper and becoming observant. Hill watched the clock hands until 2 minutes remained. Then he opened the book of answers, with hot ears and an affectation of ease, gave his drawing of the lenticel its name. When the second pass list appeared, the previous positions of Wedderburn and Hill were reversed, and the spectacled girl in green, who knew the demonstrator in private life where he was practically human, said that in the result of the two examinations taken together, Hill had the advantage of a mark, 167 to 166 out of a possible 200. Everybody admired Hill in a way, though the suspicion of mugging clung to him. But Hill was to find congratulations and Miss Haze's enhanced opinion of him, and even the decided decline in the crest of Wedderburn tainted by an unhappy memory. He felt a remarkable access of energy at first, and the note of a democracy marching to triumph returned in his debating society speeches. He worked at his cooperative anatomy with tremendous zeal and effect, and he went on with his aesthetic education. But through it all, a vivid little picture was continually coming before his mind's eye, of a sneakish person manipulating a slide. No human being had witnessed the act, and he was cocksure that no higher power existed to see it. But for all that, it worried him. Memories are not dead things, but alive. They dwindle in disuse, but they harden and develop in all sorts of queer ways if they are being continually fretted. Curiously enough, though at the time he perceived clearly that the shifting was accidental, as the days wore on his memory became confused about it, until at last he was not sure, although he assured himself that he was sure, whether the movement had been absolutely involuntary. Then it is possible that Hill's dietary was conducive to morbid conscientiousness. A breakfast frequently eaten in a hurry, a midday bun, and, at such hours after 5 as chanced to be convenient, such meat as his means determined, usually in a chop-house in a back street off of the Brompton Road. Occasionally he treated himself to 3-penny or 9-penny classics, and they usually represented a suppression of potatoes or chops. It is indisputable that outbreaks of self-abasement and emotional revival have a distinct relation to periods of scarcity. But apart from this influence on the feelings, there was in Hill a distinct aversion to falsity that the blasphemous Landport cobbler had inculcated by strap and tongue from his earliest years. Of one fact about professed atheists I am convinced. They may be, they usually are, fools, void of subtlety, revellers of holy institutions, brutal speakers, and mischievous knaves, but they lie with difficulty. If it were not so, if they had the faintest grasp of the idea of compromise, they would simply be liberal churchmen. And, moreover, this memory poisoned his regard for Miss Hazeman, for she now so evidently preferred him to Wedderburn that he felt sure he cared for her, and began reciprocating her attentions by timid marks of personal regard. At one time he even bought a bunch of violets, carried it about in his pocket, and produced it, with a stumbling explanation, withered and dead, in the gallery of old iron. It poisoned, too, the denunciation of capitalist dishonesty that had been one of his life's pleasures, and lastly, it poisoned his triumph in Wedderburn. Previously, he had been Wedderburn's superior in his own eyes, and had raged simply at a want of recognition. Now he began to fret at the darker suspicion of positive inferiority. He fancied he found justifications for his position in Browning, but they vanished on analysis. At last, moved, curiously enough, by exactly the same motive forces that had resulted in his dishonesty, he went to Professor Bindon, and made a clean breast of the whole affair. As Hill was a paid student, Professor Bindon did not ask him to sit down, and he stood before the professor's desk as he made his confession. "It is a curious story," said Professor Bindon, slowly realizing how the thing reflected on himself, and then letting his anger rise. "A most remarkable story. I can't understand your doing it, and I can't understand this avowal. You're the type of student Cambridge men would never dream. I suppose I ought to have thought, why did you cheat? I did not cheat, said Hill, but you have just been telling me you did. I thought I had explained you either cheated or you did not cheat. I said my motion was involuntary. I am not a metaphysician. I am a servant of science, of fact. You were told not to move the slip. You did move the slip. If that's not cheating... If I was a cheat, said Hill with a note of hysterics in his voice, should I come here and tell you? Your repentance, of course, does you credit, said Professor Bindon, but it does not alter the original facts. No, sir, said Hill, giving in to utter self-abasement. Even now you cause an enormous amount of trouble. The examination list will have to be revised. I suppose so, sir. Suppose so? Of course it must be revised. And I don't see how I can conscientiously pass you. Not pass me, said Hill. Fail me? It's the rule in all examinations. Oh, where should we be? What else did you expect? You don't want to shirk the consequences of your own acts. I thought perhaps, said Hill, and then, fail me? I thought, as I told you, you would simply deduct the marks given for that slip. Impossible, said Bindon. Besides, it would still leave you above Wedderburn. Deduct only the marks. Preposterous. The departmental regulations distinctly say... But it's my own admission, sir. The regulations say nothing whatever of the matter in which the matter comes to light. They simply provide, it will ruin me. If I fail this examination, they won't renew my scholarship. You should have thought of that before. But, sir, consider all my circumstances. I cannot consider anything. Professors in this college are machines. The regulations will not even let us recommend our students for appointments. I am a machine, and you have worked me. And I have to do... It's very hard, sir. Possibly it is. If I am to be failed this examination, I might as well go home at once. That is, as you think proper. Bidden's voice softened a little. He perceived that he had been unjust, and, provided he did not contradict himself, he was disposed to amelioration. As a private person, he said, I think this confession of yours does far to mitigate your offense. But you have set the machinery in motion, and now it must take its course. I am really sorry you gave way. A wave of emotion prevented Hill from answering. Suddenly, very vividly, he saw the heavily lined face of the old Landport cobbler, his father. Good God, what a fool I have been! He said hotly and abruptly. I hope, said Bindon, that it will be a lesson to you. But, curiously enough, they were not thinking of quite the same indiscretion. There was a pause. I would like today to think, sir, and then I will let you know. About going home, I mean, said Hill, moving towards the door. The next day Hill's place was vacant. The spectacled girl in green was, as usual, first with the news. Wedderburn and Miss Hazeman were talking of a performance of the Meister Singers when she came up to them. Have you heard? She said. Heard what? There was cheating in the examination. Cheating, said Wedderburn, his face suddenly hot. How? That slide. Moved? Never. It was. The slide that we weren't to move. Nonsense, said Wedderburn. Why? How could they find out? Who do they say? It was Mr. Hill. Hill. Mr. Hill. Surely not the immaculate Hill, said Wedderburn, recovering. I don't believe it, said Miss Hazeman. How do you know? I didn't, said the girl in spectacles. But I know it now for a fact. Mr. Hill went and confessed to Professor Bindon himself. By Jove, said Wedderburn. Hill of all people. But I am always inclined to distrust these philanthropists on principle. Are you quite sure? Said Miss Hazeman with a catch in her breath. Quite. It's dreadful, isn't it? But, you know, what can you expect? His father is a cobbler. Then Miss Hazeman astonished the girl in spectacles. I don't care. I will not believe it, she said, flushing darkly under her warm-tinted skin. I will not believe it until he has told me himself, face to face. And I would scarcely believe it then. and abruptly she turned her back to the girl in spectacles and walked to her own place. "It's true, all the same," said the girl in spectacles, peering and smiling at Wedderburn. But Wedderburn did not answer her. She was indeed one of those people who seem destined to make unanswered remarks. End of section 17. Read by the second. End of the Plattner Story and Others by H.G. Wells.
Every story leaves a trace, some in history, others in the shadows. If this one made you think, question, or shiver just a little, you're in the right place. This is Truth Meets Fiction. Until next time, stay curious, stay sharp, and don't believe everything you're told.